I think the game will be on stream A. But we will see. We will see. Or not. We will figure it out. Okay, I guess T1 will be here, so we will switch over. Hmm. Oh. Okay, let's test things out. That is only microphone. Oh shit. Hmm. Hmm.
Genji took out Karmine Corp, and so that's what leaves us with this best of one of Genji versus Sentinels to start off the day, and then Karmine Corp will be waiting in the decider match a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are trying to kill, you know,
Okay,
attack the
it
Genji
should be better
while they're
now.
waiting and defending those. I think we can still say like huge favor for Genji, but it's gonna be happening BO1, and also there's still two teams can like the KC and Sentinels. Is even though like if Genji actually successfully defended, there's still one more spot for it, so they gotta deal with.
It is
Yeah,
working.
perhaps we can move on to Group C here, as definitely another fun one, because we have a nice setup here in a best of one that will happen between T1 and BLG. Always a fun matchup. It is a best of one, a little bit different from, you know, what we do see. These two teams generally played best of fives against each other.
Yeah.
So Gammy Esports did
Let me know
defeat MKoi. That was a very close match here on the
okay.
secondary stage. And so they did make it to the decider match, so they'll face off against the loser of BLG and
Nice.
T1. And
Nice.
yeah, I mean,
T1 doesn't want to go. Yeah,
here.
T1 definitely
Yeah.
doesn't want to lose because
No.
they have experience against God.
Yeah, they do. I'm scared for BLG, man. I don't know why. Like, just no matter what, especially in best of ones, they're so liable to just random games. And hey, like even if T1 looked slow yesterday, like they can always just turn it on a dime.
Machine.
Yeah, and for our Group
What's the
D,
name?
HLE made quick work of MIBR. I think that was the most one-sided game we've had so far. But then MIBR turned that around. They were like, okay, whatever, like HLE or HLE, we don't care about that. Let's defeat Lion 2-0. And that they did, so they make it on to the decider match. JDG did defeat Lion to send them down, so that's part of what happened there. JDG looked strong, but also perhaps Lion were looking weaker than normal, so kind of hard to, you know,
Difficult
relatively like
Yeah.
gauge which one of these teams is stronger right now. I would say HLE is the safe bet against JDG.
Yeah, I think had JDG attended MSI, I would feel a little bit more, you know, confident in their abilities, but didn't get that performance. And so considering HLE went ahead and just won the whole thing,
It's pretty good.
could be an uphill battle. I don't know.
I mean, also it's like I would say like HLE is like one of the only team that has shown on the stage not scrappy game, right?
No,
Like
yeah.
it was for sure the clean game against MLBR especially, and I think it's gonna be a really good test. I guess it's like new environment, new atmosphere, new settings, new tournament, and playing against an actual good team, and they haven't actually faced them in MSI. So, like I would say JDG also has a kind of small advantage that like HLE for sure as a draft wise, like it's way more exposed. They have so much data zone from the MSI, the previous event, but JDG, no one knows.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, Gala played Kaisa, so it's like, okay, this kind of makes sense, but also, like, what else does this team have in their pocket? So let's take a look at today's schedule and kind of break down what we are going to have for the matches today. As we will start off with two best of ones. Will be Genji up against Sentinels and JDG up against Hama Life Esports. Again, the winners of these matches, these two best of ones, they go directly to playoffs. So you win two best of ones, you're in. That's pretty good. And later on today, we will have a couple more matches. We just don't know exactly which teams will be in those matches, so they're not listed here. But definitely going to have more action on the day a little bit later, and those will be elimination best of threes that we do play.
Don't want to go down to those best of threes, man. Like, pressure is high. Again, I think there are going to be quite a few teams that are just not wanting to really play fearless right now as well. You know, we keep on egging on about those teams that attended MSI and the ones that didn't. I think there's going to be a very big difference in what they actually end up showing in those series if they make it there to those best of threes versus the teams that, you know, did go ahead to MSI, experience the meta, but still have to play that elimination match out.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be also matters about the seeding too, like for the playoff as well. And also, you're gonna be able to you will have to, if you lose like the B1, you will have to play. Maybe the worst case, you have to play 3 games that it's gonna be, they're gonna be able to see the data for the playoff for the future, because the patch is still stays same until basically the tournaments end. So you really don't want to show as much as you can.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, for some of those teams that don't have a huge amount of practice, perhaps they can use that to try to bolster and get better on the stage, or at least feel a little bit more comfortable. So we do have Gen G up against Sentinels for this first matchup. Gen G, title defenders and Korean powerhouse. We all know this squad, led by Chovy in the mid lane, but stars across the board here. It's just that right now, we have such high standards for Gen G that whenever they're not at those super high standards, we're like, oh, underperforming. We're not sure what to expect. They're still a really good team, so I don't want you guys to get me wrong. But are they at their full power right now? Maybe they power up here at EWC. But coming into this tournament, they weren't at full power.
No, but oftentimes for Gen G, like 50% power is enough for, I don't know, like most of the world. So,
yeah,
I think they're going to be coming into this tournament a little bit upset, honestly, with themselves, because I think many people, that qualifying series to MSI, they let themselves down in that series.
I mean, also, if I was a Gen G, like watching MSI game from like the T1 game, especially,
oh no.
Bro, like, can you imagine these teams? How hungry are they gonna be?
You guys let G2 beat us?
That's what I mean. Like, they went, like, it's not even like they got 3-0 against T1 for the qualifier. It was like 5 games, and it's like, they're gonna be so hungry. They're gonna be so angry today, and I think today is gonna be really good to show if they're mad right now.
Yeah, they looked pretty mad in that best of one they played on the main stage. So I think that they're going to be still angry, even though they did get the win. And yeah, it was a close series against T1 to not make it into MSI for Gen G. That did go 5 games, so pretty interesting. But for Sentinels, another team that were, they came in as, I think Degon said they were the 5th seed from the LCS, which is a pretty low seed. Yeah, a pretty low bar, but they looked good yesterday at least.
Yeah, they looked not bad yesterday. I mean, again, just to rattle home the points if you didn't manage to catch yesterday, this team tend to just play to level their opponents, but it's the LCS, so like there's a lot of variance team to team. I think their final series score was 3-4, but they actually had almost a positive game record.
Almost.
But that just goes to show how many times, practically I think all their series went to 3 in the regular season leading up to playoffs. Now, playing to the level of Gen G, that's definitely a different ask compared to, say, Lion or C9, but they're definitely capable of, at the very least, trying to slow the game down and play things at their own pace. And whether or not, Gen G come in with the big old tractor and just run them over is basically the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main question is gonna be like, can they adjust the level of when they're facing against an actual good team, which is like the Gen G will be, like you mentioned, is like playing slow. I don't think it's gonna help them.
No,
like playing slow from the Gen G phase. Like, I think the Gen G really known as like they're playing as a value peak. Like, also they peak the value peak, but like how they play in only manage the early game, like those kind of stuff. Like, they don't start slow, like they're just calm, and somehow they're just like 3,000 gold ahead. Like, even though it's like the game is core, even though they're losing, maybe the kills core they're losing. Like, there's so many time actually happening in LCK. Like, they're down 5 kills, but like they're just 3,000 gold ahead. Like, Drag is ahead. Like, this thing happens so frequently.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think, Gen G, not a team that makes a lot of mistakes, but if you're Sentinels, you got to wait and try to get that one mistake, get that one opportunity, and try to roll with it. Not a lot of pressure on Sentinels. They're definitely the big underdogs coming into this matchup, so maybe they can use that to say, okay, let's come in, play our best game. It's a best of 1. Maybe we sneak one off of Gen G, and then we're in a fantastic spot.
But to be
Gen
fair,
G are certainly standing in their way. So for our first best of 1 of the day, we are going to hand it over to Initialize and Pike. Take it away, gentlemen.
Appreciate you, boys. Thank you very much, Valdez, Huni, and Yamato, as ever, for their insight. And I think there might have been a touch of understatement there. Gen G standing in their way is one way of putting it. They're quite monolithic. Reminder, they are the defending champs here. And sure, Spring, not the best from them back in the LCK. but the ceiling on this team is best in the world.
It really is. You cannot understate that anymore. This is one of the star-studded teams. They have proven time and time again why they are one of the best. Returning champions looking to hold that trophy up high. The key is strong. It fits the door well, and now they're ready to keep it going. But they're up against an opponent that has proven against odds that they can get it done. Sentinels.
Right, myself and Yamato had the pleasure of casting their journey to get here in the first place through the quals in NA, and we got to chat a little bit to Golden Glue, we got to chat a little bit to Hui and a few of the other players and say, look, we're just a very inconsistent team. We can beat anyone, we can lose to anyone. They had a great run through quals. LCS was a tougher experience, I think is the way to put it. And that is something we need to see how they're going to turn up here at EWC. They won yesterday, as did Gen G, and they want to keep the ball rolling. We are into picks and bans for our best of one here again. Winner gets to go to the upper bracket. Loser ain't done quite yet, but it's still not what you want to see.
No, definitely not, as bans have come through, and they're looking pretty stock standard. Getting rid of that Ezreal is always a nice thing. We've seen so much of it. It's so aggressive of late, but Poppy, Vi, Nocturne, and the Jace, Ezreal, and Syndra. So maybe we'll see a couple mages in that bot lane. I know I'm not overly keen on it, but okay, Lee Sin instantly locked in for Canyon is going to be a showstopper.
And it's a big one, because I think Canyon has started to have a few eyebrows raised about him. This man is arguably the jungle goat. He has been so good for so long, but the last year or two has not been quite as dominant as he might have been back in, say, his Damwon days, his earlier days on Gen G even. And picking up a Lee Sin first pick is a strong statement that I want the draft prior. The response, though, is going to be a Skarner. It's going to be a Caitlyn. It is worth noting that we've seen a little bit of flexing on the Skarner.
Yeah, no, but that's also a thing, right? That's a big Scorpion you have to get through. Lee Sin being a bit more of that bursty sort of jungler that likes to get into these fights early, whereas Skarner very happy to sit back, even in the flex. They might just want to play it back and just look for those later dragon scaling too, but a Caitlyn has been so oppressive as well going forward. That range that you get, once you get those 3-4 items online, you hit like a truck. Maybe you hit like a Scorpion. We'll just have to see.
That'll be the plan, right? And again, with the Lee Sin being picked up by Canyon, it's also denial from Handbag, who loves that champion and the opportunities presented by the playmaking on the champion. If you're looking at like the playmakers on the likes of Sentinels, Handbag's often one of the first names that comes to mind. Even if Rahel has been probably the later game carry you rely on, that's a good sign for it. Gen G, though, have managed to pick themselves up a pretty deadly wombo combo of their own. Chovy has been allowed to have Orianna.
It somehow feels illegal at this point. It should have been there, but having this Orianna is going to be so big, and now you've got a Ziggs on the back of it. Ruler is going to be running amok on these towers, throwing out the satchel and just doing absolutely whopping damage. But it is, like you said, Chovy's Orianna paired with Canyon's Lee Sin. It's a combo that dreams are made of.
And look, I think for a long time, a lot of esports fans, League of Legends fans are going to go, yeah, what about that Orianna being banned every game thing that we saw for a long time? Over MSI, we did start to see it be let through and get beaten semi-regularly with the right draft. If you've got something like the Akali with a Lee Sin, some ability to outplay with your mobility and your burst, there have been enough nerfs to the Orianna that it feels like potentially you can manage it. It's not a guarantee, but it can be done, and clearly Sentinels are willing to take the risk. Second phase of bans coming on through. Pyke being taken away from Duro. You've got the Ziggs, you've got the Lee Sin. You can leave the Ziggs alone. You can enjoy the Lee Sin. I see why that ban's coming on through. There's kind of been this trifecta of Camille, Pyke, Nautilus, of those kind of roaming, hook, playmaking supports, and at least one of them getting taken off the board here. Worth noting, alongside there's that Nautilus. I wonder whether Sentinels might look to be saying, we can deal with a Camille, as on the other side there's some bans towards the top lane. Things like the Rumble away from Impact, who may have had a few years playing at this point.
Just a few. Too many. But still, at the same time, Bard has also been picked up as we sort of bring it back as well. That roaming support that does have those magical journeys, and journeys all over the map we have seen. So we're going to be seeing a lot of roaming. And that's right, you called out the Camille. I think that's a really strong point here. Leave Ruler to their own. Let them just scale a little bit in that bot side and let Duro just get out onto the map and wreak havoc as well. But Renekton, final ban over there for Gen G. So they are going to be pretty comfortable in this towards this top side, getting rid of some very strong champions.
With the Renekton ban, I wonder whether they're looking for an Ambessa here. Decent follow-up, and again, the worst matchup for Ambessa is pretty much the Renekton. It's just miserable at most stages of the game. You have your shield breaks, your Repudiate doesn't work, you have to be melee of a Renekton who out-heals you. It's tough. You're going to get the Victor locked in, and now between Victor and Caitlyn and Bard and Skarner, if you get into a river first, you set up around an objective first, you can set up a massive wall.
Yeah, and that Storm as well is going to be so big, especially when you will want this Lee Sin going in. Canyon wants to be in these fights. Dropping that Storm on his head is just going to chase the team away. So playing around these corners, there is the Ambessa being picked up there. Kin is going to be feeling so good on this and going to be able to just get to this backline so well. It's one of these champions. Oh, and there's the you just called it. Absolutely, mate. You are reading minds today.
Sometimes it's like I know what I'm talking about. Only occasionally. But yeah, I think the Ambessa made sense once we saw that Renekton ban. And with the Pike and the Nautilus banned, it was like, well, the Camille's up and you've locked the Bard. Difficult to get rid of that as well. But clearly they said, look, Duro, we're more afraid of you on the Nautilus than Pike version. And Camille, we have seen the highs of it, but it is one of those picks that you will die a few times making the plays more often than not. Last pick, though, might be something like this Shen. That could go top, and it likely will do, as we've not really seen the Skarner go on in, but this is something that Impact's been playing for years, and you can just say, Lee Sin, Camille are going in, Shen'll, no.
Look, and yeah, the Shen is such a big pick here as well. Like, you get those strong taunts. You do have the global, so it's not just a TP's available now. You can get to these fights a little bit faster. So it will be on Kin to be smarter about rotating with the team, whereas Impact is happy to sit in the side lane just a little bit longer, come in with a big shield, and cause the upset. So I'm excited to see how these team fights are going to go forward as well, because I'm looking at this Caitlyn Bard, and yes, Sentinels, they've been looking pretty good. Like you said, they have these ways of being able to either get really strong leads and take it all the way, or if they fall short. But Gen G, they've come off quite a big break. We're starting to see them move a little bit differently. We want to see what they're bringing to the table after having some downtime.
Look, Canyon and Duro have got a lot of agency to them and a lot of weight on their shoulders in this draft. They're the ones with the big playmaking that needs to set up for that Orianna Shockwave, the Ziggs Bomb, the Ambessa following up with that public execution, and you want to annihilate whatever poor soul is caught within that Hextech ultimatum. That's the plan. On the other side for Sentinels, it's a lower floor to execution. They've made things a bit simpler in that sense. You have a Skarner, you have a Shen playing off on that side lane, you set up a load of traps, you set up a gravity field, and you say, get in, try and come into us. We dare you. You've got your own pick, and you try and keep that Victor and that Caitlyn miles away and make it a difficult choice for the Lee Sin and the Camille. That said, they better watch their flanks. The mobility, the flank options are through the roof for Gen G, and if they can find a way behind or catch people in 3v3s, in 2v2s, in those skirmish scenarios, that setup of zone control will be a lot harder to come to fruition for the side of Sentinels.
And Gen G, I would call them, they're almost like a loaded gun. You pause for a second. If you take too long, they're going to pull the trigger and they will just take you out. Doesn't matter. I'm really worried for this Caitlyn, who can get jumped on from afar. You talked about these unique angles that Camille can do, the Ambessa as well. It's going to be one of these things you have to be so careful. A single ward hop from this Lee Sin on Canyon could spell an absolute disaster. But here we are, getting ready for the first game of the day here on B Stream. Initialize, it's going to be a doozy. Gen G versus Sentinels. I am excited.
As you should be, defending EWC winners in Gen G. One of those teams that has been so monstrous for so long. Would love to kind of come back to the fore here. A little bit of time off, one at MSI, bit of time to right some of the wrongs, fix some of the things that was not quite right with the team. And for Sentinels, right, this is a team that has been mercurial, to say the least, looking, understandably, to kind of prove that the underdog can be a dangerous beast indeed. Darkwings went up from that academy system up in NA, played over in NACL and a few other places as well. I want to say it was a collegiate scene as well, but do forgive me if I'm off on that one, but has been kind of one of those players that's kind of around so many veterans at this point, like Huhi and Impact are two of the longest standing names in esports, never mind the LCS as a whole.
Yeah, well, that's so true. Like, every single player here has got some great experience, but it's the Sentinels' maybe lack of international experience that we do need to talk about as well, where this is a team first time coming out into the open and seeing what these teams are going to be made of. And going up against Gen G, that's a tall order. That is a big drink to sort of scull. But I think they're up for the task. I think they've got some moves, they've got some plays. Headed up by Golden Glue, their coach, I think they've got a good game plan ahead. They've clearly, like you said, drafted around this mid, and already Duro looking to be very offensive on the level 2. But this is what you like to see, but the electrocute proc, a little bit rough, take it pretty low.
And we have seen the Camille picked into the Bard semi-regularly as something to say, look, Bard has been the support you can't give up. particularly say a player like Carrier, God forbid, or something like that, right? The playmaking, the roaming, the pick potential, the slipperiness of the champion of the Magical Journey can get very challenging to manage. Camille does that better than most, particularly once you get the level 6 topside. Some aggressive trading, but neither necessarily feeling it. What's the timing flash? Doesn't quite land.
Oh, but nothing too big of note, but I like the aggression coming out of Impact there. Clearly knowing that Shen level 3 is quite strong, the taunts are good. You can make some aggressive trades, and taking Kin out of the game just a little bit early, gaining some tempo, means once that level 6 comes online, maybe they can roam, but already Canyon spots it out and says, maybe we can go for something here. Impact has to be careful. Canyon's full HP, the ward hop, just to get behind and slow it down a little bit more. And I think this could just be first blood, as it is picked up by Canyon.
It is. Keen gets the assist as well, which is very nice. Canyon skips out on taking that blue buff to get on over and be on a slightly awkward timer. Catches Impact, undoes some of the shove, and again, that trading earlier, both top laners left low. Well, it's easy pickings releasing.
Not the end of the world still. Couple objectives still on the board coming up at 1.5 minutes. We got that drag, and so I guess we'll have to see where these teams are going to get priority, but let's look at this replay of just this nice little gank. It was nice to see Canyon getting that early rotation.
Yeah, really was. Gets the ward hop behind Impact and says, look, there's no way you're getting out here. Hits the Sonic Wave and says, at this point, I'm just going to auto you. Not going to press the Q2 and lives Impact with very limited options. Back to life, though. Duro has to flash away as Handback gets a drive into the wall.
Straight back in, but Canyon's very happy with this. Able to just ward hop out, get under the tower, is able to stay out of danger. But nice proactivity again. Sentinels being aggressive in the jungle. I like to see it.
And this is something we've seen a lot from LCP, from LCK, from LPL, a lot of our eastern regions in general. Junglers can choose to make early plays. They can choose to drop a camp or two and look to get some gold, but it often comes at cost in the mid game because you guarantee your opposite number will be taking more camps, and that gives you a level advantage, and it feels like that level advantage can often outweigh 1 kill, 2 kills. You really need to make sure that kill was worth it.
Yeah, 100%. We're already seeing just a 1k gold lead already at 4 minutes heading over for Gen G. Clearly a lot of that is on that first blood kill, but it's just a death by 1,000 cuts, it might even say, is just getting those little CS leads across the board too. You can see that early gank sort of put Canyon back just a little bit. It's only about a camp or two, but it's not the end of the world. It's a Lee Sin. They like the early ganks, and getting that first blood is going to help accelerate them even further.
What it does mean for Handback, though, is it means he is going to be a step closer to the level 6. And if you look at level 6, generally across the board here, I don't think you have to be particularly good at League of Legends or a big esports knower to notice there's some pretty scary ultimates on the board here.
Oh, yeah.
And Skarner in particular, that Impale, is right up there as one of the highest power budget ults in the game.
Oh, yeah. It is so huge, and again, it's one of these things that Gen G, they want to be grouped up in these strong team fights and get onto the back line. Putting a Chaos Storm over the top, I said it in draft, it's going to be getting so much maximum potential in damage, depending on how Darkwings is going to be able to hold on and maybe scale as well. You're up against Chovy of all players, a player that is known to be incredibly good at farming. You can see Magical Journey, who he looking to come down onto Ruler. Here's Humbuck as well, but sent back into level 5. Flashes traded, and it is Ruler able to get away.
Didn't need to burn that flash, though. He would have been in a lot of danger. Duro's now roamed down, but it's only level 3, really. Same as Huhi, as we noted. But that'll be Dragon spawning. Flash taken off. That Ziggs could be at risk a little later on. It's actually started with the Hex Tech actuator here as well, interestingly. It means probably not going towards the Luden straight up if memory serves. Dragon being contested. This would be the level 6 Scuttle Crab. Eyes on Handback and how aggressive he wants to shove this. Darkwings around as well. Huhi with a Magical Journey. Won't necessarily find what absolutely everything they're looking for is the heal comes on in, looking to slow down with the command distance. The stun is there.
There's the Impale. It's going straight on in. The slows are good. And a nice pickup by Darkwings. They played it so well. It was just a clear cut forward, caught him unawares, and a nice lockdown. Really well done by Sentinels.
Sometimes it feels good to set things up a little in advance. We say, yes, Lee Sin's gone for this topside play, but it's slowed down his ability to get to level 6. Handback is in the river first. Handback gets the level 6 Scuttle Crab. You got a Magical Journey and an easy Impale.
Yeah, and it was even Huhi landing the stun there too. Like, that was just absolutely magic, setting it up. Impale was perfectly landed, and once you're locked down, there's nowhere you can go. So really good proactive play and a battle of inches and miles, and Sentinels are keeping pace.
They are. It's still 1,000 gold lead to Gen G, and again, some of those CS numbers will be notable. Chovy is, well, Chovying up about that 10 CS. We know what this man is capable of and how dangerous he can be given a laning advantage. He's got the Dark Seal, and that Catalyst of Age is going to be going towards the rower build. And sometimes I'm a big fan of that if it's into a burst comp. Not so sure whether it's needed this game, but hey, that survivability is never anything to be sniffed at for a player like Chobi, who likes to stick around and fight best he can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at the other side too, you do have a Skarner. It's quite a bit of tank on the other side too. Shen as well. Like, these are members that are happy to stick around in these fights. You can't really blow them up too quickly. So I think going for this Roa is going to be the right call, where you can just keep the scaling going. You're going to move along with them, and you will be able to do a lot more damage as you start to build. A little bit of burn, maybe some burst.
Look, I can see the argument that you're drafted a burst comp, and your win condition is not killing the Skarner, it's getting to the backline and ensuring that Rahel and Darkwings never get to play the game. And with that in mind, I could see an argument to build for something like a Luden Shadowflame and just say, pop goes the Weasel.
Yep.
That's not the decision here. And to be fair, the extra HP will help. There's a little bit of an interrupt here towards Ruler again. Doesn't have that flash, gets eaten by the electrocute, and there's a Shen up.
Shen's coming in straight on down. Let's see if they can cause it out as Ruler has to use the satchels, dodges out, but still gets tied up.
Oh,
my
lovely.
God. Ace in the hole. A beautiful executed play. A couple ultimates spent, but gold in the pocket.
Good proactivity here from Sentinels. Again, they're coming in with no weight on their shoulders. They are here to prove exactly what they can do. They're going to get a dragon on top of that as well. And all the while, there is a topside play. Teleport's coming up. Keep an eye on that. Bard as well, who's on a reset, potentially looking to go topside. Won't happen. But now Gen G make their own TP moves.
This also means that Kim can play a little bit more aggressive, right? Like, the ultimate's down for Shen. You can't really do too much, so Impact's not going to be able to move around the map as fast. Void Grubs have now been picked up as well by Gen G, so they got those trades. But now, this is what I was talking about. Where do they go? But the public execution is good. It might be caught underneath as they say, you try and take out Ruler. We'll come for the middle. Kim is low. He has the flash. He has been taken out. Impact in a 1v4 secures 1-2.
He gets
dice as well. Oh, but it's an execute.
I thought he got the auto off there, didn't quite. Ruler will be able to get the first turret here off this as well with the grubs on top of it. Impact nearly got away with murder. Alas, he only got the one. 2 murders would have been too much, you know?
Oh, but what a great play from Impact. Still able to survive just that little bit longer. The slight overstep by Kin, but at the end of the day, they still secured it. First tower, it's these little wins that they're getting over it, and this is what Gen G does so well.
I mean, Spirit's Refuge proved to be so annoying there. Keen goes in, having landed the ult, and has half his damage immune by the fact that Shen pressed W. Like, it's so annoying. And as a result, the taunt, the fact that he didn't have that ability to flash because he'd already blown it, proved to be a step too far. Hey, it's still a 1-for-1. You still get the turret. You don't have the insult to injury with the kill also going on to Jiro, who does get away with the execute, thankfully.
Yeah, and it's good that we watched the replay here. Public execution was nice, but started tanking a little bit. Duro, you can see, got taken quite low, tanking up initially, but just took one too many, had to burn that flash, and now getting caught once more. Duro tanked it up before, so took about 4 tower shots in total. It's just so much, but still an execute, not the end of the world.
No, exactly. And you still got that turret. It still extends that gold lead somewhat. That's great news for Gen G, who I think, again, with the Lee Sin, with this Camille, are going to want to try and accelerate the game to some extent, right? We'll get another look at what happened while we were in a replay. As it looks like there was this bot side play onto Ruler that we saw earlier with the Shen ult. Just a really nice play, right?
Yeah.
Ruler doesn't have the flash. With the Shen here as well, Ruler's got very limited options to escape. Doesn't have that much damage yet, and we even get the cinematic death there. That is a great shot.
That was pretty good. I do like following an ace in the hole. It is pretty simple, but we're not playing golf here, unfortunately. It's League of Legends.
That's now, definitely under par.
Yeah, stop it. But now, game slowed down. We're only at 10 minutes. Dragon up in 2.5, but also Rift Herald in 4. You can see here, plates are looking really strong. Gen G have just been so aggressive on these towers, and you'd expect it when you do have a champion like Ziggs, and when you do see this Shen that has to rotate around, but we'll have to see where these two teams are going to scuff out next.
Yeah, and you look at a player like Rahel, right, who has been very much, actually you might have to hold on that, his impact's been left quite low here. Don't think they're going to full send. There is a ward over there and Hu He around, so that'll be the end of the play for now, I think. But what I was going to say is, like, look, Rahel's come over from SK Gaming over in EU. Was a good player on a team that was struggling. Has come over to Sentinels, has really been one of their star carries. If you've been looking for someone to carry games for Sentinels, often been Rahel.
Public execution, gets in trouble. One in, caught out by 3. This is just Gen G with Imagine the Dragon's Rage is good.
Nice.
And Duro picks it up, and a nice secure inside Sentinel's jungle.
Yep, that's very smoothly done. Evens up the kill score, and again, the gold continues to grow here for Gen G. We've seen good proactive moves from Sentinels, yes, but as ever against a lot of these LCK teams, it's the minutiae. It's just the amount of resources they're picking up on the map. You can see the gold leads in for Canyon. You can see the gold lead in for Ruler, who got those plates and that initial turret kill, and that's giving Gen G a scary platform, especially with what Sentinels need to do, which is stack those dragons. Minute till that next fight. Probably we're going to see those resets coming on through, and yeah, quoted out there by Mike Vococaster. Look at some of those items.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We've got 2 Eclipses already being picked up for side of JDG. Canyon and Kian very happy to have these. The trading's going to be really good, but the rower as well now completed, so the stacking is online for Chovy. We're going to start seeing them joining these fights a little bit more and maybe rotating down to this bot side just to get a little bit more farm. We'll have to see. His Dragon up in 50 seconds. Great proactivity from Sentinels to get that early vision.
Okay, so eyes on people at Rahel. Has not completed the cull, hasn't got the first item. We've got Ludens, we've got double Eclipses. Gen.G at a real point of power here. Handback does at least zone Duro away, and what Sentinels do have is good control of the river. They've got the Scuttle Shrine, they've got the wards in play. They're going to want to try and make sure they are forcing Gen.G to come into them, which is a harder task in general.
I'll have to see, though, because we do see Impact is going to have that ultimate up, so it's going to be available to join these fights. So you can sit in the side lane a little bit more, but TP is still available for Kian. So the side lanes are still going to be able to get to these fights, but Drag number 10 could be caught out as Chaos Storm is there. Shockwave as well used. Darkwing being sent back is a lot of damage from
Chovy's in trouble here.
Handback has to come down, looking for that slide, but is not going to be able to make their mark. Chovy taken so low, and we're already seeing Darkwings has to back off, so whether we see Gen.G pull the trigger on this Dragon is a different story.
Yeah, I wondered there with Handback having the flash and the initial Ixtal's impact to work with, whether he might full send. There's a bit of a play topside. Keen ends up putting down that Repudiate, gets the Eclipse Shield, but won't lead to too much. Again, this will likely be what Broken Blade lovingly dubbed the zombie build, where you go Titanic into Dusk and Dawn, and you get those double Titanic procs that get very obnoxious. Duro on a potential flank angle here. Maybe they look for Darkwings under this turret.
Yeah, it could be fun. They've got a good vision on it, so they know exactly where they are. We'll have to see as the rest of the side.
Nice.
Yeah, really far behind. The flank is impeccable. As they do start on the Dragon.
They don't know.
Looking to secure, but now Canyon, now looking for a little bit of that rotation, but the pink ward spots out just that slight bit of vision that Canyon's trying to put out. There is a TP now coming in. Looks like they're going to try and take the contest. Duro's right in the backside of it. Humbug might be caught unawares. There's 4 members, but Humbug has to flash away. But look at Ruler's getting caught out by 4. They traded 1, but no, it's too good. Rahel has picked up Ruler. The backside public.
Wow.
Ruler's just on the backside too, getting caught too. It's too much damage taken out. Let's see if they can continue this fight. Duro is going to go for a little bit more. Huhi getting caught, a lot of damage.
And all the while, Huhi just about surviving, and the play's going to kind of fiddle out a little bit here. Fizzles out, and again, you get the Dragon as Gen.G. You get a kill back, what looked like a solid pick onto Ruler, and you do get Duro as well, so to apologize on that one makes it a little more even.
And now that that fight's done, they can slow down, they can reset for a Rift Herald. That's where the next big fight's going to be.
And look, the thing is, for Gen.G, look, the Goldie's kind of been shrunk somewhat. That's unfortunate for them, but they stop the Dragon stacking. Rahel gets a second kill off. Look at this replay, because it ended up very split. Initially, I thought Duro's flank was going to be very, very dangerous, and somewhat it was. You see Handback gets that one, but the problem is, the moment Duro comes over the wall, you get this full send onto Rulu. Does a very good job of dodging quite a lot of skill shots there. The problem is, you can dodge all you want. Auto attacks are a little harder to manage. Keen, though, great public execution means that Rahel's got limited options, and that gives him the kill back.
I think the big thing there as well is as the fight continued here, and not a huge amount really came off it, a flash was burnt by Impact, a Tempered Fate as well was used, so it's a lot going on, and now the fight's kicking back out. Canyon's trying to land a Resonating Strike, seeing if they can get onto Humbug, but the tankiness is there, the Heartsteel's online, another tower secured.
And look, end of that fight, Duro went in, ended up getting blasted on the way. Darkwing's been left a little low, doesn't quite die yet, the Sonic Wave just wide, and Darkwing's holds his nerve.
That is honestly well played. A little bit of the side steps, and maybe Canyon was saying, oh, maybe we just don't want to go for it. Like, that's fine, let's not worry. But Rift Herald still on the cards. They see the play, they don't get the pick, but they still say, let's go to the Rift Herald. These objectives is what Gen.G does so well, is control, control, control.
Reminder, Sentinels banned out the Pike, they banned out the Nautilus. Duro gets the Camille, currently 1 and 3. Overplayed in that last fight. It's a really good flank, and then at the end, went over the wall and immediately got blasted. Like, literally got Death Raid, Siphoning Power, and died. And you have to wonder whether potentially it's a question about, hey, we're more afraid of that Pipe, more afraid of that Nautilus, and it's not a great space for the Camille right now. We've seen this happen before, where the Camille dies early, still managed to get involved later, but you really do want that snowball. You want the Bloodsong. You want the Sundered Sky as early as you can get to not die every time you make a play.
I think the big side of that as well is you got that Hextech ultimatum from the Camille. That is just the perfect target for a Tempered Fate. The second you go in, you've just got a target put on saying, if I stop them here, we can delay the fight a bit more. So it's one of these little macro counterplays you can do with a Bard when it is this Camille looking to be proactive in these fights. But now, sieging on mid. Let's see if Humbug wants to make a play as they are being taken out. There's the Shockwave too. Dragon's Rage is nice. Tempered Fate keeps them alive, but they're just a little bit too far forward. The damage is good, and Chovy picks up their first kill of the game.
Yeah, and sometimes the Tempered Fate's all well and good, but all it does is delay things. And the other side of that, as we kind of potentially think about it as well, is look, you've got a Shockwave. That's faster than Tempered Fate in 8 out of 10 times. If you're on it as Gen G, the safety just isn't going to arrive in time. The cavalry's on the horizon, but it ain't the dawn of the 5th day yet.
That's it. And I do also like something we haven't really noted. With Gen G picking up these Void Grubs, especially with the Ziggs, towers are just gone. It is so quickly destroyed. And that's why you can see it is 3 towers to none to the side of Gen G. They're moving Ziggs around the map. It is Ruler able to make these plays and get that extra goal lead. And it's why we're seeing 3.5 for Gen G.
Yeah, and part of it as well, right, is we're in a meta and a general state of League of Legends. We'll have to hold on this one for a second as Chovy, I think, is going to get jumped on with this Shenhold as well. Hello, Chovy gets stunned up.
It's too much. Just a great lockdown. And it is Darkwing picking up their second kill. They're going to be feeling really good moving into this mid-late game.
And it feels like the Bard has been the primary Shen carrier because he can turn up at really odd places. The magical journey allows you to pinpoint Shen into very easy shadow dashes. Chovy goes down. Yeah, he's got a rower. He's a bit tankier, but not tanky enough as yet. And again, still credit to Sentinels. They haven't been shy of making these proactive moves. They still need to pick up some structures. It's 3 to none right now, and that's where a lot of gold from Gen G is sitting.
I think let's take a quick second to look at some items as well that are on the board. We've got a couple of nice big ones, but Dragon coming up, we need to take that skill check.
Exactly, and the thing is, with those items coming, Sentinel's going to say, we're going to go and get this turret, look for a reset, and you're right, those items are pretty significant with Keen getting a Black Cleaver, with the fact that Ruler's got his 2 items as well. We'll get this replay onto Hambak, who got kicked out from under his own damn turret. That's very rude.
Yeah, just the safety as well. Like you said, sometimes when you get that Tempered Fate, if you're a little bit too far forward, they're happy to sit on top of you. It's a bit of a rough one, but end of the day, got to make those plays and hope for the best.
Yeah, and again, with that play topside for that turret afterwards, means the Sentinels aren't realistically in position to contest for this Dragon. It would only be second anyway for Gen G. So I think with some of these item spikes being what they are, there's Chovy with the Chovy belt. We've seen the Black Cleaver in for the side of Keen on this Ambessa. It might be wise to say, look, I would rather play for another item on this Caitlyn, for another item on this Shen, and just give it a Drake.
I have to see is they're, again, trying to get a little bit more vision control here for Gen G as they do go start up the Dragon. Maybe this is one of those signs that Sentinel says, let's just give it. They're already here. It's a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to wait for a couple more items to come on in. So I love this proactive play. Gen G, second Dragon.
And look, literally as we speak about it, Raha gets the Infinity Edge. If you have that 30 seconds before, we might be having a different conversation. But you don't have it at the time, and you would have been into Luden's Rocket Belt to mostly stacked Rower and the Rocket Belt. You know, you've just seen that Sundered Sky get completed from Canyon as well. It's just a rough point in time to be fighting, and one of those things that I think a lot of teams who are still struggling a little bit fall prey to is, I think we need to fight for this Dragon and just go, well, there's item completion to no item completion. Yeah. And there is very rarely a bigger discrepancy in League of Legends, even if the gold is close.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, 2 items apiece. Starters come online. Ludens and a Proto Belt being picked up by Ruler 2. So a little bit more mobility in the burst is going to be really nice to see. I think that's also why we saw Chovy going a little bit of that Rod of Ages sort of build. It's getting that mobility, but scaling as well.
Completely out of game here, but I'm smiling into the distance as there's Gen G mascots wandering around the arena, smiling and waving at the game. Maybe we'll look at the game. Oh my god.
Canyon able just to ward hop very cleanly as the Rift Herald has been charged for, but no tower secured.
That'll be what they were cheering for then. Yeah. Just about getting away with it on there, as they will now escape back with that magical journey. Get the chunk into mid lane. The Tempered Fate use an attempted pick off there, but Gen G survived the little attempt from Sentinels onto the mid lane tier 1. Chovy and of course Canyon topside. Keen also shoving against Impact.
Yeah, it's not too bad. A couple crystalline growths to pick up, but getting taunted out, so I have to be pretty careful as you are now tanking up a tower, but that damage is really starting to come online. You said the Black Cleaver is going to start getting through these shields quite well. I have to see as they go straight onto Humbug. Caught out, Duros here, Impale is good, but just sent flying too. I think this one was kicked over the wall. It's going to be enough, and Canyon picks up the kill.
Look, they try to come in with the Steadfast, the Stand United, that's the one, not the Poppy W. I sometimes conflate those two abilities, but it wasn't enough. Darkwing's now teleported in to try and make a counter play.
And as the Chaos Storm does go forward, the flash is good. The safety of the tower is going to be nice, but who he is here doesn't land the stun.
I think he's in
Let's see if
trouble.
they can go for a little bit more. Public execution doesn't land, and a shutdown for Darkwings. They're looking fantastic. 3-0-2.
Hang on.
Baron's been started.
That it is, and again, Handback was the one that was picked up. This won't be a fast Baron, but it will be healthy enough. Canyon's got a fair amount of sustain. Ruler and Duro now here as well. I'm not sure Sentinels know about this.
They're just doing it blind. Like, there's zero vision on the top side for the side of Sentinels. Let's look at the replay. I think the Baron might just be gone.
Look, Handback's about to get picked off here. He's very alone, and Canyon and Duro pair up with Chovy and get the pick on the jungler. And this is what gives Gen.G license to start the Baron, especially because Sentinels choose to try and make the map, or cross-map play, all the way on the bottom lane, miles away from Baron. And when we come back to live, you will see that Baron power play is active. Gen.G secure it.
Look, picking up a Baron at this point in the game, still only a 3k gold lead for Gen.G, but they're securing towers on the other side. Darkwing picking up that tier 1 in the bot, but this Baron's going to be so powerful. The second you start trying to push, there's going to be Void Mites everywhere.
Yeah, and again, we had this conversation, well, we started to, and then Chovy got picked on that side. We ruined the whole point. Thanks for that, Chovy. Unnecessary flame. There we go. But the point is, we are in a meta of League of Legends where AD carries aren't that necessary in the way they were years ago to take turrets. Ziggs is so good at turret destruction, especially with the grubs, that you can just play for Siege using an APC here.
Chovy has to be careful here. Humbug was coming through, but spotted out on vision, so good work on Gen.G, just covering their bases as well. Duro taken to about half health. It is still a lot. Ace in the hole now, too. Does get a chunk. 1/4 health now for Duro. They might have to look for a reset as they are starting to siege down on this bot side. Should be fairly easy with a satchel to lock it down. So just another tower taken up. 4 towers to 2. The side of Gen.G, the lead is starting to creep up again.
That it is. So, gold lead, 3,500. You've got that second dragon. Gen.G at a good platform here in general. Minute on that dragon will be soul point potentially for Gen.G. Of course, the resets coming on through with those Baron empowered recalls should be relatively easy to get back up on the map. Sentinels, though, taking the opportunity to try and get that mid-tier 1. Still only got the 2 turrets and have been trying desperately to get rid of that, but you're into a Ziggs. It's always a nightmare to get through the wave clear.
Yeah, it was funny. He just took that 1 tower shot like, yeah, I got it, guys. I got it. Don't worry.
You take what you can get.
But okay, Canyon looking at impact on the top side, level 14 to level 16. It's a pretty big Shen at this point. You've got to be a little bit careful, but Canyon is so far ahead. 2.2k gold lead. It's pretty big.
And they might just say, look, we don't care about this dragon right now. We'd rather get the pressure on the rest of the map, pick up some more gold. And Canyon, a player who was first picking these Lee Sin, who has been criticized recently for his level of form being nowhere near his personal extreme highs of best in the world. So far, so good. 303, 100% kill participation, up 2,500 gold. It's vintage Canyon as far as I'm concerned.
It feels like Canyon's really back. Like, I don't think he really left, in my opinion, but I honestly think he's looking on form in today's game, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to do as the dragon does get started up.
That it does. Teleports come flying. The Caitlyn traps are there. Chovy does step on one, but there's no punish. Look at Duro on that flank as well. Canyon looking to split up a little bit, but impact here. The danger's good.
It's going to be too much for Canyon. Has to get chunked out a bit too much, but Dragon is still low. But look at Humbug. They've left the Dragon. This is not ideal. Tempered Fate does keep the Dragon in play a little bit longer. Humbug has the tank. He's starting to move forward. It's going to be a smite off. It could be a little bit. The shockwave does come through. Look at the backside as well. Duro has to leave, but Ruler taking some shots. Ace in the hole is going to get stopped by Canyon. What is going on?
Impact managed to zone off 2 people by himself. This will be the Smite fight.
But now they're going for a Mega Inferno Bomb. Is there? Smite one is good. It's Canyon locking it out. Now they just need to survive the fight as it is still 5v5. They need to be careful.
That was a very tense moment there for Gen.G. I got a little nervous with Duro and Keen being zoned off. They might still be in danger as Chovy has to flash.
Good flash out is going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but that's Darkwings with the Proto Belt forward. They need to be playing it safe. Rule is their final bomber. Canyon, where are you going there, my guy? It is not the place to be. Trying to hold on. Does get the hop over. But now Tin is in the wrong spot too. Maybe they're looking to go for this tower too. They take the Dragon. Maybe they can push the play. The TPs are good. They get those big shields. Let's see what they can do.
Sentinels got nothing there. They got very close to getting a few things. Dragon kills. They get nothing, and Gen.G get another turret, get soul point, and are beginning to just run away with the game. That gold lead, step by step, inch by inch, grows larger and larger and larger.
And we can talk about soul point all day till the cows come home. 4 minutes on the timer, but there's a Baron in 2. We're seeing every 2 minutes there's going to be something big coming onto a screen here, and it is EWC pulling out the goods as Gen.G are just taking it to Sentinels.
And look, Darkwings, you've got yourself a solid gold lead. You've got 3 items. You're nearly at 3 for this Caitlyn. In some ways, wait, that's a decent flash away.
Hectic ultimatum is good. Ruler picks it up. First kill of the game with a Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh, that was the combo we were afraid about. It was supposed to happen at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They make it happen here. Rahel tries to back away with the 90 caliber net. Juro says no. Flash, ult to follow, and that's a dead Caitlyn.
Oh, it's opening up this base now too is so big. It's all a bit of that defensive play. They need to get the smart wards out and just keep this line of vision available. Because as it is, Impact is quite overstepping. Doesn't have ultimate available to get out. Might have a TP, but Canyon's already there looking for a scrap. Trying to take it on. Level 17 to level 15, but here comes Juro looking for a little bit more.
Fair.
Gets the taunt straight on in 2v1. Ah, Keen's not even joining this fight. I think Impact is just no longer for this map.
He's trying to get a hold of the wave. He gets most of it, but not enough. And actually, as I said, that it was only the single auto he managed to get down. It will finally give Sentinels that mid lane tier 1, so at least they trade their top laner for something there. But still, nice play from Canyon, who basically said, look, I've got teammates coming, and gets to pick that up with a little assistance.
I'm liking this little bit of the vision control that we're seeing out of Sentinels now around the Baron. 20 seconds on it spawning, so looking towards this top side, they open up the mid tier 1. So it's nice to see they're still trying to make these little moves, even with Impact being targeted.
Look, it's not really been about Chovy this game, but it's worth noting he's now picked up a death cap. That damage is going to get very high, and Rahel could see very little indeed there.
Oh, yeah, we can see that's just rough. The bomb lands perfectly. It's a target if ever I've seen one.
Look, I think realistically, Rahel has to go for the flash 90 cal net just to be a little bit quicker, but Juro just isn't given the option. And once you're in the cage, there is nothing you can do. That was a Ziggs with 3 items. You'd already lost a bit of HP to the Camille, who's got a Sundered Sky. You only need that to be genuinely chunking people, and the Caitlyn suffers as a result. Baron is up. Genji undoing all the vision control that Sentinels did a little earlier on. They got that one ward just into Genji jungle, so potentially a teleport angle for the likes of an Impact if they want to make it happen. Looks for that Shadow Dash, can't quite find it, and Canyon happy enough. Rahel gets chunked by that bomb.
Yeah, you can see as well, Shockwave onto Humbuck down here. Public Execution does get sidestepped. Keen unable to lock it down. Have to see is it Canyon.
Does get some damage, gets to back away, but that's not bad from Sentinels to hold the line there. Canyon goes back in, he's quite low here.
Oh, gotta be careful. There's the GA pump. They're caught out. The rest of the team's gonna go around, but has to flash over. Dragon's Rage, ward up into the Baron Pit. Canyon survives what looked like a secured kill.
There was no Caitlyn nearby to get the trap underneath. Normally GAs are baked into Caitlyn because you die, she sticks a trap under you, and the moment you resurrect, you ain't Lazarus, you're just dead again. This time, though, Canyon's able to escape. He oversteps, but manages to finagle his way out, leasing things, I guess.
And I guess both sides aren't really thinking about the Baron right now. It is this big play on the Dragon. 45 seconds. We're seeing Canyon saying, all right, you got my GA. That's fine. I'm going to get all the vision control I need.
And crazily enough, Darkwings is very happily leading the way in damage, and he's having a good game here. 3-0-2 needs to deliver in this soul fight.
Victor, not often known as one of those big carries, but Humbuck here, TP is going to be used. It is Impact joining the fight.
Hang on, Hui.
Juro's on the other side, getting caught out. Hui wants a little bit more, but there it is. They're trying to take out Canyon. Shockwave is good. Could be caught. No GA to keep you alive in this one, but they do get the Dragon's Rage. It pulls them back.
All the while, Sentinels now in the river. They've got the jungler chunk, but so is Handback. I think both teams are still ready and willing to fight. Do we get to set up some of the zone control?
I have to see. We didn't see the Impale being used, and Juro now getting jumped on. Magical Journey is good. Flash goes forward. Hui trying to keep them in this fight.
No!
The Hextech ultimatum. Mega Inferno bomb hit, but it's Canyon picking him up. It's all too much Rahel taken off the board. Now they're looking for a little bit more as Keen has that Black Cleaver. Double kill for Canyon on the bot side. Humbuck just gets destroyed. Keen is looking so strong. The Satchel pushing back Darkwings. Could be their first death of the game.
All the while, Ruler and Chovy get to go in. Impact flashes, and the zombie build comes to life. Chovy in danger, needs to run. Darkwings goes golden.
Going golden is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but Chovy still has to damage Canyon. It's too much. Look at Keen. They've teamed into the base. They're looking to end this game. They've taken out all of Sentinels, and Gen G get the ace, and they're looking at the Nexus.
They just had an eye elsewhere. Keep him busy, keep him involved. Keen TP's in, and the Ambessa breaks the base.
Gen G taking it all the way in this best of one and able to lock this game down. Sentinels, they were holding on, but you can't hold on for much longer against Gen G.
That last fight, there were some moments there where I wondered who he flashed in to block the hookshot escape. And then the Mega Inferno bomb comes in, and then you lose the Smite fight, and Chovy and Ruler just proved inevitable. They didn't even need Keen. They sent him to end the game.
And it was just so good, and it just goes to show they're thinking layers upon layers on how to win these games. They don't need to fight. They can send one to look at these inhibs, and it's exactly what they did. They closed it out cleanly and got the game under the belt.
I think that's a fair way of putting it. And again, we expected Gen G to come in as favorites. There were good moves from Sentinels. We saw some good proactive moments, but the gold lead kept ballooning. And those team fights, Sentinels just struggled to get what they came for. They didn't get the kill. They didn't get the dragon. And as a result, as the game went on, it just felt more and more with chips away from the foundation of Sentinels. But from myself and Pipe, we get to take a breather. Analysts, you can take it away from here.
Thank you very much, guys, as it was a slow and steady performance here from Gen G, but it was the victory going their way at the end of the day. Nicely done from them, as gotta hand it to Sentinels. You know, they made it pretty interesting, at least a couple back and forth moments, even from behind, but, you know, Yamato, it's Gen G up against Sentinels. Gen G, the title defenders here at EWC 2026, and I think in this best of one, Sentinels really weren't able to capitalize on enough mistakes, and Gen G solid as ever.
Yeah, I think, honestly, both teams played to expectations. That, like, there was some punishes from Sentinels. I think the top dive wasn't the cleanest from Gen G. I think that was like 8 or 9 minutes into the game. They traded a couple of kills back in, but overall, the team fights, the mechanics, everything just lent towards Gen G. And yeah, we said, will they be angry coming into today about obviously not qualifying to MSI? And I think the answer is a pretty resounding yes, if the course of this game is anything to go by.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do still feel like Gen G, even though they're winning these games, it's not like blowout performances like we saw HLE do to MLBR, you know? As you were saying, this is the dive, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, you got the kill, and kind of makes sense. The idea makes sense, but also the execution was kind of like, you guys were not checking all the boxes there.
Yeah, but like still, it's the classic Gen G game where they're down a couple of kills early, but then like you look at the gold lead, it's like, oh, they're up 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't matter in the end actually, and that just comes down to a lot of, you know, strong rotations early on, right? They took that whole top tower off the back of that dive. Ruler ended up being so strong. And very much useful with the rest of the dive composition, just chucking the almost, maybe not so useful in that clip, sending them able to get on top of him there. But it made them into this side of the map.
Yeah, and he dodged the taunt, so he lived for a little bit extra, and that gave some time for the rest of the team to come on over and kind of keep Sentinels around. It still ended up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Sentinels, but again, as you're highlighting, you know, Gen G, they get behind on kills, it just doesn't really matter. You know, Hambach gets stuck here in like a million different bits of CC, and he goes down. It's a free pick for them.
That def, I think, was actually on a really important timer too. I think it was right before Dragon.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of death that really just ends up setting you up for failure, unfortunately. So, yeah, hopefully, you know, for Sentinels, they're going to end up playing an almost equally difficult opponent.
Yeah.
Depending on how you view things here. So,
this is just unfair. Like, this is 80 carry in 2026 feels like 80 carry is very strong, but in terms of the meme, like, it's just like, oh yeah, I was just trying to farm, and I guess I'm just dead to
maybe
Camille
this mid wave
Oriana.
wasn't mine.
Yeah. So, you guys may be wondering where Huni went. He is on the stage because, actually, the match of T1 versus BLG is also going on the main stage, and we just finished our one here. Huni is stepping up to the plate, and he's going to be translating for the interview with Ruler, which it's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's handy speaking multiple languages, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he will be our translator. And yeah, like Valdes said, we'll be talking to Ruler, who had a pretty decent game for himself. Gen G set him up to do well, and yeah, he did the Ziggs thing. He existed.
Yeah.
He pressed his R key. Carries lost half their HP at like every fight.
He died a bunch in random places. Wasn't the Ruler spot or anything, but he did kind of just
as long as there's no Ruler spot in a game, I feel like it's probably a good Ruler game.
Yeah, he was fine. He did all right. He did some damage. If I had to pick like an MVP of this game, maybe Canyon.
It's probably Canyon.
Yeah.
I'd go Canyon. Argument for Keen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with it. So yeah, we're just waiting for the interview to start. Actually, the group of fans we have behind us were going insane when Ruler took the stage.
They were very happy.
This is before the interview even begins, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Ruler!" And we have a surprise guest as well. It's not Huni. Up there on the stage. We actually saw all these Genrongis as we were walking over. There's like 6 of them.
There's
I don't
so
know.
many.
Like, there's...
And they're so adorable as well.
Yeah. And there's going to be one on stage. So that is the spoiler. So guys, we do have Kitty on the stage with the Ruler and Huni for the translation alongside of Genrongi. So take it away, Kitty.
Congratulations to Gen G for winning against Sentinels. By my side, we have Ruler and Geran, and of course, we have Huni for translation. So welcome back to EWC, Ruler. This is going to be your title defending run since EWC 2025. So how does it feel to be back for the tournament and of course being held in Paris?
일단 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 그리고 이제 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 2025년도에 그 우승을 하고 나서 이제 다시 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 자리를 지켜야 되는데, 그리고 또 여기 파리에 오신 게 어떤 지금 기분과 감정이 있으신지 알고 싶습니다.
일단 되게 이런 분위기 자체를 너무 좋아해서 이렇게 파리에 왔는데 이런 분위기가 너무 재밌어서 너무 기분이 좋고 뭔가 느낌이 좀 좋습니다.
I really like Please, like the fans are really crowded and they're really passionate. Like I really love this atmosphere and really feel good to be back at the EWC, and I love Paris.
We have a lot of passionate fans in the crowd as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. And of course, it's been a while since we've seen Gen G on the international stages. So I want to ask, as a personal growth aspect, what changes have you made since first stand?
저희 국제 무대에서 지금 왠지 이게 마지막에 이제 퍼스트 스탠드 그때 한번 하고 오랜만에 뵙는 건데, 그때랑 지금 어떤 마음가짐이 좀 달라졌는지 그 부분을 좀 알고 싶습니다.
사실 마음가짐 자체는 좀 비슷한 것 같아요. 그냥 더 잘하고 싶다? 그냥 더 이거보다 계속 잘하고 싶다라는 생각이 좀 많이 있습니다.
Mindset, nothing really specially changed. Like I think it's just like it's our job to be like just trying the best. Like at the moment, I say every single time when we can. So that's our motto.
Amazing to hear as well. Since we're joined in by Geran and Ruler, can we please do a little cute interaction for the fans as well? Because Ruler is AD carry. Can we do bang bang to the cameras as we exit the interview?
저희 그리고 진랭이와 같이 함께 나와 있는데, 나온 김에 같이 이제 원딜이니까 뭐 재밌는 뭐 포즈라든지 그렇게 빵빵 이렇게 해주실 수 있는지 카메라에다가.
Bang bang! 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Ruler and Genrongi and Huni, who absolutely killed it, as we knew he would. And we got a nice little cute performance there at the end. Always nice to see the fans still loving Ruler as they cheer his name as he's walking off the stage. We have so many Genrongis, by the way. There's like, I said 6. I think there's actually like 15.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There's so many of them.
9 walking off the stage. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot more than we thought.
Yeah. You know, I thought there was just one whose name was Genrongi, and I was like, okay.
No, it's a family.
That's the guy. No, it's,
And
they have multiplied.
And that's the grandpa, and that's the uncle.
That's like the second cousin once removed.
Yeah.
Who's, you don't see him very often, but they met up here in Paris. So Gen G, 1-0 over Sentinels.
Yep.
It is a best of 1. Sentinels now have to fight in the best of 3 in the decider match. And it's kind of what we expected, right? Again, we're not beating around the bush here. Gen G are a very strong team, and Sentinels, you know, they got in, but have to go up against one of the best. And you can see that here, the goal difference over time was slow and steady, won the race.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at Darkwing's damage bar. It's one of those games, isn't it?
I mean, there were a lot of team fights, and he's playing Victor, so
yeah,
I get it. But also, what about the rest of his team?
Yeah, he just did a little bit of quick math.
Where were they doing the damage in the team? When did that happen? Where was the team fight damage for them?
He almost cleared his entire team.
Yeah.
He's like 3,000 short of clearing everyone on Sentinels. That's a feels bad-ish moment.
If you remove the support, he did more than the rest.
Yeah.
Whereas on the side of Gen G, it was very much, you know, pretty much across the board. Everybody did, you know, their job. So, yeah, I mean, what can you say? It is Gen G. Oh, welcome back, Huni.
What's that, dude?
That was a great translation.
Thank you.
You were
Yeah.
worried. Why?
You were killing it.
No, I was not worried. I was like, I've done it before, you know?
Have you?
Yeah, I've done it.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be that professional, but I can try my best.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a really good experience. Thanks for giving me this type of the opportunity. And what are you guys talking about?
Oh, we're just talking about all the Genrongis, you know, the family
There's
of
a whole
like
bunch.
17 over there.
There's a
I
lot.
want to take a picture with all of them.
I want
actually.
to
Yes,
too.
we should do
I
it
will do it. I will
afterwards,
do it
yeah.
afterwards.
So, yeah. I'm not sure if we have like a bracket we could take a look at because, you know, Gen G did take the win. And one thing very important to mention is that Gen G make it to playoffs, which
Yes.
as we kind of expected this, but we weren't sure about their form. But yeah, they make it through. 2 best of 1s. They go on to the round of 8.
And also, I know the KC fan were really cheering
Oh,
for
yes.
Sen.
Yes, they were. I mean,
They were like, please.
I don't think it's going to be an easy game for KC, dare I say.
Not at all.
I actually think Sentinels will, like, they'll stonewall them a little bit.
Yeah.
Do I think KC will win? Yes.
But like, I think they
yeah.
play pretty decently well, especially they're considering playing against the Gen G and performing this much of the level of the League of Legends. Like we were just talking about like their the 5th on the LCS.
Yep.
Like this is not like I think the putting effort like this much and then showing off like the international stage, it was awesome.
Yeah, they're a big step up to the plate team for sure. Even if they don't necessarily cross the line, they will never make it easy for the opponent, regardless. And I think we kind of got to see that a little bit here against Gen G for like 15 minutes, maybe 20. But hey, you know, some teams can't even last 8 against Gen G.
100%.
So, you know, I'd still call that an achievement. And yeah, I think KC are going to have to be on their best behavior as far as, you know, the discipline is concerned. Otherwise, Sentinels can definitely sneak a game, if not the whole series.
Yeah, it's a best of 3. It's fearless, so you have a little bit more time to get it done. And I think KC are probably still the favorites. They also have the backing of the entire city behind them. So I think that's certainly going to help, but we'll have to wait and see how that does go in the future. We are going to take a break and come back for JDG up against Hama Life Esports. Don't go anywhere.
How did PLG 1 ended?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Oh no, I'll do that.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Right.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. ドキドキしようよ準備開拓早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff, blow the house down.
Hello and welcome back to the EWC 2026. We are getting ready for our second match of the day here at the Kadia City Battleground. It is, of course, JD Gaming up against Homolife Esports, and this one is a big one, guys. It is a best of one between two gigantic teams here in the scene.
Let's go, man. This is the team we waited for. We did call it from the pre-show. It's going to be really rough to actually predict. But surely a favor for HLE because, like, you know, it's easy to say. It's like anyone will able to say, oh, they just won the tournament right before it's actually happening. But we've seen so many teams, not so many teams, especially Lion, I'll say.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lion. Even though they got third place, they're knocked out already, having all three performances. And the key got crushed in. And time to figure out.
You guys are LCK guys.
Really?
Am I?
Yeah. What? I'm XLPL.
Am I?
I'm pooping my pants. I'm scared.
Oh.
I'm scared.
Wow,
I love
okay.
this JDG lineup.
I guess that's why I'm on high.
Yeah, you guys are excited. I'm kind of worried. I think that whilst typically JDG are a very, very aggressive team, and that is typically driven through the first two people in these hero shots here, in Junjia and Honkyu, I think that can very easily be shot down by the absolute psychopath on the other end, who was kind of forged in the LPL in terms of his aggressiveness that he's brought back to the LCK in Kanavi, and that's where most of my worries come from, especially because JDG, what they showed us in terms of the meta read, looked a little outdated, shall we say. I want to see something a little bit more up-to-date today in terms of prep, which, again, when it's a Tabe-led project, you always typically tend to expect.
Yeah, I mean, if... Tabe definitely knows his stuff, and I think that he's going to have something specific prepared for this best of one because, again, it's a big difference in this format from just winning one best of one and going straight to playoffs versus you've got to play in a best of three, and you might not have a great performance there. If that happens, it can get dangerous. Maybe you get knocked out very early on. You don't even make it into playoffs. Like, in my mind, JDG should be a team that joins us in playoffs, as is HLE, obviously.
Yep.
So... maybe you sneak a win here in a best of one. If you've got something prepared, maybe they cheese something out. Maybe we get some interesting jungle pathing from Junjia. I think there are ways to take advantage of HLE, to be honest. I don't think that they are immortal, right?
Yeah. I mean, 100%. And also, I would like to say the thing is, like, if they show same performances as what they shown against, like, the Lion game, like, especially the JDG against Lion game, like, if you see that, they were really, really, really not clean early game. Like, against that HLE, if they shown, like, same performances in the special early game, they're gonna get crashed. So, like, for sure, they have to take away those kind of game as a good, really good example. We can't do this against HLE.
They definitely can't do that at all, as we are ready, guys, to throw it over to the casters. Take it away, initialize, and Logan.
with pleasure. Thank you very much, Analyst Desk, as ever, for setting the stage here for a heavyweight bout. Make no mistake about it. JDG may have gone to first, and the problem is on the other side, HLE may have won a recent international competition called MSI. You know, small thing.
Just a small one.
Yeah, not important. You know how it is. May also have put down a 19-minute victory yesterday, which, with the way League of Legends works right now, it's next to impossible. They are on rare form, and that means that JDG, as Huni was talking about, are going to need to make sure they cut down on some of those early game guns, because if HLE come out of the gate swinging, things get tricky.
Yeah, no, you are so right. The energy here in France is electric. The crowds are gathered.
We're actually out of space. Yeah, we are out of space.
They need to make more, because it is JDG of the LPL versus HLE of the LCK, the reigning MSI 2026 champions with household names, right? You say Gumayushi, you say Zeus, everybody knows that name, but equally from the LPL, you've got Gala, you've got Vampire, Xiaoshu, and the LCP's previous members, Hongkyu and Junja.
Look, I'm supposed to be here, and I'm supposed to believe my LPL boys have been casting them for so long, and I have to say I'm nervous. Look, Junja and Hongkyu had pretty good form over spring. I think Junja in particular stepped up, where early on in the season was really struggling to be consistent. We had a bit of a joke about Junja Dice Gaming and how sometimes the game went as he went. He would go in and snowball, or it would go very, very wrong. At the minute, he's looking a lot more consistent. It was Gala who was struggling more in spring. It was Xiaoshu with a champion pool that needed a little bit more broadening. He's going up against Zeus here, and for all Xiaoshu, chatting with some of the Chinese casters, like shout out to Mac and Christina, who I was nattering with in the green room. It's been great fun. We're still saying, look, Xiaoshu's right up there as one of the very best top laners the LPL has to offer. He's still quite young, though, and has yet to show up truly on an international stage.
There's a level of maturity, there's a level of experience that Zeus just has over a lot of other top laners, as good as they are. He knows how to play these matchups. A couple of more nuances. Xiaoshu is good, but he is up against a great. So this is his opportunity to shine.
And he's going to need to do that here, because you've got the Jarvan in for Kanavi. If you look up Kanavi's win rate on Jarvan, it's eye-watering. There was a conversation earlier in this split about the fact that he had to teach HLE to say, yeah, I don't go backwards on Jarvan. If you're going backwards on Jarvan, you're doing it wrong. He only goes one direction, and I'm not talking about the British boy band. Add in the Gnar, add in the Akali, we see what the game plan is here. Junja's got a hold of the Neferi, which isn't a bad matchup, into that, I was going to say the Gnar, but into the J4 can do well there. You've also picked up that Syndra. The level 6 kill combo is very strong there for JDG.
Very, very threatening. We see those bans, though, that Orianna, that Jace, that Lee Sin Gorn, that sort of really strong meta mid laner, that top laner that can be very flexible, as well as that hyper-aggressive jungler over on the side of HLE. They've taken away that Vi, that Vayne, that Poppy. They've seen the damage these champs have done at MSI, here at EWC 2026 at the Kadir City Battleground, and they are prepared. They've been doing their research, they've been taking their notes, and these drafts are showing us exactly what they're made of.
Battleground is right. I think this looks like a bloodbath to me. The moment the level 6s come on through, there is once again a lot of very committal engaged. We are not... you know, going half measures here.
They're one-way trips.
Yeah, you are going in on Neferi, you're going in on Ambessa. The same is true of all the champions there for HLE as well. The most non-committal here is a Syndra stun, which you know how that is, and you step up in range to do that puts you at risk of things like the Akali and the Jarvan looking for your head. And hell, Zeka's Akali is legendary, Zeus on the Gnar is legendary. There's a lot of champions here that people are very, very comfortable on, and Gala's Kai'Sa gets taken off.
Also, the Bard has been taken away. That support, which has been nothing but trouble for anyone who's been able to get it through. I feel like Carrier might have been the big name that started that Bard ball rolling, but everyone who is good on Bard can have that same sort of impact, that same sort of shutdown and playmaking as well.
I mean, for the longest time, Bard was first pickable. Camille kind of changed that.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, you just couldn't allow that one to be an option. It has been support focus from JDG here, more towards Gala's champion pool as it stands from HLE.
One thing that I do love that you said about Camille, not banned yet as well.
No.
That hyper-aggressive, who I am referring to as the Lee Sin of supports, is still up and available.
I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? They get aggressive level 1, they take Ignite, they want to get your lane ahead early, and they ban Oh, okay. They've banned the Annie away from the mid lane.
Implies to me they think Gala will be happy to play the Syndra bot, which has obviously been a very viable flex. And Syndra, as with most mages, one of the reasons they feel really good is mages might not bring sustain, they do bring wave clear. Underline it a few times. The Mels, the Syndras, the Ziggs, all has a lot of wave clear, and that allows these roaming supports, your Camille's, your Pikes, in this case potentially a Shen as well, to get out and active early on.
One of the ultimate roaming supports, if you will, with that global at level 6.
You cheat, don't you? Get
Shen's
That's
just
not
like,
fair.
I'm here! Much like a knockdown with that paranoia.
Yeah, I need one of those, like, you know, surprise party fiddlesticks? I need the same with Shen. Just turn up with like a yay!
Flowers and balloons. But they have locked in that Shen, but they still haven't revealed the AD or AP, because as we were talking about, that Syndra could definitely flex to that mid or bot side. Whereas HLE, Ziggs, we've seen Gumayusi on Ziggs. He is good on Ziggs. That is a scare. And there is Camille. We talked about it. It hadn't been banned.
No, it had not. And we just saw Genji run that Camille Ziggs combo pretty lethally there against the likes of Sentinels. So looks like HLE are going to continue in a similar vein. And of course, Gumayusi's Ziggs, once upon a time, was a bit of a meme. When he first picked up, he just wasn't comfortable. He has put the reps in though now, and he is now so much more dangerous on this champion. Twisted Fate gets locked in. I'm imagining that's for Hongq, because actually what we did see in general, that the Twisted Fate for Hongq, at least in the LPL, has been something that he was struggling with earlier on in the games. Weirdly, he became a team fight Twisted Fate. It was later on when he was porting into fights and repositioning that he found the most danger. And now with the Neferi, that ability to take the jungle mid lane and go towards an Ambessa or go towards a Syndra feels pretty good with the Shen following you up.
Some of the best Twisted Fate ults we've seen here at EWC are literally the short range ones. It's just you TP from in front of your team to behind their team and you create that pincer maneuver. You gold card that back line and it makes them vulnerable, and the rest of the team is able to collapse. You don't need to do that long range 1v1. You play for the team and get that backline access, because you may not think of TF as a traditional dive champion, but why not? He has the best dive tools. He just appears in your backline out of nowhere.
The thing is, on the other side then for HLE, you've got Jarvan and Camille and Ziggs and Akali. You get locked in that cauldron and you will have a very bad time. It's also, as we've noted, the player names that are associated with this. The moment you put those player names back on, you go, oh yeah, that's Kanavi on Jarvan. Oh yeah, that's Zeus on Nar, who has been basically asking that question, much like a player like Bin. It's like, okay, I'm going to pick this. Can you deal with it? Have you got anything in the champion pool to deal with this? Zeka's Akali was something he won a world championship on. He was famous, made famous by those melee mid laners, your Silas's, your Akalis. It's a meta where they are back and viable. Zek is not unpleased.
You could say Zeka's good at the champion, maybe even great. And
Possibly.
We are looking forward to seeing the hands that both of these teams have at the Qiddiya City Battleground, because as a reminder, this is HLE, the winners of MSI 2026, mere days ago. But we are on Summoner's Rift for the best of one here between HLE and JDG. It's the LCK versus the LPL, and the crowds here in France are loving it.
It is raucous. We are out of space. I cannot begin to tell you how many people I can see from eye to eye here. It is a pretty electric atmosphere. That is nothing to be sniffed at as we're going to look in at some of these rooms. It will be the spellbook for that Twisted Fate. Already Light has found a level 1 hookshot onto Xiaoshu, who's needed to Drake Hound step out there. Loses a third of their HP bar, which is not what you were wanting to see, to say the least.
That will definitely slow down your sort of topside game. You need to play a little bit safer, as we see Zeus getting aggressive early as well, really wanting to punish Xiaoshu there on that minimap. Has that ward forward just to get that vision. Gold card going down onto Zeka just to get some early trading. But we take a look at the junglers for a moment. They have started on opposite sides of the rift as some early poke comes down on Gumayusi.
Indeed it does. Delight finding its own here. I'm really glad you called out that jungle path. It's not been the level 1 invade, but it is going to be some differing jungle paths. Clearly thinking for Junja that maybe he might go for a level 3 gank if he wanted it, but I think with the pathing directly towards Krugs rather than starting on something like those Raptors will be unlikely. There is a level 1 ward there from the side of HLE onto the Raptors, I will note. So in about 10 to 20 seconds, this Neferi will be a known quantity.
That's it. Oh, they're going on Gumayusi.
Good chunk onto him. Delight gets that passive off to get the shield, but now he's in danger. Has to flash away as well. Heal for Flash. I think that's a win for JDG.
Yeah, it was a great timed flash there as well, able to dodge that stun coming out of the Gala Syndra there. If that had landed, I think Delight would have been in a lot more trouble. But right now, JDG, they have the early advantage. They've got more health pots, they've got more summoners up. HLE, they're vulnerable here.
By the way, you'll also see that Junja's gone over the Dragon Pit and is looking to go for the invade here with the priority.
Yeah, ping's coming down though. I think they know this is up. HLE, they've spotted Junja out. Delight is responding. Vampire has less than 50% health. They have the health advantage.
That they do. Delight managed to pick him up with a hook shot and a precision protocol part 2. Overcame the Twisted Fate, who's got the shove as well. I think Kanavi is either going to have to go for a smite fight or a leave this one alone. They've got the Syndra with the force of will. No way to contest.
JDG brought all of the members. We even saw Hong Q rotate around. They really valued taking this blue buff away from HLE. They really want to inhibit what Kanavi can get done across this rift. So I love this proactive play here in the first 2.5 minutes of this game.
And when JDG were most successful this year, it was Prio in bot lane to allow for early invades to get Junja ahead as well. Shove bot, invade, shove bot, invade, and they got so much value from it. And again, you get the bonus of keeping Kanavi down. That is a play you can never allow to get off to the races. Hell, go look back to MSI, go look back to the roads to MSI in the LCK as well, where teams were going straight to the wall to try and keep Kanavi out of the game. Fight bot side though as Vampire ends up a little worse for Webb. Will be able to slide back under his turret with a Shadow Dash.
That's it. There were 3 members of HLE there. They were looking for a dive onto Gala, but Vampire showed up in the nick of time, was able to prevent that all in, and so good play. Nice heads up, Rome, as the timers have started counting down. First Drake of the game, about 1:15 away, and I'm wondering who's going to go for priority on that, because right now, HLE, they've got that sort of bot side vision in the river toward their bot lane because they want to protect this duo in the bot. They want Gumayushi to be safe, and we're just waiting for these supports to start roaming. And you take a look at that. Delight in the top side jungle of HLE, looking towards the top. Maybe they're going to make a play on Xiaoshu, but we have seen Vampire take a recall and is heading back out onto the rift right now. The numbers advantage topside in HLE's favor.
Is for now. Gala doesn't have his flash, had to blow that a little earlier. Delight down his as well, so couple summoners here and there down as Delight also on that run. Still level 2. Level 2, that's support life right now. Who needs to be in lane for XP? You can wait till 8 minutes for that.
That's it. That's it. That catch-up experience that you were talking about just yesterday. Delight will be spotted on that ward, though, so really great placement, really heads-up read from JDG here. Hong Q going, you know what, there's a support missing. I'm going to put some wards down and keep myself safe, which is just the hallmark of these professional players. They have a read on things that aren't there, the missing information, and they play around that. But Kanavi making good on his roams here. They will spot this ward out. Hong Q will stay safe, so nothing will happen there. But HLE have the priority for the first Drake of the game.
Speaking of pro play, we've got 3 teleports and 2 globals between Ziggs and Shen as well. So let's be real, it's also kind of a hallmark of pro play that you sneeze and everyone just turns up on the same screen.
We did see that yesterday.
It's true.
It was an all-in. 4 TPs committed within 1 second of each other. But this Drake is not long for the world. The Hex Tech 3 members of HLE. Gumayushi rotating around. We do see the Twisted Fate ultimate.
Uh-oh. Shayas is getting jumped on, though, as JDG see everyone on the Dragon and say, well, we'll pick up the Nar. Instead, I forgot about another global. There's a Twisted Fate in the game, and he helps pick up a kill onto Zayas. It's Junja who secures it, and actually Hong Q didn't even get the assist.
That's it. It was so fast. Junja gets the one onto Zayas. Zayas caught in a really weird position, I want to say. Basically between 4 members of JDG there. A couple had roamed down to Drake to see what they could get, and they clearly decided, hey, you have that first Drake, it doesn't matter, we're going to get this kill and try and get our top side ahead. That ultimate comes down, so Hong Q zones Zayas down towards the Baron Pit into the waiting arms of Junja. Junja takes him out before Hong Q's gold card could land.
And he flashed for that as well. I feel for Hong Q. He goes all the way in there, burns the ult, burns the gold card in the flash, still doesn't get involved. But there you go. He does in my heart. Still, you're not going to complain about getting a kill on Neferi early, make no mistake about it. And it is JDG with an early gold lead. It's not necessarily that extensive. It's nominal at best here at only 500. But again, with Neferi and the TF getting ahead of the game, that's great news because you want those two to be playing to the side lanes, make no mistake about it.
That's it. And so far, we've got some high damage builds coming through. Longswords and pickaxes on both on Junja and Xiaoshu there in that top side. So it's damage not to be sneezed sneezed at here in this early game. But counter that, we've got a lot of health being built by Kanavi and Zeus because they recognize the damage potential from that top side of the Rift. But we are back to the regular action. We're just trying to get our CS. We're trying to get our experience, get our gold to buy those items to outscale our opponents.
Yeah, we'll need to keep our eyes on it. There's a good stun into the wall there. Xiaoshu's going to eat quite a lot of damage. I think he was unhappy about it. Has a large wave here to pick up, though, and with the level 6 already in, we'll have some Omnivamp courtesy of that passive part of public execution. It's the reason Ambassador doesn't have to build armor pen and stuff. You get it natively from your ultimate, which is slightly obnoxious, it must be said.
Ever since that nerf on Mbessa's ultimate, though, the pro players have been able to sidestep it just
Big
a little
time,
bit more. I remember reading those patch notes. I think it was something micro, like 0.2 of like a set. It was 0.2 milliseconds or something. But it is still enough for pro players to go, I'm going to sidestep. They no longer have to commit the flash.
Yeah, exactly, because before you used to be able to time it to someone being caught in an auto animation or something. So that was enough time for a good player, and let's be real, pro players are quite good at the game, to find an angle to get that public execution off. If you're locked in an animation for 0.4 seconds, well, that sucks for you, doesn't it? If that ult timer is just that little bit longer, it's a breath of fresh air to get out.
And speaking of good players, just referring to Zeka for a moment, the first player to complete that Grand Slam, having won the first Stand Worlds and MSI. And he...
What, trifecta?
Yeah, that's it. And on the Akali, he's keeping up with Hongq as HLE. They've got the numbers advantage, the priority here on the Grubs. But Zeka is keeping a pace with Hongq in the mid lane. Normally a melee range matchup, you don't expect to see that. Fight though, brewing.
Vampire flashes on in. Delight returns the favor. Junja will call the pack, but he gets caught in a cataclysm and flashes out to safety. No one dies. 2 Grubs to 1 to HLE.
Yeah, Gala did commit that TP a little too late though, so he arrives and is unfortunately unable to have any impact. So you could argue that that was a spent summoner for no real gain. Vampire all summoners gone. Junja with the flash as well. And I mean, you look at Kanavi, he still has flash. So there's that summoner difference in that jungle. Gold lead though right now, pretty close.
The resets came on through from HLE. That's a long, long way away from a Meganar. And look, it might be an extended timer on the Ambassador ult. It's still not shorter than a gold card. And it makes it easy as you like.
That's it. A 3-man dive on the top lane for Zeus. Right now, I think JDG have identified that they can keep winning through this top lane if they keep overloading it, and there's nothing Zeus can do because it's not like Delight was anywhere near that top side at the time of that play. So there's TPs coming through fantastically. These ults from Hongq are play-making, similar to Rise with those Realm Warps, except it lands with a stun.
Very, very smoothly done. They do manage to get some more value. It's a little bit more extended after the Grubs reset from HLE, but they do find what they're looking for. Gold lead is still there for JDG, but again, it is very small. And reminder, you've got the TF in the game. Theoretically, he's cheating for you. He's stacking the deck. He's getting the extra gold, and as a result, that means that realistically, HLE are in a pretty good spot here, I feel.
Yeah, right now, at 10 minutes in, the gold diff is only 700 in favor of JDG. HLE would be happy with that. This is still a good position for them. The wave clear coming out of Gumayusi on this Ziggs, 15 CS up over Gala, so they do have that lead in the bot side.
Whoa. There's a bit of a taunt as Gumayusi finds himself face-checking Vampire, but will be able to satch his way out to safety.
Yeah, luckily with barely enough mana to do it. JDG hanging around, just making sure they get the info on Gumayusi, recalling. They're keeping him here. They might be looking for a dive here.
He's got no mana. Here we go. The Hound's Pursuit comes on in. The Dark-in daggers, and the power is unleashed. Junja will be able to reset turret aggro because he has a W button.
I honestly think that W is so busted because it's like, how can you just avoid all of this? Easy. Riot gave me the ability, so I'm going to.
Well, you see what I do is I think about it, and I wait a second, and then I press the W button. Yeah, that's how I do it. What do you mean?
It worked. But JDG, they went from 700 advantage to 1.4k. They've just really reduced that gold lead for Gumayusi. He was 15 CS up, now he's only 5, so they've really narrowed that lead that HLE were trying to build for themselves as the second Drake of the game has hit the Rift. We see the vision control. HLE's is in the bot side jungle of JDG. They want to see where they're coming from as they've started up that Drake, Kanavi, onto it straight away.
Delight is here on her own, but so is Vampire. That makes it pretty spicy. There's nearly the Meganar. This gets difficult. There's a tactical sweep to teleport river. Junja also around. The taunt makes things tricky. Meganar into the wall. Delight, and of course Zeka with the teleport. Goes back in, looks for more of a perfect execution, but it'll just be the one kill. And HLE finally on the kill board.
That's it, on the board, and in stylish fashion, Zeka arrived so fast, but look at these wards.
Hang on.
Looking for more.
Xiaoxi's been left low, just a flash on in! And Gumayusi with the roaming Ziggs of all champions gets an extra.
You know why he did it? For the roll quest. As soon as he got the kill, roll quest completed.
Oh, very good.
That's our Gumayusi king. That's our committed king. But HLE, they won that topside fight because they got there faster. Zeka TPs, gets into the fight, claims one for himself. Gumayusi roamed up as well. I believe, just walked on in, flash forward to get that kill, and now they're back in this game fair and square. They have 3 roll quests completed to 0 from JDG.
They had the extra member, right? You saw 3 members from the side. Actually, we're going to have to hold him. That's Kanavi in danger. Flash for the gold card. He's flagged and dragged out, but look what he's dragged himself into. It's a war. I don't think he can win.
What?
Oh my God.
He's still alive.
The Cataclysm and the Flash. I said he doesn't go backwards. He does get out, though.
Kanavi lives. What was that? You absolute master of J4. He committed his ultimate. He committed his flash, but he gets away because JDG committed even more. You've got to be, oh my goodness, these are the best players in the world, and plays like that are why?
Why did he have to leave us? I miss him in the LPL dearly. What a psychopath in the best possible way. Zeka's going to pick up the first turret in topside as well. And you know, I might be coming in with a touch of the LPL bias, but you just gotta love it, don't you? HLE are very, very good at the game.
You've got LPL bias, I've got LCP bias, so you would think we'd be like, oh, JDG, but how can you not credit credit is due?
Hang on.
HLE.
I'll do it again, surely,
Come on, Kanavi.
He doesn't have the ult, though, and Junja doesn't want to commit any further, and that means it's a delayed reset, but no realistic angle at a kill. And we're gonna go look at our hearts being broken as Kanavi finds the angle.
That's it. JDG thought they found the angle on the Kanavi. Flash forward ignite to maintain the vision on Kanavi as he gets into that brush. He took maximum damage for the entire period of time, but we're back to live.
In they go, Xiaoshu buffers through the Mega Gnar with a very well-timed public execution and gets out safely. Few ultimates traded, some HP traded, but no one dies.
Yeah, but back to that previous attempted on Kanavi's life, I do love that ignite call so that they had maximum visibility so they could keep punishing him, but he was able to Cataclysm out and then flash to get that distance that JDG couldn't follow up with because they'd committed it all at the start of that fight. So really heads up play as JDG collapse on Zeus.
Speaking of committing, they bring multiple members down, the Hound's pursuit and the call of the pack, and Zeus, I fear you may be calling an ambulance. He gets bled out with the Darkened Daggers Part 2.
Yeah, right now JDG, they are running this rift. As good as HLE are, JDG are working as a unit. They're bringing more members to every single fight. The only one that HLE won was that top side where they got to go quicker. They brought more members faster, and it was JDG on the back foot. It speaks to the initiative. It speaks to the proactivity. Whoever makes the play first wins the play.
And look, JDG have got themselves a great composition to play towards the side lanes to light, though. Tenchi in danger. Gala flashes away from a Cataclysm, and Kanavi says absolutely not. And with the Syndra chunked out, I wonder whether Guma feels like he can sit there and try and play for this turret. He certainly get another plate there with that crystallized proc. He's edging closer and closer to a satchelable turret.
We do love that crystalline growth. That's a new thing that came in League of Legends in 2026. It's effectively a built-up of Demolish over time. The more crystalline you crack it, you get more gold as Delight. It's hook shots over the wall to get away from Vampire. And these supports, they have been roaming. They are terrorizing this rift, trying to get involved in as many of these fights as possible. But right now, for JDG, it's Junja. He's been involved in 3 out of the 4.
Gotta keep our eyes on the top left corner of our screen because it's 50 seconds until Dragon, and HLE are now ahead in the gold. Are now ahead in the objectives as well. For all it's felt like JDG have made a few more moves on those side lanes, it's still HLE with the gold advantage. They found a lot of CS, they found the turrets, they found the objectives, and I think if you do start grouping up, the ability to lock everyone in a Cataclysm, everyone in a Hextech Ultimatum, and then slam down something like a Ziggs ult, throw in that perfect execution and really try and blow someone up could get very, very dangerous. Junja said, I just want to get us some gold. Let me have a Herald so I can try and get a turret.
Critically, it is on vision, so HLE do know this one started up, but the timing was fantastic. Kanavi on that recall, but they're racing out to the Rift Herald. There are pings coming down. They want to contest this if they can.
Vampire Flash of the Shadow Dash, the Hound's pursuit. Honku turns up. Gala on the other side, caught inside the Hextech Ultimate, but lives! He lives! That's huge. Honku in danger. Gold card comes on down. Zeka inside that Twilight Shroud. Mainly start running away and does. Kanavi and Zeka here, but they are 2 members down. JDG pounce.
I love Kanavi. He's just standing here going, what are you going to do about it? I'm all the way over here. Bring it on. But the jungler still lives. And honestly, Gumayushi just got caught out there. He was too far up. And JDG collapsed and capitalized. But Zeus looking for more as JDG want the straight.
Yeah, they're trying to prevent too much of an easy opportunity with the Mega now. The teleports begin to fly Zaka into the backhand. On top of Junja, the stun in the wall. Zeus low, not quite down. The exhaust, the Mega Inferno Bomb. Delight is delightful indeed as Junja also falls. And HLE, despite starting the fight down members, come away with the dragon and more kills.
HLE, they were so far behind, but they just find the angle. They get the flanking TP. They get a great start to that fight. Zeus just outplays, lives on a sliver of health after JDG commits so many resources to him and are unable to play the rest of the fight. HLE zone them away, get that third Drake of the game, and they are on Soul Point now here as we see this again. Zeus in Mega Gnar form. Xiaoshu goes in. JDG are deciding who do we want to go on here. Zeus goes into the middle of all, ults one, and JDG go, we're collapsing on him. But Zeus gets out alive as he drew JDG in. And
whoa!
Oh my.
Back to life. Gala takes one with him, unleashes the power onto Zeka and puts him pretty low. Is Junja in range for an art? No, not quite. And that means that Zeka at least gets out that tower dive. A little ugly there from HLE.
That's it, 1-for-1. Both I'm going to call them APCs because they're both majors right here, right? Both APCs taken out for both teams here. But I was saying, HLE now find themselves on that Soul Point. So that win condition is online. Another 4 minutes, and if they get that Drake, they will have the Soul, and they will be that much more potent. So really looking forward to that. But we take a quick breather. We have a look as things are slowing down. Recalls coming through, and they're resetting onto the Rift. The items, they're here. We've got 2 for Kanavi, the Sundered Sky with the Black Cleaver to chip away at the armor that some of the members of JDG have here. Xiaoshu with the Eclipse, able to trade a little more heavily. I love the steel cap boots. That physical damage reduction, critical in a lot of these matchups. Junja, also with the Black Cleaver. So they're really valuing getting through any sort of tankiness that either of these teams want to bring to bear. However, JDG, they're pushing the top side and an ult goes through to clear the wave.
Yeah, trying to push side lane against the Ziggs can sometimes be an effort in futility because he presses R semi-regularly. That said, they still have the Herald. That might give them an opportunity to make a move elsewhere with Shelly. Gala clearing up the wave in the mid lane, does have Junja around theoretically, but Delight and Guma here making things pretty scary. Delight potentially getting jumped on though, as Honku TP's in with that Destiny Gate. Try to blow him up, Hextech ultimatum, Gala out to safety as Kanavi says, get off my support. Zek is in the base, Delight is out, the fight is madness. Junja calls the pack, gets the kill, but doesn't get the opportunity to reset properly. Vampire gonna hold on the Shadow Dash as Zeus, nearly at the Mega Gnar, flashes in with a boomerang, and Honku is Honku queuing, crying out in his own base as Vampire in a 1v3. HLE just unrelenting, trapped under the turret though as Gala has got the advantage of having his fountain nearby and gets another back.
Feels like HLE got a little bit of happy gaming in there. They were deep under that inhibitor turret there, trying to just finish off the last couple of members of JDG. But what a terrific play here. Both teams getting equal kills, so ultimately walking away 2 for 2. But HLE's Delight taken so low, so early, and he sticks around to be able to threaten, to be able to come back late into that fight to force JDG to respect the potential CC that comes through from that combination. Baron on the Rift, 4th Drake of the game in 1 minute and 45. Vision control currently favored for JDG in their sort of topside jungle, but let's break this one down again. Yeah, thank you so much. But it's Delight here. Delight starts it all off by being caught out. He went for that flanking angle to get in the back lines of JDG, but he's spotted. They commit onto Delight. That Hextech ultimatum, the barrier, all of the shielding kept him alive long enough to flash out and escape. But JDG had committed their resources. So the rest of HLE collapsed down onto him. And here's the happy gaming. They're deep under the inhibitor turret. 3v2. Zeus has the aggro, but the stun comes through and down he goes.
Aftershock, Protoplasm Harness, a W as well with the Spirit's Refuge. It's just a little tanky than you thought he would be. And Vampire remains unkilled. A support that not so long ago was on an Edward Gaming roster that could barely win a game. They were not good. Vampire was not good. He has grown so much over the last few years to be one of the very best in the LPL. And here on the Shen has been a great playmaker. Of course, going up against HLE is no easy task. There is a notable gold lead now for HLE as well. 2,500. They got a lot of turrets, which is where that gold is sitting in general. All the while, of course, Xiaoshu in that last play at least got to have a very significant shove in that top side. Because that was actually a 5v4 for HLE.
And we do see that the battle lines are being drawn. You take a look at where the vision control is for HLE, and it's sort of through the mid and the bot side jungle river, right? They want this Drake, and they want it bad. They're here with priority. They're here with vision control. It's up to JDG to walk in to HLE, and HLE want that.
Zeka with the reset now. I wonder whether he's turning that Dark Seal into something a bit spicy. It'll just be the Ampto. Shadow Flame completed. Has the teleport eyes on the Akali into the fight.
Yeah, really well-timed item pickup. These items can be those power spikes that make or break these team fights, because that is what this will be. HLE, they want this. They don't need this.
No, they don't. Vampire in on damage onto Delight, who is taken out, and Xiaoshu gets it. 5v4 now for JDG, who had to burn very little to pick off the Camille. Zeus around nowhere near the Meganar. The Scout of the Week lands. It's damage onto Guma. Loses 25%. Kanavi! Flashes for a Cataclysm, and it's the end of days all right for Jingdong Gaming. JDG, Jingdong, the witch is dead.
They disappeared. Kanavi with the flash Cataclysm into the Mega Inferno Bomb from Gumayushi takes JDG's dreams and rips them apart.
This man on Jarvan is a monster. He flashes, he commits the R, he looks everyone in place, and the rest of HLE cracks their necks and throws everything at the kitchen sink. And it turns out JDG go down.
That's it. He knew that was a one-way journey, but if HLE could win it hard enough, they would still have the manpower to take that Drake down. That is exactly what we saw. Zeus left standing alone, gets the soul, and it is a cloud soul, so they're going to have that extra movement speed, that slow resistance. They're going to be able to run JDG down wherever they find them on this rift.
Right, and you've got a Akali to do that with, you've got a Jarvan to do that with. You use those R buttons, it gets scary. Because again, this was 5 versus 4, and Kanavi says no.
Mega Inferno Bomb on to 3. It takes one out, and it rips 2 more in half. The follow-up from HLE, fantastic. Xiaoshu trying to do something, gets into the back line, takes one out, forced to flash, and Zeus Mega at the right time here to finish Xiaoshu off.
Gets to bring down the fist. The crunch and the wallop is all that is required to leave the Ambessa in the dirt. And now they find themselves up 2.7k. They've got the soul. A while until an Elder spawns, but Baron's available.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at Zeka. 306 hasn't died yet. Vampire did die in that ace, in that bite. So unfortunately, he's not unkilled now. These items, so important. Like you called out, Zeka picking up the second completed before the fight, has now a 10-stack Dark Seal and an Arm Guard, so that extra security, that extra safety when he goes in.
Yeah, and right, Dark Seal, that extra 10 stacks, that is 700 gold worth of extra stacks. It means that gold lead is more like 1,500 really for the Akali. Really, really stings. It's nearly at the level 16 as well, halfway to that 3rd rank of the ultimate. And once you add that, and Cloud Soul and an Arm Guard, all of the tools that Zeka has available here is going to be very scary. Never mind the fact that Gumayusi, for all he's 2 and 5, has just picked up a damn death cap.
That's it, a Rabadon's death cap on these 3 item Ziggs now. And we saw before the highest single damage by any player is literally Gumayusi. They're making a play.
Gold card on to Guma, who's going to try and be saved by Delight and Kanavi. They jump in, the Mega Inferno Bomb is flashed away from Kanavi. There's the Cataclysm, deletes Honku. There's nothing to be done by the Twisted Fate. They try to run away as Zeus. Nearly the Megadar hops on in. It's a hop, a skip, and a crunch. The Megadar in. Zeka's there. The perfect execution will decapitate him. Welcome to Paris. Eat a guillotine.
Xiaoshu tries to get it done, but he's 1v5. There's nothing left. Zeka with the Quadra rips them apart. HLE find the play, they find the team, and they might just find everything.
Look, the plays might have been back and forth, but the structures weren't. And in the late game, Hanwha Life Esports, MSA champions, are looking to return the favor and do it again instead at Esports World Cup 2026. It's a battleground here, all right, and HLE are the victors.
Parlez-vous français, because you are going to need it here in France. HLE beat JDG in his best of one at the Kadir City Battleground. They are the defending MSI 2026 champs for a reason. JDG, they had that early game. They had small incremental leads, but HLE, they've been here before. They had the answers and they took the team fights.
Resilient has been the word that has often been used around HLE. They dropped to the lower bracket and MSI had to run all the way to the finals. They won it. Then on a few days' notice, they fly all the way to the other side of the world and they turn up here and are looking like they haven't missed a beat. It was competitive. I think that's fair to say. You saw what JDG were trying to do. You've got Shen, you've got Twisted Fate. You can go play towards those side lanes where you've got all of those pick tools available to you, but the fact that the structures kept falling, the dragons kept stacking, and then sometimes Kanavi, we nicknamed him on a couple co-streams the one-man army, because sometimes he just says, screw it, we go. 5 versus 4 wins the soul in a monster fight.
Absolutely, and Zayas, he was weak-sided in the early game. They did target him, they did pick him, but he came back for the team.
Look, we might be the weak side on the cast. Fortunately, we have the strong side of the analyst desk to pick up from where we left off.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown of that game. As for a while there, it was kind of even. We were watching backstage and like, hey, JDG's got something going here. You know, a lot of big picks from Jinjia very early on. Kanavi, though, once he made this great escape, I think that kind of changed the tone of the game, even though it wasn't really a big deal within the game, but mentally maybe kind of made JDG not feel so great. And from then on, HLE were dominant.
Yeah, they definitely were. It's funny hearing that from you, Valdez, about how we were wondering if it would go one way or the other. Sat on the LPL side of the fence, man. this never really felt like it was going to go the JDG way. I mean, you can definitely see the makings of why this composition is so strong into this much mobility, right? The point-and-click CC of just the Twisted Fate into the Taunt, into all of that burst damage, can get those snowballing fights going for Jinjia. But unfortunately, there's just so much AoE, and if JDG didn't get on top of Gumayusi, it just got a little bit too messy. And there was too much return damage off the back of those kind of fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that speaking of the draft as well, I think it's just like harder to play like from the JDG side. If you see like the competitions, like there are less, like there's like way less consistent damage from like ranked champion especially. So I think it's a really easy. It was like easier to play from an HLE side. You just throw the bomb, you just make the wall inside, and it's like in the melee. There's so many. Akali can actually create the spaces for Ziggs and Gnar. Like if you see that, especially for the team fight, like this is a thing. Like this was like starting from the 4v5. Like it was really nice wall from the Kanavi, and the following up was perfect. But the thing is, like the Gnar, just like no matter what, it's gonna be able to outscale in team fight, and it becomes a mini Gnar or like even Mega Gnar to bring the CC or follow up. And the DPS wise, it's just like HLE side, it's just more natural. You just press right clicking, press Q, just basic ability. It helps so much for the team. It's just like, I think the TF, if they picked the TF, they had to be way more ahead in all the game.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think once we got to like mid-late game, the consistent damage of the Gnar, the Akali was just way too much, not to mention the Ziggs. So everything you're saying there, definitely correct, guys. And I'm hearing that we have the interview ready already on the stage with Gumayusi and Kitty. So take it away, Kitty.
Welcome, everyone. We have Hanwha Life Gumayusi by my side. Would you like to say thank you for everyone joining the crowd today? We have so many fans today here for Hanwha Life.
일단 구마유시 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 지금 구마유시 선수 앞에 모인 이 하나생명 팬분들께 먼저 감사의 인사를 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 팬 여러분. 하나생명 e스포츠 원거리 딜러 구마유시 이민영입니다.
And of course, we are in Paris, and we know Gumayusi really likes Parisian croissant and bread. So what is your favorite Parisian dessert and bakery, if you were to choose one?
이제 고마요시 선수가 여기 저번에 한번 파리 와서 빵류를 굉장히 좋아하시는 걸로 알고 있는데 이번에 와서 좀 가장 즐기는 좀 파리 음식은 뭐가 있을까요?
이번에 와서는 저는 납작복숭아 많이 먹고 있습니다.
Well, actually, I can't take anything because the only thing I had coming to Paris was actually noodles. So.
Okay, let's get those bakeries lined up for Gumiyushi as well. And once upon a time at MSI, you actually had an interview with Cage Roll and you said that you hate AP bottom lane. So, for all the people that need to play solo queue and climb as an AP mage, which champion do you recommend?
이제 사실 MSI에서 이제 캐더럴님 앞에서 B1D는 좀 싫어한다 이제 얘기하셨는데 그래서 만약에 그래도 프렐레이를 좀 해야 된다면 B1D 챔프로 좀 어떤 챔프를 추천하시는지 궁금합니다.
제가 좀 많이 쓰고 있는 챔피언인 직스 추천하고요. 직스까지는 원딜이라고 생각합니다.
I would recommend Ziggs because I use them a lot, and I personally think Ziggs kind of, gets into AD carry category.
Of course, so go practice your Ziggs. And of course, finally, we are in France. And Gumiyushi is known for saying is good. So can we please say très bon for today to celebrate your win?
이제 구마유시 선수가 It's Good이라고 한 게 또 유명해져서 이번에는 프랑스어로 한번 트레봉이라고 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
트레봉.
Thank you so much to Gumiyushi and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty, for that interview. Very good to hear Gumiyushi's French now, as he's really expanding into many different cultures and languages.
Très bon!
Très bon. He's just a great interviewee. It's always good to have him on stage and hear what he has to say. I'm sure Ox would be happy that he said, gotta practice your Ziggs, gotta learn your Ziggs, get better at that. It's definitely a big meta champ. If you're an AD carry player, go ahead and play mages instead. I guess that is the message being thrown here. So we're done with our 2 best of 1s. We are going to move into our best of 3s now for the day. And again, elimination matches are going to be on the line. For this best of 1, though, HLE looking good. I would say that, JDG are a very strong team. They were able to show some stuff early on in this game. Maybe it wasn't enough against HLE, and I think that's a good sign for Humble Life Esports going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's no more shortcut left. It's going to be dirty. It's going to be packed. And they're already waiting for the teams are waiting into the lower bracket, and you just have to win the BO3. Otherwise, it's going to be what? What happened? The key is going to get crushed in. The flat is going to be booked in really shortly, and you don't want that. You don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, I think JDG still put up a decent enough fight that I'm pretty confident they'll probably make top 8.
Probably.
Probably. There's probably a pretty good chance. It's obviously more about who they get matched up into in that top 8 in the first round, where it's like, oh, okay, can we squeeze the top 4? Can we not squeeze the top 4? Their level of aggression, I think, was still there, and I think that's the main thing about this team is they are so driven by Junjia and the plays he wants to make, and we've got to see that versus arguably one of the craziest junglers in that exact regard on the opposite side against Kanavi. So I still think a positive showing regardless of the result.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not out of the tournament just yet, and we're not done for the games just yet. We do have GAM Esports up against Sentinels for our next matchup. It is a best of 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that one.
Wait, AGC? A support? Support is kind of easy. Maybe now it's harder, but it's kind of easy. AGC is also
now
easy.
it's not easy support.
Yeah, but before
easy, I agree. But now, no.
I guess ADC is kind of easy, but ADC has to play mages, so it's different.
ADC is usually playing only Earthing,
Yeah, you're right. I give it to you. ADC is easier. I would change my answer. Jungle? No, it's not easy. It's stupid. Jungle is the hardest role in the game.
I know it's hard, but in solo queue, so easy. For me
it's
to
not.
jungler.
No, it's not. In solo queue, it's hard, and everyone will flame you. Every game
No,
you play.
jungler always 1v9.
No, yeah.
No.
But if you don't 1v9, they will flame you. Every day, people will say you are bad. Very bad.
And play better.
Yeah, I guess. But ADC is easier. ADC
Yeah.
is fun as well.
Yes, I agree.
My Kalista is insane.
No.
Okay. So easy. Again, so easy.
One.
Shaco, bro.
Why
Everyone is
Shaco?
saying Yumi. I understand Yumi is cringe, but everyone is saying Yumi. She's not. It's so easy to play against Yumi, and when you have Yumi, it's like fine. But Shaco is disgusting. No one likes Shaco.
For me, it's kind of same thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's, for my team, Shaco is soft.
Yeah.
Enemy Shaco is
So hard.
soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hard.
Yeah.
And Yumi is same thing.
No, enemy team Yumi is so easy.
Not so easy.
I think it's easy.
No.
Okay, and we disagree. So easy, Kana. Oh my god, this is the easiest one. Mid?
Yeah, wait.
You! What do you mean? I said yike.
Why? Why you write to yourself?
I can believe I'm the funniest, right? It's allowed. That's allowed.
No.
I think I'm funny. I think Yo is also funny.
Yeah, you is also funny.
Yes, but
I agree.
I gotta be.
I agree.
Look, he agrees. Coach.
Oh.
Better coach will be the best.
I'm thinking about the top player.
Khalid, yes. I mean, he's the youngest, but he's not like he's smart about the game, and he's actually good at like interviews. He's good at telling what he thinks, and yeah, I think he will be a good coach. But he's still young, so he will play a lot. Item.
Item?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know exactly English name, so.
What did you write? You have to translate that.
It's lighter. It's fire.
Fire?
Yeah.
Or like a lighter?
Yes.
Oh, not bad. I brought machete. Because
Machete?
Yeah, so I can like.
Okay.
Yeah, you like it?
Let's imagine. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have machete and then kill animal or something else.
Yeah.
Then, how can you eat?
I will take sticks and I will do fire with sticks.
I don't think you can do.
I can.
No, it's hard.
No, I can. Lighter, yeah, that's try hard. Cringe. I like my machete.
Next one.
You have no job?
Yes.
Otherwise, you just
I don't have.
only league. Same for me actually. So I will be homeless.
Yeah, me too.
No, we have to write something.
Yes.
You can't watch. I don't know if I spell it right though.
It's right?
Yeah, police.
Yes.
I wrote psychology, like something like with something with psychology to do. I think it's interesting for me. So
what is it?
Like sports psychologist kinda. Like Clem and UN, you know?
Ah.
But more like going into like emotions, understanding people, and you wanna be police?
Yes. How can I say?
You wanna like catch the bad guys?
Yes.
Ah, yeah,
Like
okay.
you.
The criminals. Yeah, you don't like criminals. You want less criminals in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, wait. Let me see. Who do I want?
Only in case?
No, anyone. Any
Anyone?
player. You can replace me with any player you want. I know exactly who I want.
What is the Shaibu?
Wait.
I'm you.
You want? What do you mean? You want me still?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so nice. And I want to shy. Sorry, Kana.
No, it's fine.
Kana, I'm sorry.
You know why I take you? You know why?
Why?
Because you are in solo queue, so bad guy.
You
So
mean-
I wanna help you.
You wanna help me?
Yes.
Oh, you help me become better.
Mm.
You're so nice, and I'm sorry.
And you?
I mean, the shy. He's like so cool, you know. So famous, the shy. This is shy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026 for League of Legends. We're here at the Qiddiya City Battleground. We're getting ready for our first best of 3 of the night. It is going to be Carmine Corps up against Sentinels. I said GAM Esports earlier for some reason, but yeah, Carmine Corps is here and they are going up against Sentinels. And again, this is an elimination match, so whoever wins this best of 3 will be moving on actually to the playoffs this time around. If you lose, you are out. And before we do jump into anything further, let's watch a quick video with the Sentinels.
Of all teams in Paris, Sentinels look the least likely to belong. They earned their spot the hard way, grinding through the NA EWC qualifiers, defeating disguised Cloud9 before sealing it all with a commanding 3-1 win over FlyQuest in the final best of 5.
Sentinels will not be denied a win again!
I'm here to be like the international teams that we don't get that many chances to face.
Now they have their shot on the world stage. They carry North America's flag, but the gap between online qualifier and global contender is a brutal one to close.
There's more pressure, like especially playing on a big stage. We do have some players that the first like big international tournament.
They didn't fly to Paris to make up the numbers. If Sentinels are going to prove the doubters wrong at the Esports World Cup, it starts now, under the brightest lights in the game.
A very cool look at Sentinel's journey here, defeating a lot of big teams over in North America to earn their spot here at EWC 2026. And yeah, I think the video was pretty brutally honest. Like, they probably don't deserve to be here, but they do because they made it through the qualifiers. And so far, I mean, they've been showing some good stuff. They won their first match, but now in an elimination best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta, NA gotta make some team to get playoff. It's a top 8.
This is not what we will be streaming here.
What's that mean?
I think I know what it means.
I think I know what it means too. I mean, look, I think what makes this matchup very fun is I think a lot of the strengths of both of these teams are actually inverted, where I'll say the strengths of Sentinels are about Hambak and Huhi, whereas on the opposite side, I think some of the weakest parts of KC have definitely been the Yak Busio link-up. So that's going to be very interesting to track as far as like map movements are concerned. But then also, Yehu has like really stepped up a lot recently. Yeah. Which has been a very big departure from what I would say was passenger gameplay throughout a lot of winter and then even parts of spring early on. So there's a lot going on where if Sentinels decide to actually back up Darkwings here in this mid lane matchup, maybe they can disarm KC. And I think the same could be said for KC if they can get their act together in the support jungle situation.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely angles for Sentinels. I don't want anyone to come in here and say, oh, Carmine Corps are definitely going to get the 2-0 easy peasy. We've already seen some big upsets at EWC for League of Legends. And yeah, I mean, Hambak had a good first game. The second game there to start off the day against Gen.G was a little bit less good, but it's okay. You know, some extra experience.
I mean, I also asked to the Golden Glue, like, he was like, how do you feel? Like, I think they were like, oh, it was really close. Like, it was like closer than what we expected. So player feels okay with it. So, I mean, it's really sure, right? Like, you're facing against one of the best teams.
Whole thing, the entirety of EWC last year. Gen.G were able to get over the line, but maybe this time around it's not going to work.
If Wolf said that, that's why they didn't.
Ah, he cast a curse. Yeah. Well, maybe he's not going to be saying that this year. They will be free, and they'll be able to take them down. Looking brilliant, though, at this point. Did have them as a pretty deadly team here at this tournament, but I feel like EWC especially is where they really do shine. And that is looking to continue here as they look on towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think honestly, Flandre on the Shen, it's funny, we had Broken Blade talking about how, you know, he had this Shen build, he still had that great result of Fear Stand, and Flandre is like, this is yours? This is mine.
Yeah, exactly. But we now have Tarzan standing alongside with Ian for a bit of an interview.
Seeing Tarzan successful on an EWC stage is familiar territory. AGAL booked their spot in the quarterfinals. Tarzan, I'm standing by with June as well, our translator here. You played the initiator, the playmaker role there. You were assisting your teammates a lot. How much do you enjoy setting up the rest of your teammates to succeed?
那么今天呢，我们和泰森又回到了舞台上来，我们的 AGG 的团队有一个非常精彩的表演。那么您在这次这个比赛当中呢，您相当于是带领着这样的一个团队去进行攻坚战。那么您对于选择这样的一个角色和带领您的团队是什么样的看法呢？
首先我们是准备 EWC 的过程是差不多准备了2-3周吧，然后我是有自信，我们来 EWC 的队友中最努力的一个队友来，所以我们今天然后昨天都是来享受比赛的。
Well, we prepared for this match for about 2 to 3 weeks. We did a lot of training. So yesterday and today we came to the match, we came to the stage, and we really enjoyed the match.
Yeah, that's very obvious to see. You came agonizingly close to lifting the trophy last year. Do you think that your team is better here in Paris than the version of you that we saw in Riyadh?
那么我们知道您可能会很有希望的获得这样的冠军，捧起奖杯。就像您去年呢，是一个非常有机会成为冠军的。那么您觉得今年和去年相比的话，您的团队是不是有更好呢？
其实来到 EWC 的队友都是很强的队友吧，所以很难猜到我们直接能拿到冠军吧。但是我们是目标就是我们每一场打好，每一场比赛就过程准备好，就这样。
Well, I know all teams here can be really strong, so we have the confidence. However, we still need to work really hard, and then we just wanted to get each match done, and we want to perform well.
The hard work starts now. Congratulations once again, Tarzan, and to AGAL. Thank you very much, June. We've been way too friendly up here. The serious business is about to begin. That is the end of the best of ones. When we move forward, we'll be crushing keys here on the stage. Congrats again. Thank you.
非常感谢您，感谢您，谢谢。
谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢감사합니다. Thank you very much, the man of multiple languages. Tarzan gets the job done here for AGAL, despite lots of creative and unique questions as expected from G2, especially at the end when they were behind. They try to find a way into a base race, and instead they got corralled into fish in a barrel.
And it's just so sad to see as an EU fan, because it was so close. But I do need to say, can we drop the Camille? I have yet to see this champion work, apart from there's maybe 3 players in the world that can make this champion work. And I'm sorry, Lebrov, I don't think you're one of them. Look at how useful that Leona was. Kale was CCing and setting up the fight so damn well consistently.
We see this matchup so many times, and when games get this chaotic and we go super far into the game, the Leona is more durable, the Leona is more flexible, whereas the Camille is just kind of a one in, did we win the fight off of my play? great. If we didn't, not so great. And he's trying to flank, right, getting caught, just too squishy. I think a lot of this game came down to G2 running out of win cons, running out of control, and then having to make desperate plays only. And the mechanics were good. I mean, I think they made the plays as best as they could as in some of those moments, but the draft kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if we can watch actually the early Flandre solo kill, I'm down to watch that as well. I think the fact that he pulls out the Shen up against BB and then solo kills him on the pick, does his build again, and this is the Frankenstein Shen, as BB titled it. And he's just kind of styling on him,
He just talked about it in the interview we had with him as well. He was like, I was the first one to do it. Cool to see him do it. He's doing it again. He's killing the man who made the build. And this is the first time these teams have faced off against each other. It's the first time Flandre actually meets Broken Blade directly here and takes him out here. So I think this is a pivotal moment, right, when you look at the overarching storyline between these two teams.
Yeah, again, just kind of tough there because it was an immediate engage under the tower, and then also the wall doesn't quite protect him as well. And that surprise killer instinct there by Flandre proven to be a great start for AGAL. But that wasn't the whole story. There was a ton of fighting here in this last game. And here on the bottom side of the map, it's like, okay, we caught you, AGAL. And then AGL like, no, we caught you. And then Hysterix is in the back losing his mind, but this was what we wanted to see here at EWC.
I mean, it starts off really strong for G2. They get an initial pick, and they kind of want to keep going. I think Caps goes a little bit too deep. He didn't have to go for the old charm, could have just charmed from range. And Tarzan living on like 5 HP buys them so much time. He can then clear the wave, Hope being able to live for so long and trading 1-for-1 with Labrov. And neither team is willing to back down, right? G2, they want to kill Tarzan, but not just that. They want to kill Shanks as well with Caps TPing in, and that's when they go too far.
I mean, Shanks is also, the fight has gone so long he can TP back in, but the battleground, the initial battleground for G2 is between AL's turrets, so that means that they have the inherent advantage. They have the ability to chase down, they can use the Jarvan flag, get Shanks back in here. And these scrappy fights and how many we saw of them were AGAL, despite the rough start, like you mentioned in the fight, fighting their way back in, keeping it to a close game so they could have those later fights where they turned it around later.
Yeah, Caps misses the charm. Dodged is the Orb of Deception there by Shanks. Those were two pivotal moments in that fight that you want to see from G2 Tech. Like, hey, let's try to create our own advantage from these hands fights where if we win, we're massively ahead. If we fail, let's not think about that. And we got to see what the result ends up being. They then start to lose a little bit of control there. But they were stacking Drakes really well here, Jack, and they had multiple opportunities to close it out.
Yeah, I feel like if one of these Drake fights go G2's way, they could have mounted a comeback and actually won the game. Because once you get the Cloud Soul and Onivia on Ezreal, you're so mobile. But you see the power of the Jarvan and the Leona. It's so easy, especially when you've already blown the flash from the Onivia, to just go down on them. And once AGL have control, they have a really easy time turning on whoever they want because G2's frontline is just simply not tanky.
Both of these fights, Labrov is the first to get focused down, right? In the first Dragon fight, he doesn't die, but he's pushed out. Caps is trapped on the left side of this Dragon pit twice, like both times trying to flank. You have two flankers, but the core setup with this Leona is just so much stronger in these fights for AGAL. If you can't get that collapse, if you can't get that flank to work, in both fights, Caps is just surfing on the edge of the fight. He doesn't find his in. There's no setup with the Camille, and it's really easy for AGL to just chase you down with this Leona and Shen combo and just CC people to death. There was never a formation for G2. They were just kind of around orbiting the fight, whereas AGL were right where they wanted to be.
Especially when you have that Onivia, you got to be at a spot first if you want to utilize it to its full potential. And so G2 back to the drawing board. They will play in a best of 3 later on. And AGAL, last year's finalists, finding their form. They will qualify on in as our #1 seed from this Group A, our 2-0 candidate here.
I mean, G2 going up against DK, this is scary. It was a scary match to lose against AGAL here. I think they overcooked a little bit. I feel like the fact that G2 went for the Camille and the Lee Sin, it's very like, we are going to outplay you in the skirmishes and snowball based on that. And as much as I love G2, I don't think they're quite at that level where they can just have a really good early game and just instantly turn it on. So I do think a more standard, normal front to back is going to suit them better. And I mean, trying to abuse Siwu, maybe that could be an angle up against DK.
I cannot stress enough how many times Showmaker across his career has talked big about G2. He loves this team. He loves studying Caps. He loves their play style. He's always been super interested in watching the LEC, but specifically G2. So it's fun for me to see this matchup just because I've heard Showmaker glaze this team so many times.
And it's funny that you bring up that because yesterday we saw Showmaker Lucid smurfing on Ari Lee Sin, and now G2 tries to do the same. So for sure there's some inspiration going both sides there.
And unfortunately, only one of them will be able to move on. On the B stream, we had our Group D matchup, and it was Hanwha Life Esports and JDG both winning their first game. This one, another tight affair until Zeus calls game here.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually see this fight, so I'm watching it for the first time right now here. HLE versus JDG, looking like the final pivotal moment here. Kanabi going in. Ooh!
Huge knock up there. I mean, it looked like Hanwha Life, they were just able to stack up all the dragons. So despite the kill score remaining very equal, you see them just outplaying in the team fights. They got, I mean, this was the Cloud Soul that G2 needed. It makes it so much easier to maneuver around all the threats from JDG, and then you can just run them down after you win the team fight.
Ooh, Zeus. And Zeus Kanabi doing so much work in these clips. Obviously, Kanabi most known for his Jarvan this year. It's been the pick that has defined his play and defined Hanwha Life Esports. So to be able to pick that up in a BO1 feels nice. And that will, of course, advance them on here to the next round.
That's right. It is Hanwha Life Esports as your 2-0 victor in Group D, which leaves JDG and MLBR Los as your decider best of 3 match. Again, MLBR Los with the huge upset of the champs of the LCS in Lion. So that will be our best of 3 later on today. We're going to set the stage for T1 versus GAM Esports. There we go. T1 versus GAM Esports in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Xin chào mọi người, thì bây giờ mình và Taki sẽ thực hiện thử thách clear hết 6 Bagon trong vòng 10 phút. Và mình sẽ bị bịt mắt và không hề thấy gì hết. Thì Taki sẽ ngồi kế bên và chỉ mình di chuyển để dọn Bagon. Let's go!
Nhắn di chuyển. Cái lướt chuột.
Lướt lên hả?
Lướt lên nữa, lướt lên. Đúng rồi.
Kéo lên đúng không? Lia lên. Lia được chưa?
Tiếp. Rồi kéo chuột lên góc màn hình.
Kéo lên hả?
Rồi kéo xuống lại xíu. Sao quá. Đi qua phải, rồi giữ sao bay rồi chắn qua phải góc màn hình là con ấy đấy. Đang đứng cạnh rồi.
Rồi A nè.
Sao bay nữa, chưa được. Cứ đi đâu rồi ấy. Qua phải lại, dừng lại. Kéo xuống góc dưới các bạn. Từ đừng giữ sao bay nha. Đúng cái click.
Rồi đó.
Rồi sao chi. Đó, đang xử rồi đó.
Rồi 10 phút luôn mà.
5 phút. Rồi xong rồi. Từ dừng lại. Giữ ếch dừng lại. Rồi kéo lên trục cấp
trái hả?
Lên xíu.
Chung chiếu nha.
Vô.
Ok. Đặt bật đúp chưa?
Chưa. Ở đây.
Rồi.
Em kêu dừng là dừng nha, lia chậm thôi, từ từ, lia chậm thôi.
Ok.
Lia quá nhanh quá rồi, về lại số 7 giờ lại.
Rồi.
Lia xuống dưới đi. Ai anh lia nhanh quá. Ở đây rồi qua phải. Rồi nhắn. Rồi quất. Từ đúng rồi, quất. 8 phút rồi.
Bật đúp lên chưa?
Sói rồi. 8 phút mà mới con sói gì.
FF. GG bro. Đây qua chim đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Tới chuột 2 mic rồi, nằm tới cái bụi chim rồi, kéo chuột lên nữa, miếng nữa. Qua trái. Rồi quất.
Bật đúp lên luôn đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Nó xong rồi. Qua phải, chuột
qua phải.
Chuột lên trên phải.
Lên trên đây ha.
Đúng rồi, lên nữa. Rồi dừng.
Dừng cái trục qua trái xíu miếng nữa. Rồi vô đây. Rồi chuẩn bị kéo trục xuống sơ mã này, kéo xuống. Lên qua phải nhấp vài miếng. Rồi quất.
Được không? Được.
Ê, dừng. Xuống dưới.
Dưới đây hả?
Qua phải.
Ở đây.
Lên miếng nữa.
Rồi.
Rồi quất. Vô. Quất. Dừng.
Wow.
Mình thì rất tức giận bởi vì mình thấy hết nhưng mà mình chỉ rồi mà không làm được. Mình quá bực mình. Cảm ơn các bạn đã xem chương trình của tụi mình nha.
Thank you mọi người. Bye bye.
欢迎来到中路 solo 默契挑战。接下来我们将打破常规，把操作一分为二，一个人操作键盘，一个人操作鼠标。当两位选手合二为一，是否有完美配合呢？
别火吧，差不多得了。哎，好像搭档都有。搭档都是不是带雪球啊？不重要，别抓切。弄他！不是我来控制键盘，你是有病啊！1R1，你不了啊！谁在玩啊？1秒就死了，你能这么快？不是到了要说啊，出门太慢了。你指你要 Q 呢？不是把那个关了呀？那个怪不得。把什么关了？在哪里啊？完蛋了，不知道啊。别慢慢出现，别着急，进草，去这儿。你不了啊！我要按。我知道了。太蠢了。我跌后。你说还行啊，咱俩配合。是的呀。对哦，找到了。关了。完美啊，咱俩。来。现在一起走。哎呀，你怎么办？AW 啊。还在里面啊。哇，还 Q 到了，可惜了，还有点燃了。哎，到哪？AW 也回头了，挺好。Q。啊！别回头，他拉不到你。好。去哪 ？A 兵。干嘛啊？回去吃药。他再一过来就来后塔。Q。再装把基地推爆了。这什么传向大招了吗？把他打死了。别急吧，慢会儿，有会儿的。看这架好的，打住，看到直接 W。这先 E。咱先呢？5人。走，不对劲，走。哎呦，对。你想干嘛？说？我想你进草。走。快走！哦。补刀吧，推荐一下，他没疾跑，摸不到我们。走啊！你在干嘛？赢他一手啊！回不了罩了，踢不了，就打就完了。逃离油了，感觉。哎呦，就是。走。反正呢。你要走啊！你不走。结束了？结束了，我们赢了呀！没。
Esports World Cup.
All right, I'm here with T1 fans. I'm not gonna lie, guys. We are looking a bit rough. I don't want to say I'm worried. Greatest team of all time, right? Not gonna say I'm worried, but I might be a little bit worried. What can we do? To bring this back? I think I should replace Kyria and play Pike. And we will win like this, okay?
Okay, just by the way you're speaking, I can tell you're bronze. Disregarding that one. Okay, how about you?
I would say, we need Ahri to go on support, Fizz on mid. We need assassins and full tank on top. That's the new meta.
This guy reinventing the League of Legends meta, okay? And how about you?
I think we need to ban Cassiopeia. She's way too strong. But I believe in Kyria. Kyria's Kami, and every plays he does is actually really good. I love this guy. He's insane. And he's going to bring everyone to the win. Because we need to win. We need to win for T1. And
yeah! Let's go, Geimer! Let's win!
Thank you very much, Coach Tyler. 1 for T1 as they're going up against the surprise semifinalists, quarterfinalists, whatever finalists we are, bottom side of the bracket appearance here for GAM Esports as they were able to pull off the upset against MKOI yesterday and looking to do the same thing today.
I mean, if you're a T1 fan, you're not that surprised. You know, always T1 with the lower bracket, they're gonna bring some back. And yeah, but still, I feel like whenever you play against GAM, you gotta be careful about what you're doing in the early game because they really want to take the fight, really want to pull the trigger in the early game as well.
Honestly, we said that we wanted a best of 3, a best of 5 of those two teams. GAM pushed them so hard in the early game, and honestly, seeing them against BLG as well, I feel like BLG is like a more polished version of GAM. So if they can just pull it back a little bit, find their limits and still play that aggressive, GAM have a chance.
Again, this was a Baron call that could have gone their way. They make it out, but not all in one piece as Pays on that Talia showing off his mage mastery in the bot lane. Cut them off and then cut down the chances for GAM earlier in day one. Welcome back to the analyst Estigon alongside Trouble and Wadid. And y'all, this one does feel yet again like a Goliath, David and Goliath kind of matchup. What is the key here for GAM if they want to find any sort of success?
I feel like still play aggressive, push T1, force them to potentially make mistakes, because I think that's what BLG did really well in the best of 1.
We'll get your thoughts in just a second. Standing by right now is TK Nguyen, the CEO of GAM, with Jenny.
Thanks, Zigon. TK, yesterday was an incredible day for GAM.
Incredible. It was a historic day for us. So many milestones, so many achievements. We got to collaborate with so many different people all around the world.
But I want to talk about the League of Legends because solo kill on Faker in the mid lane, by the way, up 4-0. You reverse sweep MKOI. You're kicking out EU. What's going on?
So, okay, I gotta say, so Glory's our newest mid laner, and for him to solo queue the GOAT, solo kill the GOAT. I mean, come on, guys. What a way to start off GAM and T1. And that was peak viewership for day one from what I saw. So 4-0, for a second there, I was believing all of our dreams were going to come true. We might just upset right here on the EWC stage in Paris, the world champs.
So that is your prediction for the series against T1 today?
Of course. I mean, look. Everybody loves T1, including myself, right? We got so many fans from Vietnam that admire and adore T1. But you know what? Everybody also loves an underdog. And that's who we are, and that's who we're coming here. Hopefully we'll surprise you, take a few games. Let's see.
I'm looking forward to the competition. You're hyping it up so well, by the way. The fans have been incredible, so thank you so much. That's it from us, and Digon, back to you.
Always great to hear from TK, the eternal optimist of the underdog. Now, what do you think is going to happen here as we're 20 seconds away?
We just need one simple plan from each team, you know. Like, you can't just flip it around between the games. So I just want to see what they can bring it to us.
All right, well, my analyst will be here to break down this matchup. It is a rematch of day number 1, the underdog versus the world champs. It's T1 versus GAM Esports as we send it to the stage for the introductions.
welcome the GAM fans. And let's be honest, we have been way too soft on this day here at the STC Arena. We need to start crushing some keys. Elimination time. And these GAM fans are feeling nervous.
Yeah, they don't look nervous actually. That's why I was gonna ask you, DK, are we feeling stressed? Because this is elimination game. As the CEO, how are you feeling right now?
We are definitely not stressed because you know what? We're here to have some fun. We're here to show you guys it's GAM time. Let's go. EWC, where you at? Make some noise!
They're gonna face indeed Team 1. Tears and embarrassment on the line, but they don't seem stressed at all. So let's welcome GAM Esports! The Vietnamese squad, driven by passion, peuvent-ils faire l'exploit, l'upset, de sortir T1 de l'Esports World Cup?
To welcome their opponents, there's only one man for the job.
Winner stays, loser goes home. This is what it is all about. This is what they are built for. Make some noise for T1!
Talk about an introduction. After suffering defeat earlier on, the legends find themselves with no room for error. One more victory keeps their title hopes alive.
T1, les grands favoris, mesdames et messieurs, vous pouvez les applaudir.
It's a rematch from earlier on, but this time, lose and you go home.
It's David versus Goliath.
Faites du bruit!
Is it GAM time or not? The question to be answered in the final best of three for one of these teams. I'm Mr. Eric, joined by Jack Spector as we take you into T1 versus GAM. It is an underdog story, but in the underdog story, David technically won. However, this one doesn't feel like David versus Goliath because despite T1 losing to BLG earlier, it is a much higher uphill battle for
it's
GAM.
It's even bigger.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say. Well, it's lovely to be here, Jake. This is my first time casting T1, so you know, I'm going to say it.
What?
Faker.
Okay. Nice, you said it.
I got to say it.
You got to say it. Anything else you want to say?
I also want to say a fun statistic. So T1 just lost to BLG, and I noticed Faker had 9 deaths in that game. And I thought to myself, wow, that is a lot of deaths. And then I looked it up, and that is his record death count. The only other time he also had 9 deaths was versus the Bros.
Really?
Yeah. But they actually won that game. So this is the highest death count he's ever had in a loss up against BLG.
By transitive properties, Bro is as good as BLG.
Yes.
That's my takeaway.
That's my takeaway.
Get a Bro shout out before we go into T1 versus GAM. I respect that, Jack, and that is a fun stat.
The LC casters are all with us, you know,
I mean,
like they're influencing me.
That's right. We're hanging around them. I'm going to call it the degeneracy, lack of a better word. They're obviously better than that, but they're lovely degenerates, those guys. Obviously, as we go into this game, quick reminder, best of 3, so we are going into Fearless Draft. I think another reminder for people as well is this was a BO1 if you missed out. Early game, first 10-15 minutes were very strong from GAM, but after that, the sweeping through T1 as a 5-man stack. I mean, that's a generalist way of putting it, Jack, but it did feel like T1 were kind of out-handsing.
For sure. I think what GAM wants to do is replicate that early game success, and hopefully they I think they had some time to review that game, see what went wrong in the macro department, and try to figure out how can we be more on the same tempo, because a lot of the time when we see these weaker teams go up against some of the top teams, it's usually due to how well they play tempo, how fast they play, that you get outmatched on the map. Suddenly T1 has Dragon control, they get the Herald control, and they can just start to snowball those objectives onto you, and you can never kind of grasp that control of the map back. So I think that's really what I'm looking at for GAM, because we saw yesterday that in the individual lanes, they can compete. They even had a solo kill on Faker.
Oh, that's right. I mean, it was Feisty who 2 times over. Sorry, I'm thinking of a different game.
Yeah,
it was
Glory.
It was Glory who 2 times over because I was in a very similar mind with the Humble Life game. So I'm gonna have to apologize for that.
Feisty did also solo kill second.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of solo kills on some Korean goats yesterday, but both those games weren't enough. Now we go into a best of 3. Okay, GAM versus T1. It is going to be first pick here for the side of T1 on this red side, which has kind of been a common theme so far.
Yeah.
At this EWC, where red side has been the preference, but first pick has also come with it.
The first 3 Vayne ban, though, is very interesting. It indicates that they want to put Dorn just on this weak side, relaxing tank, and kind of leave him on his own, because we've seen Vayne do incredibly well when she has a good matchup. We saw yesterday Zest go 14-0, I believe it was, against Leon on the Vayne. So it's a pick that can be incredibly dangerous if left alone, and T1, they don't want to deal with it.
So especially with Doran, with the tank setup that you think is probably going to come through, feels like it's preparation for Doran maybe coming into this game 1 as well. Jay's going to go with Nocturne 2. Orianna's still up and available here, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm throwing out things like the Varus, although not super optimal. Rumble gone instead. Yeah. Might be GAM fishing for what? Bruiser top matchup as well.
And I do think if T1 now first pick the Orianna, it's going to be GAM looking for the Jarvan.
Okay.
And either the Cassio or the Syndra answer, I would expect to go into it. Jarvan really good into Orianna due to the fact that she's immobile. Maybe they also go Jarvan Estral to take away that mobility away from T1. Or they're going to go Camille. I'm a big Camille hater. I'm not going to lie. I have yet to really see the value that this champion
Unless
brings.
it's someone like On or, I
think it's incredibly difficult to make it work. I think some supports can do it and some teams can do it. And I do think when you're the underdog, going for this hyper-aggressive playstyle, they went to Camille Lee Sin. They're going to try to out-skirmish T1 at every step of the way. But if this game goes to 30 minutes and T1 is not far behind, it's going to be comfortable for T1 to play the fight.
I was going to say, the major problem with the Camille, right, is how do you get yourself into the mid-game? Do you have a lead or not? That really dictates how well she's going to play it out. Lee Sin going to go with it as well, so a lot of skirmishing here already for GAM. Other side, pretty stock standard for T1. Owner on a Vi, always good news with Faker's Orianna. Is the pivot going to be towards top or a support match?
Yeah, I think a Gnar pick makes a lot of sense there. You have a very comfortable blind pick. You have a really strong top side. It's really all about scaling being the name of the game here for T1. We'll have to see if Glory... Remember Tristana yesterday?
Yep.
That Zest tried to pull out. It didn't quite work against Zeus, but maybe they want to try to pull it out against Doran. Currently they're hovering the Zoe, which would be pretty crazy. We haven't seen that champion in a while. I think his Syndra pick is a lot more standard. It makes a lot of sense. You really want to have some CC to set Lee Sin's queue up for success.
Oh, yeah.
And they lock in the Syndra as we head into second Bass.
Means that setup so far for GAM is pretty good, right? Again, an aggressive comp. If I was looking at the LPL, I would say that, this is a very BLG AL style of comp.
Yeah.
But running into T1, maybe that's just the magic, isn't it? We already talked about Doran picking up the Gnar in the top lane. Talia is going to be taken away, which means that GAM are kind of assuming that Pei is going to be pulling out a mage bot and at least something with more CC control to layer for game 1.
Yeah, I think especially when you have the Vi and the Gnar, you have enough AD damage that allows to pick any sort of AP bot. We saw Pace on the Talia yesterday up against GAM do incredibly well. They played the Talia Shen and made that work. And also Vi, Talia is such a good combo since Vi sets up the Talia shuffle so well. They actually choose to ban out both the Talia and the Shen, the exact bot lane that T1 played against them yesterday.
Yep.
So they don't want to play against that once some more.
They were watching through, they're like, no way, we're going to let Carrier make those roams again on that Shen. Respect it over to GAM as Ambess is taken away. Usually I'd be saying that they're just getting rid of some of the pairing options, but it does feel like options into Gnar right now, giving Doran a bit of comfortability when I think he has been the weakest link.
Yeah.
Excluding Faker's last game, but overall is a big priority here for T1.
Makes a lot of sense to just take away some of those more aggressive top laners that's going to try to punish that Gnar. Mbessa being really good in general into T1's comp to give GAM more reach, more follow-up. We'll have to see what Artemis looks in here. I could see something like the Jhin to just have more follow-up for the rest of his carries. You kind of want some sort of utility because you have very little CC thus far. I think Caitlyn, Camille, while you can have a strong bully lane with it, I think it can be difficult. Jhin, Varus, both make a lot of sense. You have that CC, you have that long range, and you have the utility to help out your team.
I like it so far from GAM, really playing off it. They're going to have counterpick as well, and that counterpick is going to go towards the top lane. Remember again that this can be a Varus top as an option into the Gnar in the past has been a really good option. So I love that we're leaving on a flexible pick here for GAM. On the other side, T1, what's going to be in the bottom lane? Remember, Ori can also play bot, but
I mean, Syndra could also play bot if it's
that's also
Cassio.
true. This meta,
so
bro.
There's a lot of flex potential here. As Pace locks in the Cassiopeia, we've seen it pretty good success so far this tournament. I feel like a lot of the casters have been very strong, even though I don't think they've actually been winning a lot. It's just been a very strong champion, really good early game, really good scaling, and pairing it up with the Leona. We've seen the Leona so much now into the Camille, and I feel like the Leona always is looking favored. You just outscale so incredibly fast. Once you get that level 6, you have so much CC, so much setup, and Cassio being really good into Camille as well, just being able to lock her down with the miasma.
Now the question is, Gam, as they finalize the draft, how are they going to stay out of that lockdown? Is it going to be Varus bot or Syndra bot or something else?
They have a lot of options here.
So
I would assume. Oh,
the Varus top, isn't it? Varus,
like Varus, yeah. Varus top, 6 bot, and Syndra mid.
Yep.
So they're trying to punish Doran. That seems to be their game plan here. They're definitely going to be playing up towards top side. I would assume that in the early game, Taki and Artemis might fight a little bit, just due to the fact that Taki's playing the Camille. But then after level 3, especially after Artemis gets that lost chapter, that's when we're really going to see Taki just roaming around on the Camille, trying to punish Faker, trying to punish Doran, and maybe invade Owner alongside Drakthar.
Let's see how these lanes go, because seem very lane dependent here, Jack. For Gam, running into T1 for game number 1, shock them, bring those 15 minutes into fruition like they did yesterday, and turn this best of 1 into a game 1 start for them. They're the underdogs, but T1 haven't been on their best legs recently.
That's
MSI, you could say the same thing. You know, losing to G2 was unexpected for a lot of the fans. BLG going to a 5-game series and then dropping it at the very end. T1 have to prove that they're still up in the top leagues, because right now, if they cannot take this elimination series, questions will be asked going into summer.
And Gamma has picked an incredibly explosive composition. They want to snowball in the early game, put Doran behind, try to gank Faker, try to make things happen around this weak early game Vi, and just in general get themselves ahead so that they always either have a numbers advantage or a gold lead going into the skirmishes. Because if we go into team fights at 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and the gold is equal, it's going to be incredibly difficult for GAM to be able to find their victory.
For GAM, their key crush on the line, so is T1's loser. Loses the key and all merits. Faker on Orianna for game number 1. He is 91 and 33 historically. Faker always has a better win rate, you know that, but Orianna at one of the best at 73% after 124 games. There is no one else like him. There never has been and there never will be as we get onto Summoner's Rift. T1 versus GAM.
And would this be the greatest upset of all time?
This would be up there in the rankings. This would definitely be one of the greatest upsets. G2 versus T1 was one of the greatest upsets in an international of all time.
No.
Don't you think?
I mean, it was an upset.
Bro, they love the lower bracket. T1 don't care. They love the lower bracket.
But it's T1 at MSI. It's not T1 at Worlds. If it was T1 at Worlds, I would agree with you.
I mean, yeah, okay. That's completely fair. And that means
Taki wants to fight
Faker in trouble. Hookshot, wallshot, as you said. Halo Blaze ignite down. Faker has to flash away. A level 1 gank from hell itself came knocking at Faker's door.
And GAM understand their team composition so incredibly well. They cannot rest on their laurels. They need to continuously fight no matter what. Taki is going to miss out on a lot of XP. And I think even Artemis getting zoned a little bit in bot lane here as well. So that is going to put them behind. But it chunks Faker out. He loses his flash. And now he's incredibly vulnerable if Drakthar wants to go for an early gank.
Glory's got a good opportunity here. Let's see how that lane develops. Mid going to be under wraps for now as Artemis. He did, of course, start that lane solo as Taki came down. I don't think Taki missed too much experience here, Jack, because I see XP bars the same down in that 2v2.
They definitely missed a bit. The question is if Artemis was able to get all 3 melees. I do think...
You think he missed?
We'll have to see if this ends up being worth it. I think it could end up backfiring for GAM with how far they might fall behind in bots, especially with the fact that since you're playing the Camille, you really want to be able to continuously fight, but now you're putting all the eggs into the mid lane basket and top lane, I suppose.
Let's not also forget that with mid going well, we also have the dilemma of top. More pressure points on the map for GAM is always going to be better when you have these winning lanes.
Yeah. Yeah, here wants to continue to poke down Doran, get those plates.
Wall shot, nice engage. Pays takes the chunk with a satchel charge as well. Artemis layered, good.
Great trade from GAM, chunking down Pays. Pays gets a little bit of return damage onto Taki, but it's not too much. So they recovered very nicely here, even with the roam, with the fact that they're a little bit down in the XP. The fact that they're able to get those trades makes it so that the lane is a little bit more equal. And they can start to fight again.
Spacing from Faker, nice as we return back to mid. Glory with the Dark Sphere, not able to land on the target. Faker, remember that flash to be abused, but also Glory still has TP. It's refillable for the back for Faker as he returns back into the mid lane, where Glory still has the versatility, where he still has a reset yet to go.
Gam need to be careful here. Owner knows about the ward, still gets spotted. I think Gam, they realize this.
Taki, but he's face checking into Tri-Brush. Owner spotted out, hook shot, wall shot. Taki thinking he can get on out, and he does, but he gets chunked heavy.
Good play from Taki there. He realized that Owner was coming, but that he would still be fine with the hook shot. It does, however, mean, due to the fact that he got chunked, that Dragstar is going to have a hard time contesting these Raptors now. Even Pace moving up. Looks like Dragstar is just going to have to give over the Raptors, which is a pretty tragic start for the Lee Sin, especially the Lee Sin Camille that really want to skirmish early up against this Vi Leona.
Yeah.
But a really nice early game from Owner.
Meanwhile, we go back to Doran. He just walked back in. Hey, Lavaro's auto, he's dead! What is Doran doing? Faker missing out from the Sonic Wave. His life been able to get flashed on the damage still enough. Remember, he has no flashes. He runs away out of mana as well. They get Glory on the return, but as Gam look for the chase, Sonic Wave misses. It takes an auto, but now 3 versus 2. It's T1 who find themselves in the middle of Glory themselves. And I ain't talking about the player. Double kill already picked up as T1 over and pays for the chase. The flash up from Zenith Blade. Taki with a hook shot, wall shot out. He tries to run to Artemis, but Owner matches him. A Vault Breaker down, and T1 sink their fangs into Gam.
And it's Pace's move that pays off there for T1. He gives them the numbers advantage, so despite the fact that Faker doesn't have flash, they're still able to make it a winning fight for T1 and get those kills onto Owner and Pace.
What a play. Jack will get a replay. It's going to be up to you to take me through that, because Pace and Owner getting gold value here in this game. And Gam, let's stop in the play. I want your opinion on this, because it does feel like after the solo kill top and after the flash that should have been abused from Faker, he lived too damn long for that.
Yeah, the fact that Faker was able to buy so much time really hurt them. The bright light for Gam is this top lane with 700 gold, but let's watch the replay here as it starts off with Keria getting onto Glory with the Zenith Blade. He stuns him down, but Faker has no flash. But the Dragstar missing the Q makes it so that he has to flash onto Faker, and then Pace flashes over the wall, gets the Q onto 2, and he's able to just spam those Twin Fangs and able to do so much damage, takes down Dragstar as well, and then Keria with a little cherry on top, flashes forward, but now we're watching top.
This is a POV.
This is just greedy from Doran, walking back up here, wants to go for the XP.
This is a replay POV, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah, it was really well played by the Gam top laner.
This obviously happened before the big play in bot, because I feel like T1 really found their way back into the game from that. Jack, gold is even as well, by the way, so while top is 700 in the lead, Hayes moves to 400. Owner with a huge lead over Dragstar right now, and that Lee Sin missing a couple of Qs really cost Gam big.
Yeah, the fact that Pace as well, even though he moved for a minute straight, is up in CS.
Oh, yeah.
He's really hurting Gam, as Taki might be in trouble here.
Shield of Daybreak, Zenith Blade going to follow up as well. Owner finds him with a Vault Breaker in. Taki can't hook shot out, and Owner's at 3. Dragstar over the wall, just watching while Glory gets Shockwave. It's a Shield of Daybreak again. Kerry looking for the Zenith Blade, but Glory getting hit hard. Faker with no mana to follow up for another round of rotation as Kerry's roam is big, and Owner is now dominating.
Yeah, they're not beating the Camilla's useless allegations, I'm afraid. No, the champion is it's too hit or miss. It's so difficult to pull off as now Glory's in trouble. Kerry's behind.
He's doing it to Gam again. He did it in the best of 1, now starting the best of 3. Glory's feeling it's deja vu as Faker's just getting the clockwork wind up. The auto attack's going to do it. Command attack unleashes power, but does not unleash a kill onto Faker.
And Keria, he's everywhere on the map, setting up T1 for success. And it's only top lane left for Gam. The rest of the map is on fire as T1 pick up the Mountain Dragon.
1,000 lead here for Owner. Mountain to start. And Doran's probably like, at least the rest of the map is going fantastically now for T1.
Yeah. And that does allow Doran to eventually get some respite, as we'll see Keria and Owner open up towards that top side now. And I do think they can just leave Pace alone and try to help Doran recover. Yaya still does not have the flash for another 60 seconds.
Yep.
So that definitely could be an angle if Keria and Owner want to look for it.
Glory He's playing mega safe. Wave's in a horrible state, Jack. Tucky's coming down to match the roam, constantly out of lane, but Kerry's going to find him first. Zenith Blade mixes up for the hook shot, wall shot, and Ona's here for the Vault Breaker, expecting Tucky to take the upwards route. He goes down instead, and that saves his life.
Area just keeps canceling these hook shots, making it so hard for Taki to play as Doran all-inning onto Artemis.
Okay, he's getting some autos down. Satchel Charge going to save Artemis' life. Meanwhile, Pings are going down on the top. T1 want to keep this game fast-paced. Gam looking to match.
T1 are looking. Drakthar might be in trouble. Carrier Hex flashing. Is he going to go for it?
It's a blue buff and steal take away. Start the grubs. Kiaya moving in. Chains of Corruption misses. Tries to find it over the wall. Gam's top laner now without a charge in that ulti.
But T1 are split. Carrier has no flash here. He might just get stuck in the pit. Kiaya can just hit him over the...
He's poked.
Oh, he got his flash just up.
Just came up then. Good point, Jack, as Gam do get the grubs in the meanwhile, but Doran is left isolated against the turret bot.
Has 3 grubs for Drakthar. But Doran able to close that gold lead now, getting those plates on bot. So despite the fact that Gam make a good proactive play, it's still a cross map for T1. Continuing to build that gold lead now, 1,000 up for T1.
Good dodge there from Faker. Gold lead, 1,000 as you mentioned. It is sitting largely on Ona, who just hit level 7, half a level above Drakthar right now. First item's not on the board just yet. We're looking at Kiai to be one of the first, but Ona, there you go. Coursing will be the first with such a lead. Sundered Sky picked up. Big Vi here.
9 minutes Sundered Sky.
It's kind of crazy, yeah.
This is a very scary Vi here. I think any sort of skirmishes right now for Gam. If Owner is involved, it's going to be difficult for them to win it. Really need Drakthar to match that item. Or Glory to get his, or you can try to pivot and just play around Kiaya, which I think would make the most sense for Gam, because trying to match any equal numbers fight around mid lane looks pretty damn difficult right now, as Faker used the Shockwave.
Yeah, I guess just a hard push the wave, neutralize. He's got TP, he's going to back away. Probably get closer to Lost Chapter plus components here, Jack.
It's a pretty low cooldown, and still 2 minutes to Dragon. So just invest that to chunk Taki out a bit, and now bases and TP's back.
And they're going to take Scuttle. CS lead as well, brewing in the jungle, looking a little bit deep against Taki. This Camille constantly on the roam we talked about. Bot laners who have been left isolated still pays his favor, equal in CS, but the kill making the difference of 300 and a bit. And Jack, 145, second Dragon for T1, going to be on the horizon here as Ona tries to abuse the Ziggs.
But Artemis looks like he's in trouble here. They have full vision of enemy jungler, and they know where enemy support is. I mean, Artemis is going to need a miracle to try to outplay this one.
Yeah, he tried to clear the wave, he does so, but they're not going to need a wave. Cease and desist for a Ziggs under Tara. Petrifying Gaze puts him in place, locks him down, and Ona is jungle diffing game 1.
It's an easy play. T1 have full information. They know where Gam is. Artemis is stuck under tower, no way out.
If he takes this, T1 are still here, stunned up. Noxious Blast from Pays. He's low on mana. They have a ward to spot that out. T1 are running away. Gam still on the pursuit.
Faker's
chasing
moving.
the tail versus 3. Faker's going to make 4 in the thick of it. That's not where they want to be. Ona's going to take another. The miasma of pain for Gam to deal with. They commit double TP, but T1 still have numbers. Scout of the Week not bad onto Faker, but Drakthar with the Sonic Wave will not be concluding with a resonating strike. It's T1 who walk away heads held high.
And Gam, they feel the desperation, investing both teleports after Taki dies. There's just no play. You have no CC once the Camille falls. They still try to go for it.
Kiaya not in trouble. It's a TP. Now he is.
Oh, he spots it.
As he runs back, he's not that fast. Taki going to come and help out. Chains Corruption, dodge pays. What a proto belt. The miasma down, the poison laid bare, the twin fang in. The exhaust helping out, makes it a trade for a shutdown. Taki now right in the middle of Doran, but he's going to go mega, even though Glory's coming in. I am scared as he flushes away the unleashed power. Clutch here from Taki to survive, but Doran leaps out before Glory can get another rotation.
A great escape by Doran there. Kiaya being able to trade 1-for-1 against Pace, getting that shutdown.
Oh, Faker didn't check the other bush. Mega Inferno Bomb, he's at half HP. Faker in trouble. The minefield, the Sabotage pops him back, and Drakthar is going to clean house. A rough day here for Faker as he finds his second death. 11th in total for day 2 at EWC.
Okay, some good return plays for Gam here as they're able to get some gold on the board. Equalize that gold lead, but it's still T1 with an advantage as they pick up their second dragon. We'll watch the replay of the top fight. A beautiful proto belt by Pace to get away. But Kiaya has the exhaust, he has the damage to trade 1-for-1 with Pace, And then Taki trying to bait Doran in for Glory to set up the Scatter the Weak. But Doran flashes, he dashes, and he gets out.
Great reaction time though from Taki. That was really pixel perfect here from the Camille. As for now, Dragon was taken in the replay. It was 2 for T1, or rather is. So it must have been Ona who walked down. We didn't get to quite see that one, but I'm assuming
we saw
the game. Did we see it? No,
yeah,
it's blind. Oh, and we're going to go for a pause. Glory is not going to get Shockwave, by the way. Faker has half the cooldown on that remaining, so there's no Shockwave to follow up, but the minion wave is left with 2, I think.
Yeah. And it's not the start that GAM were looking for with this team comp. It's been an explosive game, but mostly in T1's favor. And especially considering how the compositions function against each other, it's going to be difficult for GAM to team fight as the game progresses later and later.
No!
I think their biggest silver lining is Kiaya. He still holds onto his gold lead and can look to play the side lane, can look to be the team fight threat to actually carry GAM to a victory.
I've been told Glory has a mouse problem, so that's what we're waiting for. We're just going to fix that one. He walked up, maybe his right click is stuck because he clicked the turret.
Could be, yeah.
And he didn't want to click the turret, I don't know.
Sometimes my mouse bugs out a bit and it's just like doesn't register a click. Could be something like that.
You've had the same problem.
Especially if it's like a Bluetooth mice, that can happen.
Are you not bringing Bluetooth mice on the stage though, are you? Isn't
I am.
Optimal, are you?
I am, yeah.
Isn't the optimal performance wired though?
Yeah, but I think these days it's nearly the same.
It can't be. But if it's so minimal, if it's like 100 milliseconds more or less, I don't know how much.
Maybe that's why I was bad in LEC. I was using Bluetooth mice.
That's right, bro.
I need to ask Kansama what he's using.
He's definitely not using Bluetooth, bro.
You don't think so?
He's wired in with those fiber optic cables that like NASA has. Bro, if you want to play Perfect League of Legends,
I think that's Viper. I don't know if Kansama's got that.
True. Well, that's the difference. That's the gap between the regions.
Yeah.
Mice problem. T1, they always use fiber optics mice. I'm assuming that's fast. I don't really know much about cabling.
I don't think it matters. I think it's like 1 millisecond anyways.
Surely for someone like Faker that matters. He's played for so long. If something's off by like a millisecond or 10, let's say more realistic, he would 100% play different. Don't you think?
10 millisecond maybe.
He's done the same thing for about 100,000 hours at this point.
But 1 millisecond is like, there's no way.
I don't know, bro. I think you doubt Faker.
I don't doubt Faker. I'm just saying 1 millisecond is such a small
I did
amount
say
of
10.
time.
I said 10 milliseconds.
You said 1 and then you said 10.
Yeah, I can't change it because 1 millisecond is stupid. Like.
Yeah, 1 millisecond is... But I think, like, for example, if you go from 40 ping to 50 ping, or actually that one is not as well. If you go from 0 ping to 10 ping, probably you would.
That's
be able
more
to
egregious than 40 to 50.
Yeah, because that's a smaller percentage difference, right?
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Although technically 0 to 10 would be.
Do you like stage? Like, do you prefer? Because I've heard some people prefer a bit of ping. Like on stage is land right, so it's 0, so it's perfect timing. Does it feel weird coming from solo queue to
I mean, I was always choking like crazy on stage. So
but was that you or the ping?
That was just me. I was just like nervous and bad.
We should have had a caster match. You could have.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always felt like my mouse was wrong on stage. I don't know if it was a mental thing or if there was actually something wrong.
And you used
but
the
it felt
same
like
mouse from home, right?
I used the same mouse as home, but it was just the refresh rate on the monitor. For me, it just felt something always felt off. But I think it was just a mental thing. You know, like Dopa used to have like, he would measure everything with like a ruler. I think some pro players still do that.
Really?
Yeah.
You have to see it. Glory's mouse issue rather has fixed itself, so not sure what happened there, but yeah, Glory's all good now. Walks away from the turret. There was no shockwave available before we left you in the pause. Glory does have a CS lead for what it's worth, 20 CS when he has been bullied a little bit this game. So doing okay versus Faker here as Draktar is seeing contest from Ona in his own jungle.
Yeah, you can see how scared Draktar is. He smites the Gromp even though it's 100 HP. Has no smite available for the blue buff now. And T1, they look like they want to contest. Carry is level 6.
Sonic Wave just used. Taki's going to go in. Hookshot, wallshot, carry at half HP, but it's okay. The Zenith Blades and Solar Flares look for an escape. Pace is there, cutting off the escape route. Kiaya, Chance Corruption, land this time. No protobelt out. The auto attack's enough as well. Gambit, numbers advantage. And Pace is left alone to die.
And T1 a little bit over-eager on this play. They're not able to match the numbers due to the fact that Doran's TP is still down for a few seconds. So that allows Gam to pick up another kill onto Pace, and Doran gets the plates in return.
And there is some big gold to take away. Before, it was Faker who lost his gold, I believe. Ona still, you would assume, is shut down to Sonic Wave. Not going to be hitting. Ona's just going to catch a wave in the meantime as well. Still big jungle CS lead and gold leaders. And we look towards top. Shockwave going to be used. That helps get the cannon as well, I believe, at the back end.
Quite a few poking shockwaves used by Faker in this game.
Yeah.
trying to chunk Glory down, get some lane pressure. As we watch the replay here, it starts off with T1 wanting to go for this blue buff, and it's just the fact that Doran has no tele while Kiaya has his, it allows them to get a 5 versus 4. Pace tries to proto belt the Varus ultimate once again, not able to get away from the Chains of Corruption, and he ends up falling down.
Yes, indeed he does. So, state of the game. Dragon coming up in 2:30, but it's Herald now, the contest in 10 seconds. Being pushed through mid is Gam. As 3 congregate, see what they do next. Top lane being dealt with Glory. This is a TV flank. Kiaya up against the wall. It's clean from Doran. He doesn't stay to chat. He knows the Varus with uptime is going to win out in the long run. So now that Doran's here with a shield on his head, Chains of Corruption going to be used, but Faker's nowhere near. Kiaya is a free kill. Topside might have to be Gam for the call because bot is now open.
Great play by Faker there. TPing behind Kiaya takes him down. And Gam, they want to try to go for the cross-map Herald, but they don't have time. T1 has already moved all the way back up. Or Doran now TPing in.
There's no Mega Nava. He's going to be small for a while. He does have a big shield, though. Herald's going to reset after Gam give it up, but bot is going to go with it as well. Faker gets the much-needed gold, while the top push from Glory, he's going to have to TP out of there after finding himself, not the turret, but close to. Goes to mid instead. As T1 are going to start up this Herald.
But T1 are controlling every side of the map right now. They make their bot play, Faker gets his deep push, and they still defend the Herald, force Glory to TP away. They're pushing in every single lane, just choking Gam out, making it so incredibly difficult for them to play while getting plates all across the board.
I feel like we saw this in the BLG game as well, even though it was a loss. Like, it's this 15-20 minute mark when lanes end and people start roaming. T1 always faster on the play. Their rotations and their resets always better.
T1 macro is incredibly good. I remember back when I was still playing, we studied a lot of Faker votes to see how he overloaded on side, how well he used his tempo. I think he's one of the smartest players. I mean, pretty self-evident, I'd say, one of the smartest players we have playing this game.
So many people talked about him. It's just, we're always just overlapping all the compliments, aren't we? And Doran, he's going into Mega Nava. Owner's coming up, spotted on the ward, hopping forward. Doran happy to take the damage if it threatens out Kiaya. Owner clears the ward and now hovers in fog of war. Tucky coming to roam and match with the Hextech ultimatum now as well. Carrier looking for an angle. Drakthar misses the Sonic Wave. Sped up by the distance from Faker. Glory drops a spear, but Gam have more here for now. Owner, he moved around, and this is because Dragon's up in 5 seconds. It's third drag for T1. Gam need an angle.
T1 have full control here. And Taki does have the Sundered Sky, but he still has no boots. So he gets CC'd by Carrier, no Merc Treads. He's not moving anywhere. As T1 decide to pull.
Sonic Wave kick. Oh, it's into the wall. Pays. Dodged it out from the Proto Belt. Now Drakthar is in the middle of no man's land. This sets up the play in the third Drake, I feel like. Sap Charge going to help out in the mid from what I saw, but Drakthar, as he takes a couple of turret shots, he's dead. It's just a who at this point. Kiaya going to try and get that wave in to help. Glory's there. I'm wrong, Jack. He's okay. Thanks to Gam getting topside pro. They're going to move out, but they are going to lose this third Drake.
Pace's Proto Belt this game has had such incredible value.
Very true.
Dodges out on the insect there. We've seen him dodge the Chains of Corruption, and it just allows him to play so much more forward because he doesn't have to worry about all these threats. As now Artemis in trouble.
Decent assist, grounded, petrifying gaze, Pays on the Casio. Absolutely venomous.
I don't know what Artemis was thinking there. He wanted to go bot lane to try to farm. I mean, going into the jungle at this point when your team is all basing.
And when they were just topside as a four-man group getting deep vision as well, right?
Yeah, big mistake by Artemis there. That leads into Herald on mid lane. And a lot of damage onto that mid tower that Ziggs so desperately wants to protect.
Carrier's going to spot out that Drakthar is on these wolves. Gets deep vision around this topside now to cover for Faker's entrance towards this outer turret. Mid almost dropping. One more plate and a bit left remaining. And gold for T1 only 2,000, but a very dangerous game right now for Gam as they face Salt Point in 4 minutes as Baron comes up so that one more mistake will slice the head off of this series.
Yeah, there's two big dangers for Gam right now. First of all is the team comp gap.
Yeah.
T1 has such an easy time engaging. You have the Vi ult, you have the Leon ult. While for Gam, it's a lot harder to pull off. You need a great scatter the weak, you need Taki to be able to find someone, Drakthar to find an insect, or Kiaya to be able to find a great Chains of Corruption or make a play on side lane. And then you're also staring down a soul point for T1. If they can get that Cloud Soul, it makes it even harder for GAM to be able to get any of those win conditions down, which then also forces GAM to constantly match T1 and look to teamfight them, which prevents Kiaya from being able to be that split push threat and try to go 1v1 against Doran.
Trying to get his own blue buff. GAM found out. Solar Flare's going to get Draktar as well. Onan cease and desist on Artemis. He'll find himself on the turret with the Hextech Minefield. Will only just help a bit. Onan still tanking out the Vault Breaker, tagging the end of Draktar. They need a Sonic Wave to connect. Draktar with a Q. Enough energy to find, so as a bouncing bomb does a bit of damage, but it's not enough. T1 get the hell out of dodge after trying to be a nuisance in that blue side jungle again.
And Owner is a magician, getting out of the tower there. He was so deep after Draktar kicked him deeper in, but he was able to get out with how tanky he is. He's so strong. 2 items completed already. Allows him to survive so many tower shots, and then get out, only burning the flash.
Owner with the extra health, his Black Cleaver. That's really helped to probably save the day, that second item already. He's going to back now, and he's on a longsword only. I thought we would have a little bit more, but I guess Black Cleaver was only just completed. And speaking of 2 items really for everyone in T1 outside of Doran are going to be standing there. And Baron now up 2 minutes till that Dragon Soul for them. And GAM struggling relentlessly to try and defend and clear their own side of the jungle.
2 minutes to this Cloud Dragon. That's what T1 are waiting for. No real Nash threat. I do say that, but T1 do have a tendency to just randomly rush the Nash. They do have a lot of damage.
They have a Cassiopeia.
They have a Cassiopeia.
Yep.
Even Nara as well does quite a bit. Vi as well. So they can look towards the Nash. And they are pinging it. I think they might just start it, Jake.
Now, you know what, Jack? Your timing could not be better. Draktar is on the bottom side of the map. I don't know if he's spotted out, but if he pops out of that bush, Doran will have enough information. And they will go. Taki, it's going to be a blind Vault Breaker if it's anything. But Owner's going to walk away. Carrier with him as well. The CC duo just take a step back.
I mean, T1 have an incredibly... Oh, Taki.
And Taki has a what? Nothing yet. Half HP. Bursted out. Big top push. So pressure's still there, but we hold for now and resets need to come through because a minute till Drake.
Yeah. Really easy for T1 to just play for this Dragon. They now have full topside control, which also then allows them to pressure both the Nash and the Drake at the same time. So if GAM go too deep for Drake control here, T1 can say, oh, we don't care. That's just a Cloud Dragon for you guys. And then we go Nash ourselves. But it's so difficult for GAM to try to face check here. They're putting 5 people on mid, but both Taki and Draktar are not tanky enough to survive the initial engage from
again. Vault Breaker into Taki. He flashes instead. Hexacoddleman and wants to take play on his own merits. Mega Inferno Bomb's not bad, but they're tanky enough. Onan taking a while to die versus 5 members while Solar Flare sets up for T1's Retribution. End of the war presents a Mega Gnar. Pays will find the kill. The flash forward, the shockwave. Glory now caught underneath as Taki tries to re-engage, but T1 have done the job. Yes, it's messy, but more members stand on the red side.
A great fight for T1. Faker got a little bit too hyphy there, flashing forward under tower, but they should be able to back off, have Faker TP back in, and play for this Dragon. The only thing is Owner being down means no smite for T1, so they need to either zone Draktar off or just wait for Owner to respawn.
5 seconds, it's going to be a slow start. T1 trying to flinch or at least make GAM flinch in the process, but they're not walking down, they're not checking. And now spotted on the top side, Cam's an easy soul here for T1 as Paze is just waiting. Draktar is trying to clear top side, but Owner, instead of going for the smite, says, you know what, I'm going to stop this guy. No business being here. Taki going to run into Pace. Scatterweek from Glory, not too bad. Sonic Wave connects. Petrifying Gaze, not used. Instead, it came through as his dying breath as Cam looking for the fight instead. It's Owner taking the blast code while Carrier runs upwards. The exhaust helping out a milestone here as Carrier trying to survive, but up to his limits. Kiaya needs an auto, and he'll find that single-handedly. Walking away from the turret, at least for the cost of soul. It's an explosive fight for GAM.
But T1 try to go for 2 plays at the same time. They lose 2 members. GAM, they need to convert this into a Nash if it's going to be a game-saving play. Because if you're losing the soul and you're only getting 2, it's not good enough. But they want to keep fighting. They're TPing behind with Glory. But T1 are too fast with the Cloud Soul. You need to go for this Baron Nasher. And we'll see if Owner can be able to try to get a steal or get into the pit.
I mean, pings are going down. Owner and Faker walking very quickly towards that bottom side of the map. Glory going to scatter the weak. Faker with the low mana bar to take note of as GAM trying to be resilient around this Baron. Keep T1 from stepping in. Doran But the Mega Gnar is building up ever so slowly. Hextech Minefield as well at 5k. Going Mega Gnar soon. Cam maybe bitten off more than they can chew. Zenith Blade after the Soulfire and the Shockwave. Draktar dead. A wall again. It's easy as that for Doran as Artemis gets stunned up in the process. And Owner going forward without a bit of damage to his name. Glory scatters one, but not the other. As Owner cares not for your turrets. A double back in his pocket. And Baron and T1 will not be defeated.
And Gam knew that they needed to go for the Nash. It was their only play, but T1 are inevitable. They take down 4, they will take down the Nash, and now with Baron Nashor, with Soul, it is looking dire for Gam as we watch Doran here with a huge Mega Gnar, jumps to pivot the Shockwave, gets it onto 3, hits the rock, throws a little house, he's doing everything.
I'm just watching Paze on the rearview mirror where Paze is following up. I think accidentally pressed Sonya's. And his Petrifying Gaze was good as well. But it's just antics here. T1 using that jungle lead so well. Paze is clawing through the enemy composition. And Jack, 4.5k gold lead, Baron now acquired. It does feel like all the resistance from Gam has, unfortunately, led to T1 being in the driver's seat.
Yeah. It's trying to find a silver lining here for Gam. Kiaya looked good. I think at this point,
to be fair,
Gam are thinking about game 2 just as much as we are.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, mid was a bit of a slog.
Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't like the game was over until that fight. Now, very different beast as Owner's just safeguarding the mid push and top push alike. Bot is going to be run through by Kiaya, but Doran is now in the base. One Nexus turret, or rather inhibitor turret, to fall first. That soon will be there. Owner finds himself a cease and desist on top of Glory. He can't move the Syndra with no movability. Dead first. T1 running through the front door. Is Taki going to join him? Artemis flashes away from the Soul Blade and the Zenith Blade and will survive, but he needs to start getting kills fast. Mega Bomb jumped away by Doran, and the Sonic Wave again. It just hasn't been connecting this game as Draktar's leads in. Leaves a little bit to be desired. But the base will fall and crumble in T1's favor regardless with the TP in with Baron. It's T1 trying to end this game 1 here.
T1 want to end it right here, right now. They have the Baron minions. They have the numbers. It's 5 versus 3.
Flash, Shockwave, okay, connect on Draktar on the way through. Carrier, it's good enough. T1 run through, 5 members still alive. Carrier just standing his ground, hoping to watch the Nexus fall in person. With a Petrifying Gaze from Paze to Pepper on top. He still dies. It still looks messy, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the Nexus fall, which won't be able to do right now, even with the Baron minions. T1 running for their lives. Low health bars it up for Gam to hold on for yet another fight.
And Gam survive. They defend the Nexus.
Yeah, it's the second
Although
match.
Faker has TP, they're going for round 3.
They are. They've got another minion wave soon to be there. I don't know if it's going to matter at all. Draktar runs on in. Carry with low health bar with his Xander's Blade. The Scatter Wing not bad, unleashing power. Glory gets a return kill. But T1 will get the Nexus. The 50 gold that goes with it as well, Jack. And get one step closer to qualifying here as Doran gets a pullback, takes a Fountain Laser. T1 messily but securely take game 1.
And Gam, they fought valiantly. They tried to find their way back in the game, but T1 had control from minute 1. They stacked up the dragons, they got the soul, they got the Nash, and they finished in clean. Pretty clean.
Clean enough. I think it was messy because of the comp, but also
messy but convincing, I would say.
I like that. I like that. And I think overall, I mean, you can be happy that like Doran had a much better performance to what we've kind of been saying so far. This play especially, Jack, was a big moment for Doran, but the setup from T1, as always, came together.
Yeah, I think Doran got solo killed, which was his biggest mistake, but after that he recovered well.
It's a hard game.
He didn't fall behind anymore. He was able to have some good team fights for T1 to secure them the victory.
Well, one step away from qualifying and knocking Gam out. MKOI was one thing in a BO1, but T1 something else as they find their victory in game 1.
Thank you very much, as Derek says. Yes, it is T1 getting game 1 under their belts against GAM Esports. Gam time was there for a little bit, and it stuck around for much longer than what a lot of people thought. But ultimately, they fall in 27 minutes in a fast little sharp. Look at that gold graph, a sharp little dip there.
I mean, we asked for Gam to play a little bit more aggro, to keep basically the theme that we've known them and push T1 to their limit. BLG managed to take them down with the exact same way, and Gam tried their best, but I feel like the discipline is what makes T1 come up on top.
But for me, it feels like the draft plan from Gam was kind of wrong in terms of like how they want to play through the bot side, because I feel like people kind of figured out how to play against Ziggs bot lane, because I think if you're playing Ziggs, you kind of want to make the bot lane boring and you just push the lane, delete the lane, and you let your support just play the mid lane. But I think this time around, we already figured out in the EWC that Cassiopeia bot lane is the answer into it and the make game really hard for Ziggs bot lane.
Yeah, nice to see that little adaptation here by the squad in terms of the draft. And we start with a replay that you had requested. You wanted to see a specific play in a specific moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Owner popped off with the vibe. It was a very great deal from Drakthar on what he did on his listen. So if we can play the replay right here, thank you so much, production. You see Drakthar has actually cleared, as we play this one, he's cleared his bot side jungle heading towards the top side. What we don't see right here is that he has an extra longsword in his inventory, and Owner hasn't actually backed. So what Drakthar is thinking right here is that Owner is going to fully clear like we know him, and with the extra longsword on that Lee Sin, he's looking for potentially a fight. If Lee Sin can open and buy not from Fog of War, he has the advantage on a 1v1 or a 2v2.
So in theory, he really wanted to take the fight on the bot side, but in fact, as I said, Ziggs cannot out-push the Cassio in lane, so T1 has the bot priority here, so they cannot really actually fight for the bot lane here.
And if you look on your minimap as well, Leona all the way pushed in the jungle, Cassio, as you mentioned, all the way pushed in the jungle. So Drakthar was really looking for that fight versus Owner's Vi to not allow him to pop off like he did, but he just didn't have that chance.
No, wasn't quite able to do that. Then later on, it was a Baron fight and a Baron call here. That was our next big moment in this matchup between T1 and Gam.
Oh man.
I mean, it was just didn't work out that well because the Nashor was slow initially, and also T1 were ready for the fight, and that was insane chain CC from Faker, Shockwave, and the follow-up from Owner, it just clean up.
What are the chances that Gam loses to T1 the same way in the best of one and here in the best of three game one? It was that Baron into the team fight and in the game.
Fantastic point there. And we take a look at the thing you were talking about earlier here with Did. It is Cassiopeia having a huge presence at EWC. We knew mages were going to be showing up in the bot lane, but now 5-3 so far in the tournament.
And maybe the win rate doesn't look that great, but I feel like Cassiopeia gives a lot of space in the draft as well, because it can flex on the mid lane and the bot lane as well. And I think nowadays the players really wants to take a fight no matter what, even though you are like less number. It doesn't matter, just take the fight, take the risk. And I think the Cassiopeia is the pick that you wanted for that one, because I think whenever she's on the Rift, it doesn't matter how much you have, it just gives a lot of like power spike for the team. So I feel like Cassiopeia is being really high rate and the valuable pick for EWC here.
Her blind pick power is incredible. And also T1 pulled the 2-in-1. Two A-tier mid laners out in game one. One was played bot lane, one mid lane. But Cassio and Orianna no longer in the pool.
Yeah, definitely not. It did stunt Glory in the mid lane. He was part of that success that Gam had earlier. I think a player under a lot of fire who had a nice play there after bouncing back from the solo kill was Doran. Found the big play there in the team fight. And it feels like Doran is always under the microscope here with Did. Someone who, when he does something right, it's like, oh, it was set up by the team. When he does something wrong, it's always his fault. That isn't always the case. I feel like Doran is a guy who makes a lot of space and does a lot of things that doesn't show up in stats.
I mean, I think he's just still struggling to find out what the matter is, because I think he's trying, but he's still getting the counter picked on the top side, you know? So I feel like even though he's not performing good, but also the T1 is like sacrificing him a lot in the draft. So that's why he's been struggling, but I still believe in him because he's shown up a lot of like moments where like everyone is criticizing him, but he's gonna pop up randomly.
Quick point, Trouble.
Both games ended with his Mega Gnar versus Gam, so I think he's been super influential.
It has been hero moments to close it out in this series. Will we see another one in game number 2? Let's find out after this short bit of content. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We're over at the B stream where KC just took down Sentinels on the first game of this best of 3 series. What has it been like casting that? Because there's so many people here.
All right, well, it's my first international, and oh my God, the people, the crowd, the energy, it is electricity. France, give it up! Yeah! They have been looking absolutely phenomenal. KC running the game absolutely into the ground, and they've been kicking ass.
All right, they're going to keep going, and we're actually on a break, which is insane. All right, that's it from us. Back to you guys. Welcome to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where once again we have our lovely reporter Chris to give us a bit of an update on Dota, because things are moving along and we've exited the group stage.
Yes, the everlasting group stage. Honestly, it was going on for such a long time. But now we are into the playoffs. We have our top 8 teams, all guaranteeing themselves some club championship points, but they got to find out how many they're going to get.
Yeah, that's a good point. So can you let us know maybe which teams have made it out of that group stage that are notable in the club championship or organic system?
I think for us, the name that's always going to be prevalent throughout the next 5-6 weeks is going to be Team Falcons.
Yes.
And for Falcons, they've kind of niced it. They've got a good side of the bracket. They've avoided the teams who are on there right now, which is Yandex and Spirit, which are 2 teams could really go quite far. They may have a slight horse in the club championship race, but nothing too crazy. But for Falcons, they have a real big opportunity to make some ground up on some of the other real big competitors who are not in Dota. It is pretty much a free hit. Anything they get here, your teams like Vitality, etc., they're going to be able to catch them up.
Oof. And what about the likes of Liquid, for example? Because they were a big hitter last year.
Yeah, so Liquid and Virtus Pro going out just before they made it into the top 8.
Yikes.
So for those guys, 0 club championship points. That is a big stinger for them, and an opportunity that they really did have. As mentioned, for Falcons, they're in a great spot. The opportunity was there for teams like Liquid, for teams like Virtus Pro, and they did not take it.
A little bit of an unfortunate situation for them then. We'll see how the things are going to be playing out on our stage, but that's it for us for now. Bye!
T1 victorious in game 1, but it is a best of 3. GAM underdogs, but not out just yet. Elimination match where the winner goes to qualify into our elimination bracket, and then the loser goes home. GAM are 1 step away from being said loser, but it's an organization they're always full of surprises here, Jack, as Group C is about to finish.
Yeah, I think GAM's draft was too difficult to pull off. Camille plus Lee Sin, we saw G2 try it out as well. It's just very little front line, very little real CC. Like, you have the tiny knockback from the Camille E and the lockdown on the Camille ultimate, but it's not something like a Nautilus, like a Leona, like a Rakan. And I think it's just too difficult for these teams that are not able to transition cleanly from the early game into the mid game. And even in this game 1 between T1 and GAM here, we didn't even see real much value in the early game from the Camille pick. They tried to do a little cheese onto Faker, He got his flash, but the later on skirmish didn't play out in their favor due to Pace's move, which is an indirect consequence of the fact that Taki chose to sacrifice bot lane, giving Pace and Keria full control of that lane.
So a domino effect, really, is what you're selling to us. And I think as well, you know, for that fight, as soon as Faker, by about 5 or 7 seconds, even without his flash, kind of knew it was doomed here for Gam. A couple of fights where their comeback was possible, but I think realistically, that first fight at level 3, at level 4, really stipulated the game from there. T1, I didn't hear sides, Jack. I didn't see sides, but they chose red side last time. They got first pick.
I will have a look.
Jack is going to use technology to find that out, so that I don't have to.
Chose, well, now we see it on the screen.
First pick, but T1 blue side, so it's first pick red side again.
First pick red side, blue side for T1.
Yep.
And I do think that if Gam are to take a game here, they really need to quite hard outdraft T1. Like, they need to have winning lanes, and I'd say better scaling too, which for me that's like the prerequisites of a big outdraft is if you have both of those, because you usually shouldn't be allowed to get both.
You should not. Scaling and winning lane.
Yeah, like if you're winning both early game and mid game and late game, probably your draft is just better.
You're winning the game. Then.
Yeah.
You're saying so you should win the game to win.
Win the draft to win the game.
Okay. That's also just complete. Boy, that's just, I want to win the draft because then we win the game.
No, but what I'm saying is they need to win the draft.
Yeah.
I think T1, even with a subpar draft, can win.
I'm getting
but I think if I look at another draft from Gam versus T1 here, where I feel like it is favored for T1, it's a real big uphill battle for Gam.
Okay, I get it now. I get it. I'm sorry to make fun, but I definitely understand. So for Gam, let's go through some of the picks that are going to make a difference here as we are about to pull up the draft on your screen right now. That's what that camera means. So, Jack, fearless on the top side of both respective teams. Talia's going to be the first to go as well, especially against Pace for that bottom lane. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Shen early rotation ban here from Gam, as well as Rumble joins the pool for Gam.
I'm curious if we're going to see the Vayne ban make its return for T1. It could be an option for Kiaya. It's been the most explosive top laner that we have seen in the tournament thus far, and I do think that if there is one weak link that we could see in T1's early game last game, it was Dorn up against the Varus. So trying to replicate that success that Kiaya had on the Varus, as he was the standout performer for Gam last game. I think that would be really good to set him up for success, as now T1 takes out the Jace, they take out the Ryze, and an early Talia ban and a Zir ban.
Yeah, it's a target Faker ban as well. I guess also taking the Ryze out was stipulating what could be a B1 here. Sorry, what could have been the B1 and 2. As Gam have first pick here. So, what is up and available? Varus has already been picked away, obviously, for last game. Syndra, Ori, both off the table with the Cassio as well. Bard's going to go in case there was going to be some Caitlyn Bard lanes. Remember, Elise is also there if Gam want to explode the lanes and set up bot for success.
Yeah, you could look for the Elise-Caitlyn combo. With the Bard being taken out, you cannot pair that up with the Caitlyn. Ezreal is still up and available as well. There's the Jarvan, if you want to go for that. Real nice and early, as Gam are taking their sweet time to decide their first pick.
Smiling about it.
Or maybe there's a bug. Well,
there's a bug. That's why we're smiling.
Okay.
All right. We're back in the client. Okay. So we're going to work out what that was. Apparently it was just a bug. Happens in Champ Select every so often in Tournament Realm.
I think the Jarvan first pick would make sense. The only thing is the Ezreal is still up and available, so T1 could grab that one away to have a escape up against it.
Yep.
But you are just picking a really strong, solid frontline. Bruiser has engage, can always ulti in and then flag and drag out to be able to lock in any carry. The only thing that's removing a bit of value from it is the fact that the Orianna and the Syndra are already out. So you're not being able to play into those immobile carries.
I was just told in my head, misclick. That was the only word.
Oh.
Which is funny.
Maybe they misclicked.
But
Champions League.
I mean, yeah, I think we obviously still get a remake, because if you have no champion, you have no champion. It's not a 4v5. That's not how the rules work. That'd be pretty bogus if it was. Yeah, so we're just going to work that out while Gam discuss amongst themselves. You mentioned Jarvan. I'm going to pull out Zinz out. I'm going to pull out... I mean, Pantheon has really dropped in prior. I haven't seen it this tournament so far, from what I can understand. Obviously, guys, there's 2 streams going on at the same time. It is funny, like, how popular T1 are, because this is the main stage here.
Yeah.
The other stage, KC versus Sentinels, is happening.
Yeah.
So the French crowd must really be surrounded by that, but this crowd is full, it's packed, it's chockers.
Yeah.
It's...
I mean, it's especially crazy
T1.
because we are in Paris.
Yes.
You know, like, this is KC's home. This is Casey's home. You know, this is where
But
all the KC fans
like
come.
French,
But still,
there are so many French T1 fans.
there's so many French T1 fans, and also so many dedicated T1 fans that are willing to fly all the way over here.
Oh, yeah.
And celebrate T1, and for good reason. I mean, it's the greatest organization in League of Legends history
of all time.
All time.
Yes, it is. That's the tagline from what MSI? Make them believe. Was that our recent MSI?
No,
it was
that's
last
an older.
year or the year before.
I think last year was Defy, no?
Oh, then the year before.
Make them believe, yeah.
Make them
maybe.
believe, and then bring home the glory.
That is an older one.
Oh, is that older? Yeah.
I don't remember what last year was.
It's like there's some cool taglines, but there are a lot of taglines. We have had a lot of LoL esports over the past 16 years.
That is true.
It keeps on going. Jack, I'm going to pull up the picks. Not the picks that we've seen, because obviously they haven't happened yet. I'm going to pick up the picks that we have not actually had a chance to talk about. And Nefiri we pulled out. Lee Sin's already been picked. Jarvan's already been picked with Vi. There's Wukong, there's Poppy, there's Xin Zhao, there's Nocturne, there's Skarner.
I believe T1 banned out the Poppy. I think it was banned out at least.
Is that the final ban?
That's
T1
taken
also
off,
banned
I'm pretty
Ryze.
sure. Yeah, Ryze is out. There's not a whole lot of mid laners, high priority mid
I guess
laners
we
up.
could have like more Akali, Galio, Victor matchups. The Onivia kind of flexes around there. We've already had an Onivia bot. So I think flex picks right now, again, we've done that full curveball where maybe 2.5 years ago, flexes were dominating. I'm just throwing a number out because it comes around every 2 years.
I think flex picks are a breath of fresh air for drafting in League. It makes it a lot more fun to both you can experiment more, and also when you're watching the draft, you're kind of always on the edge of your seat, not really knowing where any of the picks are going.
Are you upset by Mage's bot? Are you complaining?
I think some mages are unfair. I think Mel, I hate Mel.
I think Mel as a champion sucks.
I think Mel is really annoying. I think Syndra is really annoying because her Scatter of the Week is so difficult to play around. I think Siggs, for example, I don't mind playing against Siggs. I feel like if you play against Siggs, you just get to free scale, and then if I play the team fights better, I can carry.
There's ways to abuse him, like, hard range CC.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get onto.
It's more complicated, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand. I'm sympathetic to my fellow ADC friends that hate the mages, but I feel like for me, it's kind of like a Cry Wolf situation. I feel like ADC players are always complaining about mages, even when they aren't good.
And then we'll come back around and be 80 carries only, and then we'll start crying about Varus again.
Yeah.
Cry about an 80 carry.
Although, to be fair, Varus has been meta for, since the dawn of time.
I mean, he has, but he goes through waves of, oh my god, lethality, Varus is so broken. Wait, on him, Varus is the best champion in the game,
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't mind if we didn't see Varus for,
Let me ask you, are 80 carries the biggest whingers? As an 80 carry pro player yourself, are you the biggest whinger?
What is that, whining?
Yeah, whining. Do you think 80 carries whine the most?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean...
Because top laners don't talk to anyone, right? Junglers, they've got music on.
The thing is, I think junglers are.
Junglers are the biggest whingers.
Because junglers face the most trauma. They get flamed every game.
That's so true,
They get flamed every game, no matter what. So they just, unleash it and get so upset.
Okay, all right. Well... If I could talk to I'm not sure who speaks English in the crowd. I was going to talk around and just get some AoEs.
You're going to talk to random people in the crowd?
Yeah, why not? I think mid laners are just so cooperative with the team.
Oh, you were going to ask them who's the most toxic. Who do you think? You were a top laner.
I don't think top laners complain. I think we're Chads.
I think supports are the nicest.
Supports are definitely the nicest. They have to clean up everyone's messes.
Yeah. Mid laners are usually... For me, mid laners are usually...
They think they're the center of attention or what? Because their lane literally is.
I think they're usually fine. Yeah. I think mid laners are usually fine. I think top jungle and ADC are the most complaining.
Right. We are apparently setting up an interview in the crowd. I am watching some guy on his handheld play a different game right now. He's stopped waiting for this pause. Again, we're trying to fix pick ban. If you're just tuning in, there was an issue. And I'm just seeing what everyone in the crowd is kind of doing. This guy's got he's got Twitch open on his phone. What are you watching in the meantime? I'm talking to you. What are you watching? He tells me. Which one? The B stream. He's watching the Casey at the same time. See, that's tech. He's watching on his phone at the same time, so he doesn't miss the stream.
Are Casey winning? I hope.
Are they winning? No, he's gone. He's gone.
I hope Casey's winning.
Sorry, guys. We don't have a third mic. We have a third headset, but I cannot vet the people yet.
It's been a disappointing tournament for EU thus far.
Oh. I mean, Casey won game 1, and then winning game 2.
Yeah, but in general,
what do you mean? Disappointing tournament for NA.
Yeah, but it can also be disappointing for EU.
Fury is gone.
We lost to AGAL. G2 just lost. MKOI lost to GAM.
what we're going to win because Lou is standing in the crowd. Jack, quickly before we come back to rambling.
Yes, thank you guys. Tech pause, vous connaissez la petite pause tech, on rompiche. Mais du coup, j'ai l'honneur d'être avec deux fans de T1 et vous allez avoir une bonne surprise. I'm with two T1 fans, Yumin and Dongbin, here with me. Et la première question que je vais te poser, elle va être en français parce que tu parles français. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir, s'il vous plaît? Ma chère Youngmin, tu es en France, tu es coréenne, tu parles parfaitement français, tu soutiens T1. Est-ce que tu peux m'expliquer un petit peu tout ça, comment ça se fait et est-ce que tu es contente d'être ici?
Parce qu'en fait, je suis étudiant à Paris et alors je travaille en guide touristique et puis en fait, je suis fan de Faker et alors en fait, depuis 2016 et alors je suis toujours le fan de Faker.
Une fan de Faker, I'm a big fan of Faker. I moved to France in 2018 and I've been a touristic guide here in France and I'm sure that you do a lovely guide, of course. Here we go, back in English. I want to ask you, of course, who's your favorite player, but you can't say Faker. You can say Faker and someone else because I want to, learn a little bit more about the other players, of course.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm also a big fan of Faker, but today I want to support Doran.
I think that's a good answer. Évidemment, je suis un grand fan de Faker, mais aujourd'hui, j'ai envie d'apporter du soutien.
Come on, support Doran. What is this?
À Doran, et je pense qu'il en aura besoin. Thank you very much. Merci, Kamsahamnida. Thank you for joining me, and hopefully we get back to the game very soon. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou. And I was going to say the one Doran fan, but everyone else cheered. So there's a lot of love for Doran.
Bro, Doran has a lot of...
He does. He's
a cute...
He's a bit of a rat, and it's good. That's a positive thing, and it's a compliment.
It's not a compliment to call someone a rat.
It is.
You can't just say... You called the LCK guys degenerates, but then
that's a positive thing.
Then you said it in a good way. You can't just say something that's not a good thing and say it in a good way.
He's literally got an emote. Dorat is an emote, and he
doesn't have that emote. He didn't make that.
No, but it looks good. Okay? Now, Doran has copped a lot. And you know what? He's a bit of a rat because sometimes he has insane games. And sometimes he has absolute stinkers.
Yeah.
And you know who else was a rat? The Shy.
Okay.
He was a rat.
You're comparing Doran to the Shy right now? Is that what you're doing?
Why would I not?
I think...
Okay. What about Nuggery? As ladies and gentlemen, I've been told, no, I still have my job, but other stream, B stream right now, we might have a look at KC versus Sentinels in the meantime.
Ooh, I want to do that.
I know the other guys are casting it on the other stream. I guess we can cast it if we don't have the audio, or we can listen in, depending on what version we get, while they try and get in pick and ban for GAM versus T1. Small delay. As soon as we get the thumbs up, we'll let you know, and we'll switch back to this pick ban because this stream will be focused on T1 versus GAM. But Sentinels versus KC, wouldn't mind it.
Yeah,
that guy probably doesn't need to be on his phone. He can just hover over my shoulder. And we'll see. If we bring it up on your screen, we will see. But for now...
Now we're looking at Owner.
We're looking at Owner.
Faker.
Owner.
You know I got a picture with Faker?
Did you?
I got a picture. That's probably a highlight of my week, month, maybe year. Nah, year's too far. Month. Definitely, I'm still happy about it. Like, when I think about it, it makes me smile.
I'm still happy about it. Of course you are.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. You know what? Every time, without fail, if at international events, whether it's going into an elevator, passing, always bows, always small smile, always so respectful. That's what, I love. And by the way, don't worry. KC I think KC right now are probably close to 2-0ing NA because we are the better region, while Jack, there's no NA representative here. They can't defend themselves. We're about to go to pick ban. You don't have to listen to Ramble anymore. And we can take you into T1 versus GAM Game 2. Not sure specifically why pick ban was so bugged, but probably a lot of refreshers involved.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
I mean, the League client isn't exactly known to be the most stable.
New client next year.
New client next year.
New client next year.
New client, new me.
New client means amazing time in the League of Legends world because no, we're not gonna go down that road. I like my job. I was just gonna set us up for failure. I don't like the client.
Oh,
Jack, I just didn't want to take you there. I don't want your first cast of T1 to be your only one.
So far it's looking like it, Jake.
Yeah, sorry about that. By calling Doran a rat. We're waiting for this pick ban to go up, complaining about the client. Is there anything else you want to get off your chest before we go into this pick ban? Because I've been baited. It's not here yet.
It's not here yet. I think that T1 is a good team.
That's good.
Woo!
Very good. Well done. Well said. We talked about junglers before. We talked a lot about the Nefiri, the Jarvan, the Wukong, the Poppy. Got to look and see if that Poppy was the third and final ban. Those bans will be the same as what you saw if you tuned in at the very start of this game. Xin Zhao also on the board with a Nocturne, Skarner possibility. Those are the junglers so far we've seen. And
yeah, I think I was talking a lot about the Jarvan, but I think maybe the Nefiri might be higher priority.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of teams have a lot of success on that champion with how much damage it provides, and it can just play so well as a carry jungler. With the Ryze being out though, I think Ahri looks like maybe the best premier pairing with the Nefiri, because you really want something to set that Nefiri up with some CC.
Or Akali as an option to follow up dive with support and top, kind of facilitating front line.
Definitely.
So, yeah, I mean, the Camille's gone, which, Jack, if I'm getting this camera, hang on. We get the POG drone cam down, which means only one thing.
What does it mean, Jake?
Oh, okay. I know production and I know good looking cameras.
Nocturne first pick, so even with the Orianna out,
wow.
Gam still decided to go for the Nocturne, and T1 answer with Jarvan of their own, and we'll see what ADC, I presume, they look to pair with it here, as it's going to be the Seraphine for T1. They can look to do the Ashe Seraphine, or they can have Pace playing the Seraphine character.
Gam, take away the Ashe though. Ashe Aurora is my question mark, because pairings with Nocturne, Aurora's been one of the best. You were kind of alluding to before, like what else we could see in the mid lane. Onivia also there, Ahri also there with another diving jungler that's going to be slammed by Glory with the Nautilus as well.
Yeah, Nautilus really good into this Seraphine. Makes me think that probably T1 might look to send it as Seraphine ADC and put Keria on something like the Alistar, something like the Braum, that can just receive this hard engage from Gam. Because if you lock in the Ashe here, you're playing Ashe Seraphine, 2 immobile carries into Nocturne, Ahri, Nautilus. Incredibly dangerous ultimates from the side of Gam that can gap close and get onto you super, super easily. So I do think that Pace is going to be the one taking the Seraphine here.
Well said. Seraphine, Braum have been options in the past, but that's me speaking about Vitality. Jack probably wrong with me to do so. Is it's going to be Faker, Silas most likely. Still technically a flex, I guess.
I mean,
into top in this current meta. No?
I would say 99% this Silas is going to Faker.
Yeah.
It's quite an easy matchup into the Ahri. You are getting pushed in a little bit, but you can start to trade, you can start to threaten. And once you get that level 6, the Ahri ult is fantastic, the Nocturne ult as well, even the Nautilus ult. A lot of good options for Faker here. This now allows T1 to put 2 bans into either the ADC for Gam, if they want to take out something like the Kai'Sa for more follow-up, or they could choose to ban for Dorn.
I saw that timer go to 0, scared me that the client did something mischievous again, but Mel's going to be taken away, so Jack doesn't have to complain about that one for this game. But with Vayne gone as well, maybe we are just going to get Kiaya on a tank top. Sion comes to mind, Cassante comes to mind. Those are some of the few right now that are up and available.
Ambessa is still up and available for Gam. I think that would be by far their best pick if they could get it.
Yep.
Otherwise, I do think we're probably looking at just a tank for Kiaya. Maybe the Cassante would make sense for him. As T1 decide to ban out the Olaf, they might be looking for the Ambessa themselves.
Yeah.
I think both teams really like the Ambessa here. We'll see what Gam decide to ban out last.
Because Jace is gone, that was what the Olaf would suspect, but with a lot of top laners now banned away, I do like that we are going on that Ambessa angle. Will it be banned by Gam? Remember, next pick out of this ban phase will be T1 on the blue side. Ashe is going to go. They're thinking maybe still the possibility, even with this comp. You think it's a wasted ban?
I think it's a bit of a waste of ban. I think T1 would not look for it. It's going to be the Renekton pick for Dorn, so a really strong blind pick here. And we'll have to see what Gam answers.
Does Kiaya feel confident playing Kennen? I mean, is there too much AP damage?
I think Shen, I really like for Gam. Pairing up with the Nocturne, you can ulti in with him. It's a decent matchup into the Renekton because you can dodge out on the stun.
Yep.
It is going to be losing, but we'll have to see.
Kennen.
It looks like he might go for the... Oh, my voice.
Zihan? Okay, what a shame. But regardless, Zihan's still going to get locked in. I think the biggest question you now have to ask is, how do you complement this? Because we're building a bit of dive.
Just had the worst voice crack of all time.
That's
We'll
okay.
see what Taki here
growing
locks in. I think... What? I did not expect that. I thought he would go Kai'Sa for sure, as it would make a ton of sense, but they decided to go for the Lucian, even though he doesn't have the Milio.
What do you want here as a support?
I think it's either Alistar or Braum for Keria. 99%. Anything else I would be very surprised by. Unless Keria has something crazy cooked up, you just want something that can receive this engage and peel for the T1 carries.
Okay, well, 3 seconds and it's locked. So engage, peel, and as you said, Jack, well spotted, it's going to be Pays on that Seraphine bot so that the Ashe didn't get to not play the game in game 2.
Makes a lot of sense. Keria deciding to go for the Alistar over the Braum as well because you're pairing up with the Mage, so you're not going to be able to proc that Braum passive too easily. So I do like this from T1. You have a really strong front line here. You have the Seraphine healing and shielding to keep things going, and Faker as well is going to be able to do quite a bit if the fight goes longer. While GAM have a bit of a different strategy. They really want to blow you up as soon as the fight starts. Lucian, all about that burst. Ari, the same. While Nocturne and Nautilus have great ultimates, but if the fight goes for longer, they're going to get outmatched by their counterparts.
What do you think about weaving in and out of the fights here for GAM? The commitment is not, you know, as hard as one-sided like a Malphite ult, but it's still, once you're in, you're kind of staying in with versus Alistar, versus Silas, versus the Chain CC that T1 can lock you with.
Yeah, T1 want to keep the fight going. They want to make the fight long.
Yeah.
While GAM need to find that initial pick, need to find that blow up with the Ari Charm, with the Nocturne ulti. And if they can find that, and they can take T1 down, make the fight on their own terms. But if T1 are able to kite them back, re-engage with the Seraphine, movement speed, healing, shielding, CC, there's a lot of tools for T1 here, and I'm afraid to say I think I still prefer their draft.
Do you? So we're coming back to the draft gap discussion of game 1 then.
Yeah, the thing is T1, they have a really easy way, I think, of receiving the engage from GAM. I think as long as Pace is not the one that gets engaged upon, it's really hard to make anything happen on Jarvan, Renekton, or Silas. So your only real threat is the Seraphine, and I think Pace is a good enough player that he recognizes that he's the only real target for GAM. So if he plays back and is healing and shielding his team up, it's going to be very difficult for GAM to find an opportunity, and they're going to have to work hard to be able to find it.
Well, we've watched one Seraphine from Korea dominate the competition only yesterday, and here comes another match point for T1 in this best of 3 to qualify for the elimination bracket at EWC 26. And it is GAM who have to commit to the dive and find themselves the pick, or all hell will break loose with T1 in this game. Conqueror for 4 with a Glacial Augment for Keria. And as you said, Jack, they keep the fights going. They get massive value here.
Yeah, 4 Conquerors, as you say, Jake. Conquer on Seraphine especially. Pace wants to go for those long skirmishes. And Artemis choosing to go for the Doran's bow here. Means he's a little bit... Oh, good hook.
Line. Okay, for now, you might not have audio at home as Keria gets a headbutt away. Taki, the stretch line starts off nice onto Pace. We'll obviously fix that for you in a second, as I assume people at home are experiencing the same thing. But Jack, there you go. Right as the engage comes through. Headbutt away. Heal going to be used as well. Keria can't do much. It's a level 1 Alistar. What do you expect? Stretch line in. Nice. Auto attack as well. Artemis. Close. Hang on. He flashes away. And Nautilus obviously better at the start of this game.
Oh, Keria there having to flash away. I thought for a second that he might be dead if Artemis had the W back up, but it was still a little bit on cooldown. It's a great start for GAM here as they force both sums from Keria. They force his recall, so he's stuck at level 1. And Taki now is going to be sitting at an XP lead for the majority of this early game as Owner wants to go for an invade.
Spotted. Phalight's going to be dropped on down. And Owner looking for the gank, while meanwhile KC have just 2-0'd Sentinels.
Let's go!
So NA officially out of the competition.
Wow, that's crazy actually.
Oh. Chains connect, flag and drag. Glory going to flash away. Faker takes the ignite and flashes himself. Chains going to land as well. Glory close to finding the kill. Faker not dead though. And the turret meanwhile Taki in a bit of trouble, but look better here for Artemis as Keria has no flash. A dredge line already used and will not be reused here from Taki in the 2v2.
And the shield from Pace there was so clutch. You could see how Artemis was posturing that he wanted to flash forward.
Dredge line, Pace gets him under turret. Oh, Taki no! An auto attack and down he drops. Pace stands in his face. Another turret shot. Pace already used his range. GAM have just been schooled in the 2v2.
And how does T1 do it? As Seraphine Alistar, they find a double kill off of GAM's mistakes, and they are snowballing this early game.
Oh man, and top might be another bridge that GAM cannot cross. Doran gets a bit of cleave here with a Colby Meek, or rather Ruthless Predator about to come up. Wait for that. Kiaya running for his life. Oh no, gets an auto attack down for the slow. Flag and Drag going to find him. Matches a flash. And T1, the star points cannot be greater. There's that Ruthless Predator, and Doran gets the kill across the map. It burns for Gam.
And T1, they're making plays across the board here. Gam want to try to match and dive pace. And Kerry is going to try to run here as fast as he can. Gam is on a timer. It all comes down to this.
Pace does not have flash. He has nothing available. Gets launched under turret as well. Dredge line out as well. Good dive from Taki. And a shutdown over to Drakthar.
It's a mistake from Keria there. He over-roams on mid lane. He's not in time for the wave crash to defend Pace. So Pace ends up dying. No teleport, so he's going to lose a lot of minions as we watch this back. It starts with Taki flashing, trying to get onto Pace. But he doesn't get the hook. Pace flashes it well. And then Lucian takes the tower shot, and then Pace lands the Eve with the minion.
Beat drop at max range. I have to say, Pace's monitor is very bright, Jack.
True.
Brightness was at max as Gam. Yeah, TK a little bit upset by that one. Laughing it off as he has to, as Faker might be found out, but he gets saved out by Carrier. Pulverized trample, and the heal from the King Slayer. The King will not be slayed as Faker finds himself the kill. In retribution, mid lane will not get anything. It's Glory who wants that Orb of Deception, but Faker is too far.
Great play by T1 there. Faker gets the W off. So damn close, but Gam are not able to take him down. Doran able to continue pushing in this top lane, getting plates for himself. And the one lane that Gam had last game has evaporated. There's no winning lanes anymore for Gam. They need to use Drakthar, get him level 6, and try to play around that Nocturne ultimate to get it back into this game. But Artemis is 2 levels down.
Yeah.
It's about to hit level 4, but not the start you wanted, especially considering the fact that you're playing Lucian.
I mean, yeah, it's all about the lane. It's all about that first item spike. How quickly do you get there? The answer to this game is going to be very different. The threat of return from Kia, you're not going to land. Doran has Dominus available, and he's dominating the lane with it as well. He got the kill earlier, and he went straight for the heal cut. Jack, that's an 800 gold spend here from Doran that's going to pay dividends against Kiaya.
Yeah, he wants to continue snowballing this lane. He's also up quite a bit of XP across the board for T1 here. Only person with an XP lead is Drakthar on Gam as Keria face checks.
Got pulverized. Keria looking for the trample, gets stretch line in. 2-mag flag and drag. Owner goes in deep though versus 3 now as Artemis looks for Keria. Maybe taking him out was the wrong move though as Owner got to separate the pack. I think Artemis made a crucial game-breaking EWC loss-making mistake.
I mean, Artemis, he had the right idea. He wanted to continue fighting, but he overcommitted on Keria. Flash forward and Faker had the move. Glory was not able to match, so it's a numbers advantage for T1. Artemis now falling even further behind. Level 6 on Pace, still level 4 on this Lucian. So difficult for him.
Now, maybe not as disastrous as it once was. Death Charge going to be used by Faker. He stole that charm dodge as well. He gets the change on top of Glory. Keria coming in to help out, but Glory still had that ult. He doesn't pull that off.
Great chunk by Faker there. As we watch this replay of the fight, I mean, Keria face checks a little bit early, so he gets really chunked, and that's what baits Artemis to continue going forward here. He dashes forward, and he thinks he can take down Keria, but Keria holds the heal, so Artemis is then forced to flash. Faker's wrapped around, Glory's not there, and you get a free kill onto Artemis.
Faker gets a kill. Big silence. Maybe not as devastating as it once thought, Jack. Obviously, the wave was held by Taki, as we saw at the end of that play. So he does get some CS, hasn't fallen as much behind as I thought he would. But as Gam try to put the pace on, they're looking towards the top side. Carrier's moving up. Taki's going to join him with Drakthar. Paranoia is up. So in range is this Nocturne as Carrier sits on a ward.
Drakthar is up half a level on Owner here. This could be a good timing for Gam to fight, as Draktar's level 6 and Owner's still stuck at that level 5. But Pace is here. Pace is here.
You're right. Paranoia going to be used. Pace, the advantage going to be there. He has the Encore waiting to use it. Drakthar about to find a kill, but the Encore comes in clutch. Flash here from Drakthar. He's stunned up. Onan takes a while to die. It's like the last play where Gam have to commit so much, and it ends up being a trade with Pace picking up his 3rd kill.
And again, we see Pace moving just like he did in game 1 and being the difference maker, as Faker wants to go for the 1-1.
He's got damage here. He thinks with the hexagon now, doing culling right in melee range, but Faker's is better. Pace walks up to the turret, trying to return, flashed away from while T1's dive on Kia doesn't work out. Taki, his opportunity strikes now as Keria behind the Krug is going to try and survive, but Glory gets an Orb of Deception and Gam get one back.
T1 wanted to go for the dive on Kia there, wasn't quite able to get it. Pace being forced to flash and Keria falling, but still it's a solo kill for Faker. He's going to be able to push in this bot wave, accelerate himself, as T1 are dominating across the board.
Yes, indeed they are. We keep seeing trades. We see Drakthar getting gold. But in the end, what does it mean for the map is the biggest question. Is 2,000 gold up. We look at the replay here and the attempted dive.
T-Pace here being forced to flash away from the Zayan, and Keria has nowhere to run, surrounded by Taki and Glory. He dives to the electrocute. It's just the life of a cow, though. Not the end of the world, the support falling. So you see the pro view of Faker here. Uses the Lucian ultimate, and he does a bit more damage than the enemy Lucian.
They just kind of matrixed each other, you know.
Yeah.
Who can dodge the best. Faker looks like he's having a good time.
That's what you got out of that?
Yeah. There's the guy you got a photo with, Jack. Next place, or rather, plating picked up in the top side, but I was going to say, Protobelt picked up by Faker as Keria looks for the dive again. Owners here with a Cataclysm. And Kiaya, how safe is he?
3 members. Kiaya looks try to back out here.
Overrise flag and drag is up. Owner doesn't need to flash. He's got the trample from Keria as well. The stun up. Kiaya just trying to move. Grim Deliverance is not available either. Cataclysm down. The stun up, the slow down. The passive GA is there. So Kiaya is just going to be a potential kill, but not just yet. As Doran, the attempt to dive in response. He dominances. He takes a 1v2 onto Taki. There's a paranoia. Doran flashes away, but Faker's here to help out. The Q healing. The wave's gone. Faker's got his back. A double for the Silas. Doran was bait. And a third waits. Faker at 5. He gets the chains down. Takes his third. And Faker with 6-0 returns.
And Faker is the savior for Doran as he roams bot lane. And he gets 3 kills and seals the fate of Gam here with a 3,000 gold lead and 10 Dark Seal stacks.
Keria as well, trying to get that ulti out. It's just a nice combo. Use the minion wave to get there. Is he in trouble though from the back end of it? Glory misses the charm. Keria walking away with trample. Headbutt pulverize again. Glory's about to run out of the ulti. Use the last to get over the wall before T1 arrive with backup.
Really intelligent move from Faker there. He realized that Gam wanted to go for the cross map, tried to dive Doran, so he moved preemptively to defend him, and he arrived just in time to save Doran and pick up 3. And now Gam are staring at a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. They do have the Ocean Dragon at least. If you watch the replay here from Faker's POV, even despite the fact that he has no vision with the Nocturne ult, he's still able to arrive, takes down the Lucian, dashes forward with the Ahri ult, gets the W, dashes forward with the chains, lands that, takes him out with the Kingslayer.
Doesn't even blink. Triple kill for Faker. 6-0. Silence is unleashed. Already was, and now even more so. Yankos is gassed. Maybe Double Lift not looking too happy because he just lost his teams. So,
there we go, man.
As to be said, yeah, I am. Just taking the trade-off here. There's no first item for Doran because he went Xe first, so a little bit behind. But, I mean, Doran, again, remember, he used that Coal the Meat Jack on the minion wave and got some champion damage, so the healing was enough that he was no longer a kill under that turret, and he cleared the wave.
That was a good tower defense by Doran. As we see continuous trades on top here favoring Doran. A big gold lead for him. See if he's able to hit that tower, get that plate. He does need to be careful though. Draktar is top side here with the Nocturne ultimate. So if he gets baited to hit the tower, it could be an angle.
Damage down.
To go in.
Dominus is available. Dread of Return going to find him. There's that paranoia you talked about, and it's still not used just yet. There's that Dominus. Gets a healing out, looking for the 1v2 with the passive from Kiaya. Going to keep him safe. He brings in the Grim Deliverance. Owner's now here, stuck in the middle, but he doesn't care because Plays is on the way with the 2-man Cataclysm as well. And a knockup from Keria. He'll take 1 deserved kill while the Kiaya GA pops, but Gam cannot support his return. It's threaded. It's Faker running in for number 7 as T1 the chase on top of this Nautilus. Needs simply but a trample. Dredgeline. The blood from Keria. No cow on the menu. He'll survive to walk it out while Faker claims the Glory again. Owner gets ignited. Glory trying for the kill, but a depth charge stolen. And Faker is running Paris and Gam into the ground.
Oh my god. T1 are just running circles around Gam. Pace somehow always shows up where he needs to be to save them alongside Faker. 9-0 on this Silas here. Maybe even picks up the Medjais to celebrate.
He had 10 stacks of the Dark Seal for a while. Jack, I think he's gone back and forth on this one as Faker finds Draktar. The chains are out. Doran's coming to help him out as well. The fear not going to matter too much here is Doran. Looks for the suns up, find a chain lash, going to be flushed away from Draktar. Pays teleported in, the culling close, getting killed with Faker in the way. Interrupt the chain lash again. This guy's Silas, unreal. 10 kills on the board. Another chain. And that is League of Legends right there.
Yo, this Faker guy is kind of good. He's just styling on him. 10-0. Continues to find the fights. He's either moving first to the play or he's the one starting it as he did there against Drakthar. And T1, they just don't want to stop. They keep the tempo going. Glory has no ult and he's in trouble.
It's going to be pulverized, flagged and dragged. Owner has his number with the Cataclysm not up. He's looking for the auto. The charm interrupts. He will die as the trade kill as Keria manages to slither his way out after Drakthar turns off the lights. As they return back on, Keria is left in no man's land, so he will die with the dread of return pulling him back. Gam find a couple back after the overeager dive, but they need more than that.
Yeah, T1 went a little bit too crazy there, wanted to just keep fighting, but 2 kills is not enough to get Gam back in this game, as you say, Jake. Although, they are going to be able to pick up the Cloud Dragon now spawning in 5 seconds, with Owner and Keria still being dead. So that is a silver lining.
2 dragons for Gam, and all they need now is to kill the king. 2 items here.
That's a tough task, especially...
He has 1,000 gold, Jack. 1,000 gold is his shutdown. And you're telling me it's a tough task.
Yeah, Owner is able to make it in time to the Drake. Unfortunately for Gam, they just didn't quite have the damage.
Here he comes, inevitable as always, has an Ari ult, has an angle, finds the chain lapse once again, the 10-0 stars, returns back in to finish the job. He makes it 11, and he's got a reset. The angle over the wall not going to be found. He goes to the camps instead, thinks, hang on, who else is here? Chain lash into the abyss, but it's not needed. He already found the blood, and now he corners off the top laner of Gam.
T1 want to keep going. They want to take down Kiaya. They have 4.
Everyone in the kitchen seeing just wait for the chains to connect once again. Grim Deliverance going to get him out of dodge, but Faker finds his number. This guy has Bluetooth on his E button. Cataclysm to finish the job. Doran to take one more. T1 are inevitable again.
T1 are just diving them. They're dominating. It's impossible for Gam to find any respite as now Artemis wants to make a play on the pace. He has no flash. Pace is gone.
Seraphine Encore going to come through and the spell shield is enough as well. Drakthar gets a shutdown.
Gam are finding
something.
Some plays.
Yeah.
Some plays, but it's an uphill battle here as they have yet to take down Faker and...
oh no, Culling going to come out. Artemis at melee range, needs help from Taki. Going to be blocked. Chain lash though is enough. He's trying to set records again at chain lash. He's taking on the whole damn Gam. Owner comes in to save Grace. He says, Faker, you can't take all the kills. He runs in, he gets charmed up. Finally shut down with Faker's skin on Glory. Owner trying to kite away. Dread of return brings him back in. Orb Deception is enough damage. With a bit more gold going to Gam, T1 lose about 2,000.
Okay, a pretty big gold swing for Gam here as they were able to finally take down Faker. Faker got a little bit overeager. He was stuck under tower, got CC chain, and they were able to take him down. And we'll see if it's able to make the difference here as now Taki might be in trouble.
Taki, dredge line, doesn't get him the right way. Pays corners off his escape. Carrier's on top of him. His Alistar has been so big this game, and it's still a T1 glazing session, but because of the way they've been playing. Taki, bolt, he's saved by Keria with the TP coming out and the flash as well. Keria is going to pull himself out with the Unbreakable Will. The stun up from Pays, nicely done.
I felt a bit personal from Keria. He just flashed to kill the 0-6 Nautilus.
He wanted a piece of the action.
The fact that he bumped him over the wall, he was like,
you can't get away now.
You're not getting away. No.
Herald's still up. This is a 34 kill game in 17 minutes. It's not even Baron yet as T1 controls top. Is Doran dead?
Doran is not dead. Faker is here to cover him.
Oh my god. Here he comes. Doran, slowed down. Stride breaker. Here's Faker. The chain's going to be blocked. Paranoia, stolen but not used.
Now Faker though with the Paranoia will be so deadly. And in the side lanes and wherever he goes, honestly. Faker is a very scary player for Gam to face right now. They need to rely on a CC chain so that he cannot get the healing, because if he gets those Kingslayers off, he's going to be healing just way too much for Gam to be able to deal with.
So, Gam, 5,000 gold in the hole right now. Glory got a lot of gold to net Lichbane, and now they're looking for Owner. The setup there with Cataclysm. Artemis layers him down and peppers him with the culling. Hayes can't help him out. Owner caught out again. And this, for T1, has been a recurring theme so far at the tournament, but more so here in this game, it's starting to build.
Gam does have a lot of damage in their team comp. when they're able to layer that Ahri ultimate and the Nocturne Paranoia, they're able to do so much so fast that Owner is not prepared for it. Now Doran wants to go for the 1v1, use the dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a skirmishing chaos frenzy here in this game. Slice and Dice going to be used. Kiai going to try and TP out without the Ruthless Predator available. Close to dying, but he does not. Kiai teleports out, and Doran can't get the kill.
Still though, TP use from Kiai here. We'll see if they can try to transition that into a Baron pressure in the next 1 minute. I would assume that T1 is looking to try to do this Baron Nashor on spawn. The only thing is they don't have great damage on the Baron Nashor.
Faker using that because the hijack is timing out. So he's just going to reset it. Also just confuse maybe Gam a little bit more as he backs away, and Faker sitting on a Seekers now. So Zonya's going to be the third item here. As so far for this guy, it has been, I would say, I can't say generational gaming because that is just false. It's so much BS.
Yeah.
When Faker has many generational games. But it is a doozy right now where Faker is hard carrying along with the setup from T1. Stretch line, he doesn't have Dominus available to shoot it, he's dead. Gamma getting creative and it is working.
Gamma have so much burst. We'll have to see if T1 want to fight this 4v5 or give up the Infernal Dragon. Knowing T1 and knowing this game, I think they want to try to fight the 4v5.
I think Faker's going to get the wave and then pick an ulti. He's got a lot to choose from here as Gam moving into the River. Tucky using the blast cone to try and get an angle when Jack Dragon begins.
We'll have to see here. Faker's off on the flank, but Glory is trying to watch him here, trying to get the charm.
Faker, who's he going to find? We go to the POV cam. He's in the bottom of the fight looking for an ulti to steal. He'll chain lash in. The encore comes through as well. Darkness for the time being even matters not because T1 have numbers advantage in this choke. Depth charge taken. Faker the angle, but he can't seek us in time. He's dead. Can find the fight, even though T1 is so far ahead. It's their moment. Glory missing the charm, but not the game here. He sends out an Orb of Deception, finds a kill. Owner runs for his life with the Herald, but Glory has a reset and a charm. All he needs to do is find it, and he does. And a dredge line to boot. Gam take all but one to the death knell, and this game's still going.
And Gam get Nash. T1 with a mega throw here. They get too cocky, contesting a singular dragon for Gam. 4 versus 5. They think that they're way too strong. Faker has no time to press the Seekers. He goes down, and I will have to see if Doran can try to get something in the back end. There's Faker peeping in.
He gets over the wall. He's 1v5 at the time being. Baron goes down, but the bodies are going to drop for Gam. Doran into 5 doesn't care. He'll take one for the next. Faker looking for the depth charge. He won't get the reset here on Kiaya. He gets the next depth charge on Artemis. He will die. Baron for 3, and Doran took on the world.
A heroic play from Doran here to get T1 back in the gold lead. Takes down 3, removes the Baron power play for Gam, and it puts T1 firmly in the driver's seat here. We'll have to see if they can try to siege or do anything with 3 dead from Gam.
Now, this is not a clean game. This is not perfect League of Legends, but hot damn if it's not spice. 43 kills in 21 minutes. What do you reckon, Jack?
A lot of kills.
I think we're going for more.
I think we're going for a lot more kills. At this rate, I don't think I need to be talking too much. You can do all the talking.
Bro, I'm not going to be done. I'm not going to be here for the rest of the days at this rate. Let's look at the replay. Which one is this? The Doran versus the Calamity.
So much AoE damage here from Doran. With the Dominus, with the Q, with the Stride Breaker. He's able to take down the Nocturne, take down the Nautilus, and then Faker takes down the Lucian in the back end.
So where are we at? What actually matters in this game, Jack? What the hell are we talking about now?
I mean, what we've seen is that Gam have incredibly high burst. So if T1 make a mistake, if one person makes a misstep, doesn't matter if it's Doran, if it's Owner. I think the only person is Keria who can live for a little bit longer, but the rest of them die so damn fast that if Gam is able to pull it off, they can just one-shot someone and then win the fight. So it really comes down to execution. You want T1 to be the ones engaging first, because if they're engaging first, then it's really hard for Gam to coordinate their Nocturne, their Ahri, their Zahan, all together to go on the same target. While if Gam get that preparation time, get to use that Paranoia with the Spirit Fox Glory, they can be the one one-shotting a member from T1 and starting the fight on their own terms.
3,000 gold is what separates T1 from Gam, and a comeback to move to a Game 3 in an elimination best of 3 at EWC 2026. Damn unspeakable horrors of what we're going to await them with this Silas moving into now 14 kills, right? But the fact that they're back in this game, the fact that T1 made so many mistakes, to Gam's credit, that shotgun, when does it go, or rather, when does it get played out next? As Gam using the Baron buff to try and get some gold here. They are down in the power play because they lost 3 members after it, but still, they've stagnated the game, Jack.
Yeah, and also, like, Pace has the Magi at 0 stacks.
True.
So that feels pretty bad for him. As well, Faker, he was sitting on the 10-stack Dark Seal. He was forced to sell that.
Yeah.
While it's actually Glory now with the 10-stack Magi's himself. So a lot of throws here for T1 that has definitely cost them a lot, but they are still ahead, make no doubt.
Oran's going to get ganked here. Is it a window for Gam? He slices and dices in, dodges away and gets back out. Glory looking for the dive or potential damage, but he'll just take the plating instead. All the attention from T1 right now is focused around this mid lane while Faker is solo leveling up in that top lane. He's taking the turret here. And Jack, this is going to be a trade for Gam. Gold is going to be shared, yes, but Faker getting the inner turret is obviously going to be more worth.
Yeah, Faker getting even further ahead here. He's going to be looking to complete that Sonya's once he finally bases. And what we talked about earlier in the champ select, well, I like the T1 comp more.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize how much damage Gam would have, to be honest.
Sure.
Because what I thought was they really could only go on the Seraphine, and if they ever went on the Jarvan, the Renekton, the Sylas, it would be hard for them to win the fight. But what we've seen is, as long as they have a little bit of distance between the T1 carries, they can blow someone up in 2-3 seconds so fast that the rest of T1 can actually not react. And now Doran is pretty deep here, but he's going to be fine. As T1 want to get full control of this Infernal Dragon.
And he's not going to connect. Infernal Dragon would be number 2 for T1. Gam get this, they move to Soul Point. Does feel like a nail biter that could be beneficial, but are they going to go for the mid turret instead, try and open up their map? It seems like 4 members going to at least get the mid push here as T1. It's Faker trying to find the chains. It's Paze matching the wave clear with Faker clearing the rest. T1 are going to be in this dragon area first.
T1 holding control. Gam need to find some way to break their formation. Taki can't really face check. They're having Kiaya do it.
Paze with the damage as well. Kiaya takes a little bit, not too much to speak of though. Drakthar has an angle. Not being spotted out. They know there's a control wall there. They're thinking, where is this Nocturne? Paranoia turns the lights off at 2K. Carrier face checking, looking for the engage. Depth charge in. Up to T1, get the Drake. Owner teleports a little bit weirdly as Carrier's already jumped in with the Breakable Will. Kiaya now has a Grim Deliverance. Perfect AoE. And as Drakthar just walks into melee range, T1, are they losing this fight? I'm looking. I'm seeing Fake get dead. Doran heals up for the time being, though. Trying to carry the rest of it. While meanwhile, Owner gets some autos down. Paceless for a little bit, but it's not enough. T1 have thrown it all in the sink as Gam find themselves Deliverance.
And Gam have out-team fought T1 in the 5v5. T1 pick up the Drake, but Gam pick up 5 kills for 3. They're going to get the mid tower. They're going to push him both and get that as well. And finally, they will equalize the game in the gold.
A 14-2 and Silas couldn't do it. But apparently the Ari could. Gam are going to move to inner turrets now, both in mid and bot. So much gold on the menu, and it's going to be equalized even more so. Gam are going to find themselves in a gold lead for the first time this game, and Baron is coming up in 10 seconds as we look at this one replay.
And T1, while they were able to get the Drake, Carrier goes too deep. You see here, he has the ultimate active, but he flashes in to try to get onto Artemis, but Artemis has the flash cleanse. He can get out, and now Carrier has no ult. He ends up falling, and this Sahen is doing so much, healing so much, and just wrecking havoc in the back line here for Gam.
As you said, shotgun. Trigger pulled by Gam. Flush away from the charm is not enough. Seraphine, the only one left alive. That is a rough fight for T1. Faker died at the start of it. And Jack, we could be going to 3.
We could be going to 3, and it feels like a lot of this is due to T1's hubris, I must say.
Yes, I think very much
They decided
so.
to continue fighting no matter what. They never wanted to put on the brakes. Even the 4 versus 5 when Doran got caught, they still wanted to keep fighting. And it has cost them dearly now in a 51 kill, 27-minute game. Gold is completely equal.
We need
2 Drakes apiece. It really all comes down to execution at this point, but you can see how strong this Sahen is now. This Sahen has outscaled this Renekton. It's going to do a lot more in these team fights, and it's becoming harder and harder for Faker. Even though he has 14 kills, he's down in gold.
He is indeed. Somehow, Faker down in gold is hilarity. T1 here in this game for a lot of their fans. It's going to be hilarity and disappointment for them. If T1 go to a Game 3, they'll be one step away from GAM eliminating them. GAM's already beaten MKOI. The story of this tournament is that the number 3 seed from EU couldn't put up a fight against GAM, who, remember, they didn't actually qualify through here. They're partnered organization, Jack. So they're not the best the region sent. But GAM are here, nonetheless, putting up a fight against T1 of all teams.
They're here to play.
Very respectable, yes.
Putting up a much bigger fight than Team Secret.
Oh, yes.
So a great showing from GAM thus far. A really competitive game 1 yesterday against T1. And taking down MKOI, as you said, Jake. And now a great game 2 from them as well. Off the back of the GAM top side. Really stellar performance. But we'll have to see how T1 can navigate these later fights now. As Faker's advantage has evaporated, he needs to be able to find a flank or a great ultimate takeaway to be able to make the difference in the fights. But we've just seen him get continuously CC chained and taken down too quickly for T1 to be able to manage. But Doran looks like he might be caught.
Yeah, he's super deep here. Doesn't have the flash available. A 3-item croc has to run. GAM aren't going to commit resources to it, though. And Faker also has the TP. That would have exploded with Pays being able to join as well. They back away. Dragon's up in a minute. 2 apiece. Third means everything. Baron there also, but it's an afterthought, I feel like, right now. Dragon seems so important in the game. We're Infernal for a shotgun comp. Cannot be given.
Yeah, you see T1 now, they're keeping in the mid lane. They want to get full control of this Dragon here. And GAM was able to break their formation in the last fight. And now they're tasked with doing it again. As Faker is basing on a ward here, this could be the timer that GAM wants.
Maybe it's a bait. Paranoia going to be used. He runs away with the chains, jumps back in. Paranoia in response as well. Encore not bad. Faker will take one. Glory is down. Tractor up next as well. Gets in the background. It's Grim Deliverance on Kiaya. He's in the middle of 3, but with the flag and Dragon Faker healthy, I think GAM have gone too far. A double for the GOAT. As 3 with the Dreader return, yes. Kiaya with the GA, yes. But will he live? You know the answer's got to be no. As Cataclysm brings him down, he's going to try and rush out of there, but a flag and Dragon, he takes so long to die. As he resurrects at full HP, Faker's going to try again. He brings those chains right into his infernal face. Trying to return on back. Somehow, some way, this champion's in the game. Grim Deliverance, though. Faker will finish the job after doing 9,500 damage.
And both top laners were absolute raid bosses in this team fight. Doran takes out the GAM bot lane, while Kiaya bought so much time for GAM, but it was not enough. T1, they ace GAM, they're gonna pick up the Infernal Dragon, they're gonna get the mid tower, and they're gonna be looking to set up this Baron Nashor.
But is the game over? No, definitely not. I don't trust it. Jack, I definitely don't trust this 58 kill game. As we look at the replay, and that 10k damage came purely, I think, from Kiaya and a little bit of the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great engagement with Pace, but it takes so long for Pace to die. They actually got to one-shot Glory with the Nautilus ult that Faker took. That could have been the difference maker for GAM. If Glory's able to live there longer, take down Pace, it's a whole different fight. And then Kiaya is left to 1v3. And he's a scary guy. He can 1v3. He flashes onto Keria. He buys so much time. He's nearly able to take down Faker with the healing, with the damage, with the dashes. But Faker is able to survive on incredibly low HP and take down Kiaya near the end.
And at this point in the game, he heals up to full pretty much. So they got to do it again. It's like a second phase of the boss, Jack. And you're like, oh my God, he's got the same HP.
The raid boss has 2 phases.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cullen going to come through, caught out. Is Faker? No. Not quite at half HP. GAM in their 4-man entirety, hover around, or rather 5 through mid. T1 have an angle up in top side. They're going to look for the push up there, maybe, or to steal camps. Remember, Baron is the only objective up now, so that
Faker
does feel like the game
flash.
side. Yep.
Faker just lost his flash in that play. He's not going to have that up and available, but T1, they don't care. They're starting the Nash. Faker's TPing in. T1 want to fight.
What ult is he going to steal? Hijack up and available. Carrier with an angle. GAM move in through this side brush. It's Draktar with the lights to turn off. It's Doran with an angle spotted out. He's got Len, so he knows Kiaya is there. At the back line as well at 8k. Carrier starts it off. Onan looking for his angle. The encore not too bad as well. Onto Kiaya. He's versus Doran. Onan tries to jump in and they dive Artemis to the dirt. Meanwhile, Pace is dealing with Taki while I'm watching Faker glide through with Glory's ultimate. We're going to do this again. Kiaya's going to resurrect, but instead of 3 this time, there's 4. He'll die quicker. And T1's team fighting when it comes to the tooth and nail of the game is going to be better.
At T1, they start the Nasher. They know they have the advantage with the ultimates, the Gam burn, trying to take down Faker. And with that, they seal Gam's fate. They're gonna get the ace. They're looking to end this game, running down mid. And what better way to do it? With 20 kills for the GOAT himself.
It was messy, it was convoluted, but 20 kills for Faker. I'm not going to say this is a generational game from him, Jack, but I am going to say that he still started this, and now he'll finish it. Next start number 1 and then 2. Faker ends with 20 kills on his Silas. Still the GOAT, always will be. T1 survive elimination, survive Gam, knock them out, and continue to the elimination bracket at EWC 26.
And what a monumental game from Faker. I mean, always the Silas. It's a pick he's known for. It's a pick he's made the difference on. I'm brought back to BLG versus T1 World Finals 2024 Game 4.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had the incredible Silas play on mid lane to win that best of 5 and win that World Finals. And it feels like a player that always when it matters most, he steps up. He's going to be the one to be in the clutch moments and bring the victory for his team.
I think the takeaway from this is T1 had that spark, but they do not look super clean. They're going to move on as a better team, but Gam gave them
every time by being a little
have here
versus C reason. The Lucian gets locked in as well for Dudu, who had a great second game on the Onivia yesterday. Game 1 was Zest with the Vayne. I think there is a reason why JDG have banned the Vayne today. They will have seen those games and gone, maybe we don't give that one over.
That was a little too zesty for my liking.
Very good. Yeah, right. Yeah. The puns keep rolling. We've not even gotten through draft yet. That's a bad sign.
That's it. But where will this Syndra go? We know because Lucian has been locked in. That will be a bot lane Lucian. It will be a mid lane Syndra. So a very traditional composition.
Okay. This is a very specific call out.
Lay it on us.
But back when the both of us were casting the Esports Nations game, we did see the Lucian top into some very specific matchups. It's not always good. Lucian solo lane has been taken off the board largely since his real point of power. But just the fact that this is MLBR, that this is a potential upset game where if you were going to throw something a bit unusual out there, I could see it from them.
What I love is when you come into these games, right, and you go, oh, I expect this, I expect that, and you don't get it. Because these players, they go, you know what's a really good counter pick in a 1v1? Something you haven't seen, something you don't expect. And here and now, in the first game of the BO3s, is the time to test those waters. Is the time, like you said, to chuck a Lucian in that top lane. But again, it depends on that matchup, and they don't know what's in top. So I really don't think this Lucian's going to be that one.
Worth noting, Xiaoshu banning the Renekton for JDG, or JDG banning the Renekton, implies to me they are angling for an Mbessa. Rel has been very much rising in priority here, but I'm expecting now for JDG to see an Mbessa going top. It's already got a good pairing because you lock him in the Cataclysm and Mbessa. Sure, the ult's been nerfed on the cast time, but it's still fantastic as a follow-up. That'll work just fine with the Orianna Jarvan setting up for you.
It's damn near impossible to miss inside of that Cataclysm.
So they tell me.
Yeah, so you...
I do it anyway, but don't worry about it.
You're like, I've tried and I've missed everything, but I love Shen, right? Shen brings that sort of global meta, so we're shifting away from it. Split 1 was very global meta. Split 2, we started to shift away, and now we're firmly in the mage meta. But I love a good global. As Pantheon hovered, maybe the Shen.
I think I prefer the Shen personally, although the Leona would work just fine as a follow-up in the Jarvan. Honestly, any of those picks I think would work just fine. You've already got the Ezreal, so that means that realistically, you can go leave lane, as we love to see from a lot of our supports early on, the level 2, the level 3 ganks.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. And considering you've got a Jarvan to play with, you've got an Ambassador and Orianna to play through, I think you're happy enough with that.
Yeah, you've definitely got that backline dive with that Ambessa, the J4 able to get there as well.
Okay.
Solar Flare itself, no slouch on landing on the backlines, that slow or stun, depending if you're in the center or the sides of it. But we look at Meebalos, right? Spell Shield on that Nocturne will protect him from quite a bit of that. Syndra has a healthy amount of range. Lucian's mobility, no slouch in that area. Rel, pretty darn tanky, but what will they lock in for their top side?
Oh, this is fun! There we go.
Locked in!
I am so excited. Look, the Lucian was something, I don't want to say a meme, but we're saying, hey, this is a team that likes to be creative, is where we want to go with it. Was the Lucian going top? Not necessarily, not even likely, but it was just a kind of heads up that this is the team that MIBR Lost want to beat. They want to catch you off guard. A Tryndamere will do just that.
Zest is bringing the zest again here, like he did yesterday. I'm loving this. And we saw Ackerman yesterday on the Rel had nearly a 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
Got involved in every fight, was roaming, was setting his top and mid lane up for success. So it looks like he plans to repeat that same energy here in this game one against JDG, but it's not the same opponent.
Look, the Leon has become more meta recently, but otherwise these are champions we have been seeing tried and true from JDG across the year, across multiple different organizations and leagues and tournaments, and it works pretty damn well. You lock in an Orianna Jarvan, you skirmish well, you team fight well, you can play towards the Ambassador and side lane, very flexible, very potent. MIBR have clearly come in and said, right, we want to make things a little more unorthodox, make things a bit more uncomfortable. Okay, so what you do now is a Jarvan Ambessa, even an Orianna, where you go and try and blow up this Tryndamere, and he presses R. And then the extended fire happens. And what happens then?
Well, we will find out when we hit the rift. But right now, I'm really loving this. We've got a, dare I say, more traditional draft coming out of JDG.
That's the way I think of it, yeah.
And we've got the spicy, interesting, exciting draft coming out of Meebalos. But that doesn't mean it's going to be an easy win for them, right? These are the best of the best in the world. They have answers. They'll be able to kite. They'll be able to outplay. You throw in that curveball and they adapt quickly.
Well, the armies are mustered. The front lines are drawn here at the Kadir City Battleground. JDG versus MIBR Lows, made in Brazil, versus Jingdong Gaming. Two very different organizations with very different trajectories and histories and everything, fighting here today to keep that key alive. Lose, it's in a crusher. It paves the way to the trophy for someone else. And I tell you, every team I've seen give up that key looks devastated, and you can understand why. On the center of the trophy, all the way over on stage 8, you might even be able to catch the STC arena noise. It's pretty loud over there right now. They've got the trophy up there. Yeah. And on it, it reads, nothing is granted, everything is earned. It's even written in Korean because it was Gen G that won it last year. So they do it in the winning team's language just to make sure it's that little bit more personalized.
Yeah, they're definitely the defending champions, Gen G. But one thing that I love as well is that they've got that press just behind us, and you can hear it crush the key, and it is
a genuine
loud.
thump. It's horrible.
As it crushes their hopes and dreams, snaps them in twain, you hear the kunk, and you're like, oh, there it goes, homewards.
Look, we may be a ways away from Riyadh, but the boulevard of broken keys is more of a mental thing than it is a physical one for all the keys paved the way. And we have got a little bit of a pause before we get into game. Should be in there shortly. When we know more, if we're allowed to tell you more, we'll let you know. But it does give us a bit of more time to break down what we're saying, because obviously what we saw from MIBR was a lot of priority going to the Nocturne. Very strong level 1 champion. And then you get to play through a Tryndamere later on with the level 6. You get to play through a Syndra at the level 6. That is a potent burst combo of your own.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're going to have some strong options in those fights. Obviously, though, that dive, it feels like it's a very one-way street. We've seen a few of these compositions before where it's all in and no out. But enough about what the draft was. Let's talk about what the game will be, because we are now on Summoner's Rift for the first game of today's BO3 between Meebalos and JDG Gaming at EWC 2026, the Kadir City Battleground.
Oh, I don't know whether you heard that, but I certainly did, and it brought a smile to my face. The Jingdong Jaios. Jaio meaning add oil is what it means. It's from the motor racing scene, and it's basically kind of Korean fighting. Whenever you hear that one from the LCK, and normally back in the LPL, JDG are famous for their chant leader having the voice of God. Like, I tell you, the man has lungs. But the people they've got come over here to Paris are doing a fine job of filling in, I tell you. They've got some volume there.
It feels like they're well represented for sure, as we do get some bot lane shenanigans. And this is like the hallmark of these games as well. These players, they're not scared to engage immediately. It is on site. They're almost 00 agents. They've got licenses to kill, and they are not holding back here. And we do take a look at the junglers. They've both started on their respective bot sides. As in live, we do see Zest just farming some CS there on that Tryndamere. Love the skin.
We even get the little 3D view of that very evil-looking Tryndamere causing some trouble. Garlic gets a bit chunked out there, and again, Lucian early on, very potent. We aren't really seeing the Lucian Nami anymore because Imperial Mandate nerfs have or changes. Let's be real, it's not necessarily a nerf. Just different champions are getting value. Honk, you got left a little low there by Feisty, by the way. Thank you for pointing that one out, Logan. But as a result, Lucian's big pairing's been the Millia, banned away, and he still gets that Vigilance passive off from CC. Good scatter the week. Honkyu is not having fun. Those Orianna nerfs proving to be a little bit more than I think Honkyu was necessarily hoping for. Gets the level up, little safer, but yeah, no, I'm a little nervous too, Logan.
Honkyu sticking around to make sure he gets that cannon minion, and Feisty ready to punish there. Does have all summoners available, but Honkyu gonna respect the potential damage from Feisty. He's taking that early recall now. So good job by Feisty to get that control. Zest rotating back up to the top.
And worth noting, Zest took that opportunity to go into the jungle, which is why he's rotating. So got that ward on the Gromp and has spotted out Junja. You got the priority. One of the best things you can do as a top laner is get a ward that spots out the jungle. We have seen so many top laners. Bin hurts me every time by being a little bit greedy with those ward placements, shall we say. And it makes your life a lot easier, especially in a volatile matchup like Ignite Tryndamere top into Ambessa, about knowing where the jungler is.
Not only Ignite, but Hail of Blades as well. This is an aggressive Tryndamere that we will be seeing out of Zest, and I look forward to the impact as they're trading on that top side. Zest going low. Xiaoshu, though, still 75% health, and Zest will respect it, backs away. I love that we're calling a fight that we can't even see right now because I'm seeing the health bars going low on the mini-map.
Well, we have to look over here, though, as Curse and Ackerman find Vampire on the road. Crash down with some Ferromancy. Gala zoning off Dudu. Still pretty tanky. Vampire here, but look at the side. Here comes Junja. Dudu in. The flag. The drag. Vampire survives for now. Not staked. Not in the sunlight.
Yeah, Vampire Flash heal burn. We see Junja burn that flash as well. So a great job from Meebalos to get a lot of summoners out.
My days, that was close. The ball just went wide, and your former CFO boy is not having the easiest time here. At least he's staying even with the CS. Curse looking for the invade on the respawn of these Raptors and gets it. They go in. There's a crash down. Damage onto Vampire. He's fleeing from the unspeakable horror. Gala goes in with the arcane shift. Went Ackerman's next Q. Flash away from Ackerman. And Gala keeps on rolling forwards. Lethal tempo stack, but can't commit any further. The flash is down. Junja's still chasing here. I don't think he's going to have that much more he can do. The Scuttle Crab has spawned. Ackerman here with Dudu. I don't know about this Junja.
Meebalos have the numbers. They're chasing Junja out of the forest jungle here. Well done by Meebalos. What a great sequence of plays. Meebalos aggressed onto JDG, forced 3 flashes out of them, so they knew that they could take this jungle from JDG. JDG didn't want to let it happen. They came back to meet Meebalos. They get first blood on Meebalos with the bounty gold and make good their retreat.
All you analysts at home, go look over the past 5 minutes because it starts before this burning the flashes. They re-invade onto the Raptors, and this is the chaos that unfolds. They have the summoner advantage to work with.
That's it. Summoners can be life or death. As we go back to this top side, Zest retreating from what was doubtlessly a play onto his life. Ackerman, though, in the area to respond. Xiaoshu's going to need to respect this, looking for a play.
And he's got level 6 right now. That means he can get so very angry indeed. He's undying with his rage. He flashes over the public execution, but doesn't get the kill. The Ignite's not enough. And Xiaoshu shuts down the Tryndamere.
Yeah, that level 6, so important for the play. And Meebalos Curse in the area, though. I think they've overcommitted. They need to kind of just clear this wave, back away, and call it what it is. A lost fight as we go 1-1. Oh my gosh, some of these fights, I don't know if they're going to turn into something real, especially when Xiaoshu's so low. But let's take a look at this one again on that top side. As we saw, Zest hitting that level 6 in the middle of the fight, able to extend it out. buffers Xiaoshu's ultimate. I actually think he flashed the ultimate there.
He did, yeah.
Able to dodge it. And then the kite out by Vampire. You can't catch me, Xiaoshu, able to take Zest down.
And despite not hitting the ult from Xiaoshu, he's still just got more HP to work with. Ackerman out of cooldowns, and it just meant things got a little bit too challenging. They tried to play around the fact that Zest was about to hit 6 and just didn't end up working out that well.
Something I want to call out here is Judo's actually building a healthy lead in CS over Gala.
Very true.
All of this skirmishing, all of this fighting is leaving these two bot laners alone, and Judo's liking this fight. He's taking away that gold lead. Right now, 400 over to the face of Mibalos, but the first Drake of the game, an Ocean Drake, has spawned, and JDG are the ones with vision control.
Sports come roaming on in, the shockwaves there, Hongq stunned up. But Hongq presses R rather than Q and gets the kill.
Yeah, Junja here, though, has shown up. All right. I was going to say if there was any follow-up, they would have been able to get Ackerman, but Ackerman plays that one nice and safe. That shockwave did so much damage so early.
Yeah, and even with only a mana crystal in inventory, it's not even an Amptane, still manages to get enough done there onto the Syndra, which had otherwise been having some very good trades on screen in the early lane. That hasn't led to a CS discrepancy, hasn't led to any kills for the Syndra, and now she finds herself down.
Ackerman.
A lot of gold as Ackerman did look a little bit at Vampire there, but again, it is support rel, and your damage is, how do I put this nicely? Non-existent?
Negligible. I was going to say it's a non-zero number, but it's pretty good. Mathematics terms were invented for the amount of damage rel cannot do. Oh my goodness. But priority is over to JDG on this Drake should they decide to pull the trigger. I just don't think they want to yet. I think they want to get priority in other lanes as both of these bot laners are back on the Rift. We do see though Gala heading to the top side, whereas Dudu's still very much bot side focused.
Worth noting as well, Curse got the Paranoia available at some point in the near future. I am expecting a Paranoia to be pulled. You can play towards potentially Zest with that. You could try and jump on someone like Hongq if you get the opportunity, but he's not going to be in too much danger there right now. Merc Tread's value already very high.
I love some Merc Treads. It really reduces the amount of time that you're stuck in that CC, but we do see JDG, they've started up these grubs, and as you were saying, Paranoia now available for... Oh my goodness.
And it's the shotgun R into Scout of the Week, but Hongq's able to speed away. Now the turnaround. As in goes Vampire, he gets a Command Protect, which sets up for the easiest shockwave of Hongq's life.
The fight's not done though. Mibalos though trying to repel JDG.
Buffers through with the Zenith Blade. Xiaoshu's own ult is turned around from though with a good flash. Now Dudu's here with the culling. Looking to pick up a kill, can't quite do it. All the while Junja wasn't even here because he was doing the grubs.
JDG find themselves at 3-1. The gold is even. The Drake is up. Both teams though looking to return to a sense of normality here after that lengthened skirmish in the mid lane, neither side willing to relinquish, even though JDG did come out on top and secured themselves that grubs. Because like you said, Junja, he was working that jungle objective the whole time. He could have joined, turned it in their favor, but acknowledged he didn't need to.
And look, MLBR Lows have tried to put in something spicy, something a bit different, try and catch people off guard. Sure, the Nocturne, not that surprising, but when you go for these plays, you pull all these triggers and you get nothing, you lose kills, you lose the objective, even on the proactive move you make, it's tough to see.
Yeah, and I love what happened here, right? So Feisty got a great engage on the Hongq, a lot of damage down, and we saw Curse immediately rip that Paranoia as we were talking about it. But the response from Vampire critically caught Curse in that shockwave, which dragged him under the turret, and there was nothing for him to do.
Eyes on the gold as it stands, only a couple hundred to JDG, but they have gotten themselves those early grubs, and they've kind of weathered some of the early storm that could have gone wrong, but Zest over the wall finds Gala. He's got an R button. That means he can make his rage undying. Crash down from Ackerman. What does Gala have to work with? A flash and a dream. We'll have the turret aggroed on him, but it's just a spinning slash through, and the Ezreal is decapitated.
Yeah, Ackerman had to go in there to take those turret shots, to tank it up for Zest to be able to successfully die, but on the other side of the Rift,
returning the favor, the other top laner trying to get something else, but he doesn't have his support with him. And also the Nocturne is here, does not have the Paranoia, so Xiaoshu could be in danger. TP in from the, I want to say the Rel here, who's got the Spellbook.
That's it. Spellbook is so flexible. I love the options that it can bring to you. Ackerman trying to catch Xiaoshu, gets a good ward down, keeps them here. Xiaoshu will respond. Feisty in the mid lane.
He is not feeling so feisty anymore as a Command Protect, and a Clockwork windup is good. And more than good enough to pick up the kill on Feisty.
Yeah, no flash on Feisty. They're forced to just walk away.
Whoa! In comes the paranoia. It ain't done yet. Flashes over the flag of the Dragon of Fear from the unspeakable horror. And Curse turns it around 1-for-1. Cataclysm comes down. I don't know about the extended trade, though. Junja has to back away, burns the ult to very limited avail.
Curse was doing so much damage. I was actually concerned Junja wasn't even going to win that 1v1 trade. They respect it and back away from one another there. This is a very bloody game. We're 11 minutes in. There's 7 kills gone over. That first Drake of the game, though, still hasn't been taken at the 11th minute.
And look, both of these teams have been desperate to get a genuine advantage, but it feels like the gold has gone one way slightly and then flipped right back the other. No team has really managed to secure something meaningful in terms of a true lead as yet, and been good punches back and forth. The jungle invades earlier from MLBR, the turnaround plays in mid lane. It's more about who on each team has got an advantage, and of course, it will be the former LCP superstar in Honkyu who's leading the way right now for the side of JDG, but Xiaoshu eating a little bit of damage there as the Ball of the Slayer came on down and told him he was a coward. That's a little chicken above his head. See? They even get a little symbol for it.
That's it. A little bit of damage.
Really good.
You're welcome.
Wow. Okay.
I have it on the soundbar here. I just go, and it's ready to roll. But Xiaoshu just lost 50% of his health, and it feels like all Zest wanted to do was go in, clear the wave, and run away. It's just crazy the amount of damage coming out of this, but does have that one completed item. Xiaoshu, though, with the Eclipse, will now be able to trade a little more effectively, have that buffer. Gold lead, as you said, not too significant. 12 minutes in, 700 over to MLBR. That's nothing to write home about. CS advantages. Zest is up. Judo significantly up over Gala, but we've seen Gala here before. We know he can play from behind and get back into this as they jockey for vision control around this first Drake.
He's going to need to. The game one on the Mage earlier today was okay, I think is the way to put it. The Syndra was fine, but it wasn't spectacular. It wasn't Gala at its best. Make no mistake about it. And here on the Ezreal, a champion he's much more known for, being down, what is that, 30, 40 CS? That's rough to see. That's not what you expect from a player with the kind of history and caliber that Gala allegedly has. I think over the last split, though, has been struggling a little bit. And Vampire just about caught up for a second or two, but the crash down will leave that away. MLBR lost on it, the Dragon.
That's it. Meba lost first to this Dragon. Ackerman cleared out that vision, had a little tussle with Vampire. The poke is there. They're zoning them away. Only 2 members of JDG here right now. Gala, back of the Dragon Pit.
There goes the paranoia. Junja wins the smite. The shockwave's on. The Magnet Sword follows. And they try to turn around and charge with the backside. Gets damaged down. Junja gets that kill on the Rel. The flag and drag out. Zest is angry, but does he survive? And Vampire flashes for the CC. Cataclysm. Dudu survives, but the rest of the team ain't having so much fun. The barrier gives itself a vigilance, but again, Vampire. The shield is in. And the double tap's hard enough to bring down the Ezreal.
Dudu played around that blue buff spectacularly. He popped that barrier. Gala was unable to land skill shots because he was just hitting the blue buff, but it still wasn't enough for Dudu to execute any heroics in the backside of that. JDG walk out of that one. 8-3, 1.5k gold up. They basically swung at 2.2 and got the Drake.
We'll have a look at the replay again because it's a mess, but I really want to shout out Vampire. The amount of key CC he got down.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade has that small root on it. The Q with the stun, so important as they're playing patiently. Gala over the backside. That paranoia is ripped. The TP committed, but Vampire is just herding Ackerman away here. Tanks some of that culling, protecting the backline of Honkyu and Gala. Zest is trying to get something done, but he just gets brought so low. Vampire, Zenith Blade, Q. The fight's done. Xiaoshu's in the back line. There's nothing MLBR could do.
Turns out that was just a dying rage. The unpart was unfortunately not there, and Vampire, well, he's the undead one, right? It's in the name. Shows the Tryndamere how it's really done. There's a look at the damage in that fight as well. Xiaoshu popping off on that. Ambessa got in and started spinning around with those blades. A lacerate or two will do that into a clump.
I mean, yeah, the #1 damage dealer onto champions. That's what happens when you find your way into the back line. Multiple members, every AoE skill doing maximum amounts of damage. So you really do love to see it. It was a great team fight. MLBR, every single role quest completed. But JDG, they're on the Rift. They've got the grubs, they got the first Drake, and now they have that Rift Herald.
Yeah.
They have the potential to crack the mid lane wide open.
I completely agree. And again, even things like taking the grubs away from Tryndamere, who wants to spend his life in a side laning. Team fights are harder because you get CC too much and your ult means very little, right? You have limited value from it. Sure, if you get Giga Fed, you two-shot someone. Welcome to your auto crits that come through from your passive. Ain't that a dumb mechanic? Not that I am salty in any way about that. But it's still hard to do. We saw what Vampire could do with that. And denying the split push a little bit, winning these objective fights, sure, the gold is still within touching distance. I'm a little nervous about how these fights have been playing out over the last 5 minutes.
One thing that is working in the favor of Mebalos's bot side at the very least is that Vampire is the one getting the kills, not Gala. So yes, that Leona a little bit tankier than you would probably like, but Dudu and Gala are at least on, Dudu's ahead of Gala. I was going to say relatively even footing. They both have completed items, but that CS advantage means there's a little more gold in the pocket of Dudu, and that means that's an AD carry that Mebalos can rally around and potentially develop into a win condition here.
They're going to have to try and make that work. Lucian, wonderful mid-game spike. Harder to execute as the game goes on. You've got to walk that line very carefully on the Lucian to get value out of the fact that you're short range, that you can dash around, but you are then at risk of things like a Jarvan stun, of a Leona jumping on you, of Ambessa getting in range. Zest can't really threat here, not quite down, and he just burns out. He doesn't pull the ult, and he just burns away. I don't know whether he had the ult available. My impression was he did, and he just didn't expect that extended burn.
I don't think he expected that amount of damage.
Yeah.
Every skill shot from Honkyu landed, took him below 25%. The flag and drag helped. The burn came through and ended him. Now, JDG, they're overloading this bot side. Rift Herald takes the bot side tier 1. We see Junja rushing it into that bot side tier 2. A massive amount of gold injected into the pockets of JDG. They're 3.5k up off this play.
So, how much are you missing Honkyu right now?
Look, as an LCP caster, I'm missing him so very, very much. He was CFO's superstar mid laner. We all saw him in 2025 on the global stage. He was able to get so much work done, and honestly, it was a smart decision by JDG to pick him up.
Look, he's only been involved, or not been involved rather, in 1 kill. He's been having a great game. 5 of the team's 8 kills, or 9 kills rather in general. He's been involved in 8 of them. There we go, that's where I was going with it. Numbers are hard. Doing maths on air is always a cardinal sin. Don't do it, guys.
That's why we get paid to talk.
Correct, yes, so not to do maths. 15 seconds on the Dragon as well. But as it stands now, you've got the Blackfire Torch, you've got the Rocket Belt, you've got the Chain Lace Crushes, you've got 8 stacks on the Dark Seal, AP, tankiness, mobility, extended damage. This Orianna is ready to roll.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 8 out of 9, that's something like an 85% kill participation right now. And I know we said we don't do maths, but I'm pretty comfortable and confident with mine. Jack will correct me. But 4k up for JDG, 1 Drake with the 2nd Drake on the Rift. So I have to imagine JDG is going to be looking to start stacking this win condition up. It will depend on what the soul is, though, which side will ultimately try and claim it. Because if it's a Chemtech, I really like that on the side of JDG. They've got the Bruiser in J4. They've got the tank in Leona. And, Ambessa, no slouch with that damage reduction either.
No, and even people like Vampire being so ahead with the upgraded support item, Zest actually now having a bit of a trade with Xiaoxu. Again, that gold lead that Zest did have has kind of disappeared. Sure, you've got this Ravenous Hydra for a bit more sustain, but you go for the all-in right now. I'm not sure you win unless you bring everyone.
5v1!
They're going to try and make it happen. There's the public execution. Jigdog Gaming! Look at the turnaround. The Cully comes on down. The down dying range is there. The unleashed power gets the shutdown. Unspeakable horror there as well will force Xiaoxu away. Absolutely everyone not named Gala was in the top lane. Whoa!
They immediately let rip with the TP. They brought 5 members to that top lane. The way JDG responded, though, and were able to turn it around, but Mebalos still come out on top. Well played by them to pull the trigger. Junja, the only one to go down from JDG, but it is something. It is signs of life from Mebalos here.
The problem is JDG got members with HP, so they're going to be able to play for this top turret. Gala was alone in mid, got most of the plates there. Yes, you did kill Junja, though, so the smite's off the table. Potentially you can play for the Dragon. The problem is, sure, you get a kill. You're now down 3,000 gold, and that's before the turret's fallen.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't play for another Dragon for 4 minutes because JDG got it before the fight.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I said, did Gala get that earlier as well? I think, oh no, Junja's dead. They can go for the Dragon. No, you're right. I missed that with the violence. Whoops, there we go.
That's it. They snuck the Drake while MLBR were looking to the top side as they look again to this bot side. Xiaoshu under pressure one more time.
There is no ult on Zest, but will it matter as Dudu gets a few more of those vigilance autos down, and the kill is good! Zest does not eat another turret shot. He's
that
out.
Has to be single-digit health.
Uh-oh.
2 members from JDG, they're hunting him though.
He's looking for that reset. I don't blame him. How he's got 2 seconds on the ult, 1 second on the ult. It's there, but not in time. He falls regardless, and Dudu is unfortunately now in a 1v2, and Honkyu is just going to keep throwing down tomatoes.
Oh my
Not a bad attempt. I will give it to him, but Honkyu's got the burn.
Oh my goodness, Dudu was working overtime and it still was not enough to try and get one back, but the collapse from JDG. MLBR overloaded that bot side just to get that one kill, and Zest nearly went down for it, as we see here. Zest starts trading with Xiaoshu, Ackerman coming in, Dudu from the top lane. Ackerman goes in to get the aggro, but unfortunately goes too far away, so it goes over to Zest, so he's forced to flash, and JDG respond. They're rushing from mid. Vampire Junja, they get the orb to get the vision, so they know that Zest is behind this alcove. Junja with the perfect spotted dragon flag. Dudu on the backside trying to get something done to Honkyu, but it is not enough. I loved the initiative from MLBR. I love the response from JDG a little bit more.
It ends up getting them more. That 3,000 gold lead holds. They've got Grubs, they've got Dragon, they've got the turrets down largely as well. All of those outer turrets now fallen in their favor. And look, they drafted something very comfortable to them. Vampire, hell, when he debuted, he was spamming Leona. He's going to be grateful that's back in meta. We're now in a position where the kills are there, the map control is there, even the scaling arguably in some ways is there with Orianna and Ezreal, and of course this Ambessa now picking up her second item and the way her ult scales in terms of the passive Omnivamp and armor pen you get from just hitting people. It's getting alarming now for MLBR loss.
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look at the items as well. We've got that arm guard for Honkyu, that extra survivability. He's going to be much harder to shut down. Junja with that black cleaver in the Sundered Sky, that sustain as well as chipping away at the opponent's armor is just fantastic.
Oh, I've just gone to the library, and I think Honkyu has as well. He has taken that Dark Seal and gone, you know, I could have had a full Sonya's, but I've got an arm gun, that'll be fine. I want the Medjais!
He's definitely gone with that more aggressive build. If we were shocked with the damage earlier, we're going to be blown away when he lands that shockwave coupled with Junja's Cataclysm. It will annihilate, it will delete a team, but 3.5k gold lead, Baron on the Rift, Drake up in 45 seconds. Yeah, if I'm MLBR, I'd be okay giving this one over to give myself more time to build gold, get it into my AD carry, because you don't have to lose it all on the third Drake.
Might be in danger as Junji gets stunned, but Feisty needs to run away. The ball's now been put on top of him, but the Command Protect won't turn into a significantly more aggressive variant. Dragon 20 seconds away. The move speed from this Orianna with the Medjais, with the Command Dissonance, gets very difficult to lock her down, and so easy to pick up the assists with the shields, with the shockwaves.
Yeah, but look, JDG, they're in the jungle of MLBR. It feels like they can't leave the safety of their tier 2 turrets now, and they have all of the vision control that they need for this dragon that has just spawned. I feel like this will be a JDG third dragon, and that will put them on soul point. That will put a win condition and a timer in play. I mean, it's already less than 50%. MLBR aren't even close to this one.
And look, you've drafted for a burst comp. You've drafted for Nocturne to ult into a side lane. As there's a play from Vampire, that's very deep, but he's pretty tanky. Paranoia proc, there's the Magus top, look at Gala on the other side, throwing out some Mystic shots. Curse, need to back away, stays alive for now. Xiaoshu trading with Zest, all the while, the public execution puts Lucian in the morgue. Curse taken out as well, and Jing Dong Gaming take no prisoners, they only take lives! As Orianna does die, a few pages torn out of the book, but it will matter not in the grand scheme of things.
3 for 1 over to JDG, and we are in the year of 2026. Why are we putting full Cullings into Leonas? Have we not learned? As JDG Gaming, they take the fight, they will take the Baron, and inevitably march down on the nexus of Miba Lost because there's so many advantages. It's 4.5k gold. They're going to reset and buy some items, but let's take a look at this one again. It starts out pretty innocuously. Vampire, flash E forward, is taken over the wall, but the Protoplasm Belt keeps Vampire alive. The healing comes through, and Dudu, you've already spent everything. JDG collapse, take him out. The Cataclysm locks Mibalos in. It's lucky they got something back.
Yeah, literally had the scatter Zhonya's and then flashed to get at least an R button down, but that was as best you could do. Feisty gets something, gets a few pages out of the book, but let's be real, 1 kill, couple assists. Honkyu's right back where he started. I don't think he's going to care too much about that. Junja now with the Guardian Angel. Gala edging towards a Shojin himself. We're nearly at what will likely be a Death's Dance or a Guardian Angel for the Ambessa. 3,500 gold, Soul Point. The list just keeps going.
Oh, flash forward.
It is indeed, and it's a Cataclysm to follow that flash. And Honkyu, well, I said it would be relatively easy to pick up another kill. What do you know? It was. Jarvan sets it up, and Honkyu knocks him down.
There's that classic wombo combo you were talking about in the draft, right? It's Junja diving forward with that Cataclysm, that shockwave coming out of Honkyu on that Orianna. You are dead before you can even react. The aggressive flash forward, but they are marching on the Nexus.
5 versus 4. It's a good stun. Gala gets chunked but not down. Could look to reset. Zest isn't there. Finally teleports back in. The Cullen comes on down onto Honkyu, who needs to flash away. Maybe this is a moment here for Miba Lost to find something. Zest goes spinning in with that spinning slash. The Scout of the Week again onto Xiaoshu. They're trying to turn this one around. Scatters away again. JDG on the retreat, successfully so.
Yeah, JDG respecting the potential damage here from Mibalos, and this is part of their intelligent gameplay. This is part of why they are so strong, is that they know when the fight could be 50-50, so they're like, you know what, we don't have to lose it here. We don't have to risk it. We got the inhibitor. We have that mid lane priority and pressure for the next few minutes. And I mean, in the next few minutes, that 4th Drake of the game will come up. JDG doubtlessly want to get that. They're on that sort of soul point. If they can secure it, get the soul, that's another win condition online.
Like, I'm not sure they call this a power play at this point. It's +7 gold. But the point is, you still broke the base, still got the inhibitors. Yes, Zest got some gold back. Actually has now got a Lord Dominic's regards. That's a good point for this Tryndamere in terms of your ability to potentially find a way to come back in this game. But still, you are one team fight away from lights out. Make no mistake about it.
That's it, and Gala just finished his Shojins, as you called a little earlier as well. So that's a 3-item completed AD carry for JDG, but not to be outdone on the other side. Dare I say, Dudu, still the kind of hope here to play around.
For sure.
Feisty is stepping up, though, does have the Chovy belt as well. These items coming online, but look at the gold differential. They're currently 4k up, but JDG at one point worth 5. So Mibalos, they're not out of this yet, but they are hard up against it. 1 minute till the Drake, 3 minutes till the next possible Baron play here. Mibalos on the defensive. They have to prevent JDG from ending this soon.
Zest at this point probably has the power to 1v1 most people on the Rift. How often is he going to get a 1v1? I just don't know.
I don't see it happening. Yeah, you are so right. Dudu here, though, clearing his wave out. He's the one with the damage. He'll be able to effectively stop these sort of super minions coming through onto the base. 30 seconds till the next Drake, so you see the pings coming down on the minimap. Mibalos want to get some sort of vision control, but JDG will be looking to jump them and get a numbers advantage to try and get this 4th Drake, to try and secure that soul.
3 items largely done across the board for everyone. If there was a point to come back in, well, this would probably do it. JDG in the river first. Control wards in the lime bush, in the banana bush.
They do have the priority. They have the control. It is up to Mibalos to force their way in here.
All the while, look at Xiaoshu looking for an angle, looking to find something in. Feisty loses a 3rd. All the while, Gala throwing up mystic shots, and Essence Flux is looking to get a bit more poke down, a bit more damage. Ackerman eats some of it. At the front of the line is this poor Iron Horsewoman. They go into the paranoia, trying to get to the backline. Honkyu survives. The Undying Rage is there, but again, it feels like a lie. Dudu gets something. Honkyu goes golden. Feisty buys a moment, but just gets melted as Junja brings him down with a Dragon Strike.
Yeah, Dudu was able to 1v1 Gala on the backside, but what's Mibalos supposed to do when all of their damage was on Dudu and it's gone? JDG able to win the rest of that team fight handily, secure this Mountain Drake and Mountain Soul. They're going to be just that much harder to kill for the rest of this game, but I don't see it lasting that much longer.
Look, Curse and Zest, full sent, credit to him. You know what you have to do as a Trendemir and a Nocturne when your back's against the wall. But Honkyu, he's got so much move speed with a Rocket Belt, with a Medjai's, with a Zhonya's. How on earth do you kill this man in time? And he just walks away and the book is nearly full. He's got 1 page remaining and that's just to sign the credits at the end of the game.
There is no more after that 25th page. The story will finish right there. JDG stealing away the jungle of Mebalos. As we go to this again, it was a sort of extended trade here. They're poking, prodding, trying to find a way in to prevent JDG from getting this Drake as Feisty goes low, and it feels like JDG earned themselves the advantage. Mebalos, though, they understand the importance, the criticality of this Drake. Xiaoshu finds a way on the Zest, and Vampire does such a good job holding Ackerman away that the fight around the Drake is so heavily one-sided. Yes, Dudu gets Gala, but Mebalos just had no damage to stop JDG.
That was like 3 flashes in every ultimate try and kill Honkyu, and he still survives. Like, they legitimately could do no more there other than have Dudu as well, but again, he gets Gala. That's not bad. The problem is at this point, you're 5,000 gold down, you're into Mountain Soul as a burst comp. There's no Serpent's Fang here. This is going to be a very tough time. Ackerman throws down a Magnet Storm, but unfortunately, it's easy enough to split those poles apart. Zest goes undying, but again, you can only be so angry for so long. The Cataclysm down. Junja gets the kill. Unstoppable. A double for another one of those LCP imports. A triple to Junja, who might even be able to pick up another.
What a blowout of a fight. It's a clean ace over to JDG from the LPL, and it looks like they want to close this game out here and now. 30 plus seconds before anyone from Mebalos is able to respawn and try and defend these Nexus turrets, and the wave is here. It's going to end now.
The Nexus turrets are broken in a matter of moments. JDG saw the flexes, saw the creativity in the draft, and smiled. The mid-game fights were too much. The Trendemir value was stifled, and Jingdong Gaming proved again to be that little bit too lethal.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they were kind of out of their depth there, Mebalos, into the likes of this JDG team. They have seen it all before, and yes, Mebalos threw that creative angle at them, but it just wasn't enough. JDG were able to play around it. When he went angry, they were able to break away and just wait it out, even then fight around him, able to take out other members of Mebalos before Zest was able to be killed.
Great discipline from JDG. Great number of kills for Honkyu as well, who popped off on the Orianna. But to pop off next, well, it's the desk, isn't it? I'm sure I have a few things to say about the game.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026. We're here at the Kadia City Battleground, the secondary stage, right in the middle of a best-of-3 between JDG and MLBR loss. And so far, it's going as we kind of expected here. Game number 1 went to about 15 minutes. It was even, it was close. MLBR were looking good. And then all of a sudden, JDG took over and the game kind of ended from there.
20 minutes this time.
Okay.
Okay. 20 minutes. That's where my head's at.
For me, I'm gonna choose 10. How about that?
Ooh. Any specific reason for those numbers, or just because I picked 13, just
okay,
randomly.
So my reason is I think they're gonna remember that dragons exist this game.
Ah, okay.
So the first 2 are gonna die quickly, but then the 3rd dragon is gonna spawn at around 20 minutes, and the 3rd dragon is gonna be where the tragedy happens.
For me, it's gonna be. I think starting from like. There's gonna be all these skirmish, Grubs and Drake, and that's gonna be around like 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if after that first game, JDG are feeling pretty good, pretty confident, and they go ahead and win some of these lanes and are able to roll that into an early snowball. I'm kind of leaning on this is going to go the way of JDG a little bit earlier this time.
We all are.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, just like more so, I think my opinion is that I think MLBR, I think they probably realize, oh, going slower than game 1 is not going to help them. Like, so that's what I feel. Like, it's either I think they're crushing Ollie game way harder, or they're gonna try and they might fail with it. So that's why I call it Ollie. I think it's gonna be Ollier than, I think Ollie tempo, faster tempo than the first game, because the first game wasn't really helping for them. So
for sure. I think one thing that feels a bit guaranteed though is one more weird Zest pick.
Yeah.
Just one. Has he played a normal champ this tournament, Top? I mean, like, I guess Vayne is, like, kind of considered normal now.
Yeah. She's kind of normal. I feel like our top laners are really... They have a pretty long leash now. They're like, yeah, coach, I can play Urgot.
They've gone from, like, a standard, like, just regular chain to, like, one of those fancy, like, kind of...
Yeah.
The coach can push the button and let it go as long as...
Who let them out of the top doghouse anyway?
Vayne becomes a normal.
Let's put them back on Gnar, you know? Where's my Cassante? Why do we have to have Urgot and Vex? Like, you really need to do that. Anyway, guys, we are going to jump in a draft here in just a moment, as it is going to be JDG versus MLBR. Again, this is an elimination best of 3. If you lose here, your key is crushed. You are out of the tournament. If you win, you move on to the playoffs and you earn a spot in the round of 8. So enough from us. Let's go back to our casters.
Thanks for filling there for a second. Valdez did manage to put on the wrong headset there briefly, so needed a little bit of saving. Phew, though, we are into draft and it's all working out fine.
Didn't need to do a dirty like that.
Okay, I did it wrong. You were fine. I was the one who just didn't look properly and put on the wrong headset. It's okay. It's okay. We're fine.
That's it. All is sane and normal here.
I'm on the broadcast. There's no way that's true.
As we do go back to our second game of this best of 3 between JD Gaming and MLBR Loss. And we're already into these picks and bans, and they're looking very similar to game 1.
Don't give up the Cassiopeia, fair enough. Don't give up the Vayne, fair enough. We have seen what Zest and Dudu can do with those, and clearly it's just like JDG saying, look, at least other champions we have done enough work against, we played enough against, that we're comfortable with it. And Vayne in general is obnoxious enough in general that you just say, you know what, that can go.
Yeah, absolutely. I like these bans. They're high priority bans. Again, keep that Camille out of the hands of your opponents, because if you can't secure it for yourself, then that's not something you want. It can get that very early advantage. Nefiri, Lee Sin and Jace targeted again here, so they really don't want, MLBR Loss don't want Junja on these highly aggressive junglers, at least in that early game, but lock in Vi for themselves.
Once again, we are seeing MLBR looking to be able to play towards those side lanes. Have a Talia, have a Vi, turn into a side lane, press R, all is well. And you can match things like that Realm Warp from the Rise very, very easily. Hover rather on the Poppy already. Junja has had a good showing on it. Had Vampire on the Pike to go with it, which was a good combo.
What's Hover plus Poppy?
Hopper.
Poppy.
I get it.
Hoppy, it all works. But
I get it. Yeah, it works.
I like this though, right? Because the steadfast presence from the Poppy can shut down a bit of what that Vi wants to do, prevent some of that engage, and really play defensively for JDG. So I already like this kind of counter pick, if you will. It just depends on where that Poppy's going to go. Rumble, obviously top. Rise, obviously mid. Poppy could be jungle, but could also be support. A little bit of a flex. We've seen more of the jungle lately, though.
We have, and again, when we've seen things like the Poppy support, it's often been when Camille's been left open. Because then you can sort of say, okay, Camille, I dare you to press E. Let's see how that goes. And the answer often is not so well. So that's the attempt with the Camille already off the board. Some of the reason to move the Poppy bot lane is probably going to be gone. And again, you do run into the issue with Poppy support of being, well, level 3 or whatever, while everyone else is level 7. You go in and
die.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting the vibe. Second phase of bans, though. Feisty with the Gnar pick into the Rumble. Rumble's going to win that relatively heavily to an extent. Again, there's been some nerfs there, but hey, we'll be fine. You get to team fight later.
That's okay. I like that pick. You might lose the 1v1, just don't lose it too hard.
Yeah.
But you will win the team fights when you go mega and you stun them all against the wall, because that's the dream.
Yeah, because Rumble has an ability that is incredibly poorly named called Equalizer, which is very unequal for most people caught in it. This will be an interesting one to try. Again, we've largely got what we expect to be top sides of the maps locked. The Poppy's still flexible, as we noted, but realistically going jungle, especially considering Junge's history there. It'll be the Nautilus takeaway. We've already seen the Camille. I wonder whether this becomes a Pyke to get rid of that kind of hook roaming trifecta we've been seeing come to the fore over the last tournament or two.
Yeah, we have definitely seen the rise of Pyke. We definitely saw that come through Split 2, multi-regional. I want to say it kicked off more infamously from the LCK, right? People think Carrier, they probably think the Pyke combo. People think Carrier, they think the Bard as well. He is responsible for having some influence over the rest of the regions.
You know, just a little. Not like a load of supports go, this guy is my idol, for good reason.
But then there's the interview with Carrier, like, what can we do to be like you? And he's like, you can't, I'm Carrier.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's got the skills to back it up.
Him and On are the two that you go, I don't trust what happens in your brains, because clearly it ain't like the rest of us, you know?
Yeah. And that's a compliment.
Oh, yeah, genuine. To clarify, before people think that's an insult. No, those two just are able to do things into the support role that the rest of us largely aren't. Varus gets locked in. We are expecting that to be bot lane. This is a lot more standard from MIBR. I'm hoping this is going to be an on-hit Varus. Poke Varus really does feel quite anemic these days. So then again, with the Vi, with the Talia, maybe just that extra bit of burst from a more standard or old school, I suppose, at this point. Poke Varus would still be fine. We'll wait and see.
I do like the last ban coming out of JDG. They're breaking up that traditional, that classic Vi-Ari combo in that mid lane. So it will force MLBR to pick something else to work in tandem with that Vi. Something to, Vi will set them up, and then we need a mid laner to knock them down. Of what's available, obviously Orianna is gone. Still think there might be the Rise up.
Take. I mean, to be fair, with the Talia already locked in, I guess with the Ari ban, they were saying, hey, we wonder whether this could be a Talia bot. And again, this is something that Dudu's been comfortable to do. We saw a good Cassiopeia game from them. Yesterday, they saw the Onivia from them already. So they've certainly been willing to pull out those mages that have been running rampant through the meta, to put it mildly.
I don't know why I like this one so much, right? I traditionally don't like Jhin in an AD carry role, but I feel like paired with Alistar, it's a dynamic duo. You can't get on top of that Jhin because Alistar's just going to rebuff you. Like, good luck, sayonara.
And we've also just seen, this was much more true when Varus was like, holy moly, this champion is ridiculous. Every time he's in bot lane, it's a bad time for everyone else. Jhin was the answer. You'd go down 5 to NCS, but it felt like you at least had tools to trade back. Your W matched his Q. You had enough wave clear with your own Q. You could play from range. All those things that gave you options there to get through a laning phase, which a lot of other AD carries just couldn't do it. And of course, you've got the Alistar, and now the Nico locked in will confirm some fun stuff there from MIBR, but they can now go gallivanting elsewhere because the Jin's okay playing the 1v1 / the 1v2.
That's it. Another answer into the Varus, but I don't think it fits the composition here, was that Siva. That spell shield, able to stop a lot of that poke, but if it is the on-hit Varus, that spell shield value is mitigated as well. So the Jhin, I think, value definitely increased there, but I love the Nico here coming out of MLBR, that team fight engage tool. You go in, you get the knock up onto 3+, and then MLBR just follow up. That Talia's Weaver Wall, they're going to be able to collapse quickly. Varus going to be able to do a lot of damage from a very far distance away.
As ever, jungle support, mid jungles, very, very proactive on both sides. We're going to have Realm Warps versus Weaver's Wall, Violts with Nico following along behind it. There's an Alistar on the other side with the Poppy going in. There's lots to consider here, and you're looking towards 2 side lanes, which you can definitely look to work around.
And that's the thing that I really love about the Poppy ult, right? Is it turns those fights unfair in your favor. You get an ult onto 1, 2, suddenly it turns into a 3v5, and it's good night.
Well, unless your name is Taki, right? How he managed to spider naut his way back into 2 fights from Poppy ults.
And it's not the first time we've seen that either. If you can get that hook off at the right time, it's like your ult is wasted. But enough about the draft that was. We are talking about the game that will be, as we are now on the riff for our second game here of today's best of 3 between JDG and MLBR at EWC 26 in the Kadia City Battleground.
Very good. You know what the present is for me? It's casting with Logan. There we go. We get all three in there, and I get the cheesy line. Sometimes this job allows me to be a very silly human. It's great. Right, so early game, I am expecting Poppy probably to be trying to get pretty active. Xiaoshu's gone for the Ignite, I will note. We've got Honkyu with the Ghost to match Feisty, who's done something very similar. So some fun stuff with our summoners at the very least. A lot less teleports than I've grown used to.
Yeah, earlier we were casting a game that had like 3 TPs on one side, 2 on the other.
And 3 globals.
These fights broke out and everyone was there. But I will note the cleanse from Gala, respecting the CC that Mibelos has brought to bear. A really heads-up choice on this summoner's spell here. You were calling out that Poppy, and we have seen Poppy be a little slower in some other games to have any impact. But I really think they can have a lot of early game presence and impact here as well. And in the hands of Junja, I believe it can happen. And the junglers are on opposite sides of the rift, so they'll be pathing down to the bot in about 3 minutes and vice versa.
And Vi is not really a champion until she's level 3. She needs a few abilities to actually be good, and that's one of the reasons things like the Nocturne is often really challenging for the Vi to manage, because you do lose all of those fights around your own wraps as the Honkyu burning the Ghost. Feisty now returning the favor. The Unraveled Earth is there, and the threaded volleys come on down. Just be a couple of summoners traded there. Deathfire Touch ticking a little bit there, but Feisty, I think on the whole, a little happier to get caught briefly by that spell flux, but no overload to follow. Junja is mid though.
Already here.
There's the Rune Prison, and this is the combo. Flashes to prevent the easy wall bot, but it's a shove back regardless. Bit of a speed up with the Storm Rager Surge, and Honkyu gets first bloods.
We were looking at the 1v1, and Honkyu was throwing skill shots galore, and Feisty had the fancy feet, was dodging everything, was starting to trade back into Honkyu, but Honkyu kept the play going, baited it out, bought time for Junja to follow up. Yes, it cost the Ghost and Flash out of Junja, but it cost both from Feisty, and I would argue that that is fantastic, and they put the gold in the right place on to Honkyu.
He just came off a game where he popped off on the Orianna, and clearly getting the rise, looking to do something very similar. Vampire forced to flash in that bot lane. There was a damage from this double-ranged bot lane, proving to be a little bit more dangerous than I think they were hoping for. The Comet lands onto Gala as well, who can't return with the 4th shot. But the fact that I'm seeing a Comet on Dudu as well, that suggests to me we have got Poke Varus.
That's the one. So the plan then will be to sit at long range while this Vi go in, this Nico go in. Varus wants to stay in those back lines untouched, poking with that Q, doing so much damage. But here's that Junja we were talking about, that early aggression.
Junja here with the Shark version of Poppy. I have decided Xiaoshu's got an Ignite. There is no Meganar. Current aggro is dropped.
Oh, the level up.
And that level up makes things a bit challenging. And actually, here's Ackerman. Maybe JDG going to the 2-man route. Makes things spicy. Just goes over the wall. Oh, dear. That was a step too far. And Junja's alive. No way. When's Ackerman's next? Blooming Burst. There's that ability name. Steps on forward to Xiaoshu. And forces the flash away. The Flame Spitter on.
Yeah, TP back to that top lane to try and get some XP off this wave before it dies to that turret, but we go to this replay here in the mid lane, and this is a little late, right? Honkyu's low mana. He'd already sent a lot of skill shots at Feisty, who he dodged. Early flash is good, but the flash from Junja to get in front of him and knock him back to Honkyu to buy the time to get more autos down, beautifully layered there to finish off that mid laner.
Sometimes you don't need to hit a wall with the Poppy for the heroic charge to be good. If you just knock them away from their tower so they can't get to safety, it's still a bad time.
That's it, but let's take a look at that top side play, which I love. Junja here goes in, gets the summoner, the rune there, and prevents a lot of the damage protection. Zest flashes away, is ignited, levels up, and we think, oh, he might be able to survive this one. And Ackerman responds quickly and well, gets the flash out of Xiaoshu here, but Zest flashes forward aggressively in the face of 2. I feel like that was a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit too eager, and Ackerman also forced to flash off the back end. A disastrous turn of play. Summoners burnt for nothing.
And Ackerman in that replay died as well, got picked up by Gala, so goes from bad to worse there.
Yeah, JDG find themselves up 3-0 at 5 minutes. First streak of the game has spawned. 1.3k gold lead right now. JDG, they're off to the races here in this game too. And as a reminder to every one of you watching at home, if you lose here and now, your key is crushed. You are done and dusted. Hopes and dreams of winning EWC 26 shattered.
Look, you keep the frame. That was part of it. You don't keep the key. What you get instead is kind of a replacement for how far you got through the tournament. Feisty gets himself ruined prisoned, does not pass go, but has a get out of jail free card named Ackerman. Gets out there every time I see the ruined prison. I have to admit, Monopoly goes through my brain because that's just who I am as a human.
But that's the thing, Ackerman is being in the right place at the right time. It's just the plays go bad. They're making some of these decisions, I feel, a little too late once the player's already done and dusted. And JDG, you know they're responding. Oh no.
That's a bit rough. The deadly flourish from downtown means it's a flash room, prison, and curse as well. Cursed.
You bring up that CC timer, right? You know when you're playing solo queue and you go, oh, how long was I CC'd for? That was 100% of their health bar.
Oh, Vampire walks out of a bush and gets a pulverize. We're getting the zoom in. Very nice production. There's a trample after an ignite. Junji gets a stun into the wall. Not quite, but unfortunately for Ackerman, that slight miss means nothing.
This 6.5 minutes has been nothing short of disastrous for Mibalos, and I don't mind saying that.
One. There's the pulverize. Don't get to miss that one now. They're going to try and get a third. There's one more to go. John just going to get the stun into the wall. The flash away. Misses the fourth shot. That's not bad going, but the deadly flourish still lands, and you can miss all the shots in the world. It won't matter in the end as Dudu tries, and it's not bad feat. The problem is there's only so much you can dance before the stage runs out.
That's it. Overwhelming odds in the favor of JDG. They set that up as Xiaoshu here has to run.
But where does he run to? There's a cease and desist, and unfortunately for you, Xiaoshu, there is no way to avoid that particular court order. Vi gets that kill.
And I do like that Zest didn't try and go back in. He would have given Xiaoshu the opportunity to get a kill. Honkyu, Realm Warps in, gets the kill on to Zest.
Nothing comes for free, does it? MIBR, even when they do get the kill, it comes with a punish. Honkyu pulls off the Realm Warp, and now he's 2-0-1 as well. What do you do?
It just feels like JDG Gaming have all of the plays. They have the initiative. They have the mobility to get the numbers advantage where Mibalos are playing from behind, and the advantages keep stacking in JDG's favor. That first streak of the game is still on the rift, but the grubs are coming up. 2.5k gold advantage over to JDG. They're just winning every fight.
They are. And again, this is a comp that you've got the Rumble, you've got the Rise, hell, even the Gen, right? You kind of want that item to get in here, so when you come to this fight, that first ult really stings. But as it stands with Junja top, they're looking to punish Zest again. Who cares about the objectives?
Vampire was getting tipped away, faked to run away, but they hung about. It's 3v1.
Wave clearly decided that he needs to go into a cupcake or something, so they'll skin him alive. Zest into the mixture.
Oh, well, this is JDG in fine form. They've got these plays. They're communicating clearly. Junja is everywhere.
Folks, I wish you could see me and Logan right now, because our hands just keep coming up in the air. It's like, what would he do? It's really oppressive to see. And unfortunately for MIBR on the other side, right, their ability to make a counterplay just hasn't happened. They tried to get the counterpunch topside. Zest flashed in and died. They try to get the kill with the Vi topside, and then Honkyu realm warps and makes it a done deal on the other side. Junja's now got those grubs, so the objective stacking is beginning again for JDG. They found 2,500 gold to the good, and it's been spread across some really nasty members.
Yeah, we do see some pings coming down on the Drake as Junja gets those grubs. So Mibalos obviously want to try and contest for an objective here. They get that Scuttle Crab, so they will have that vision around the Drake for when JDG go to start it up. But JDG, their stranglehold is tightening. Their grip on this game too is only getting stronger. 9 minutes in, it's 9 kills. I feel like I'm back home in the LCP. A kill a minute is our bread and butter.
Oh, isn't it just? LCP is a wonderful region to watch, guys, if you're not doing it already. I'd also highly shout out things like the LPL as well. To be honest, you can't go too far wrong watching Regional League in general. There's some great matchups to be found wherever you turn your eyes. That said, for now, our eyes are here in Paris, and that means we'll probably able to lock in a little bit more about what's going to be happening over the next few moments. Dragons up, JDG thinking about moving up for it. They've got grubs to their name, so maybe they're more interested in getting that gold and getting those turrets.
Yeah, they would
Sorry,
No, they were definitely pushing up for priority there so that they could make that first move. They even had the ward in that Drake pit, so they knew if Mebelos were going to make a play, but they made it so that they couldn't even make that play. So their vision control working really, really well for them here too. But let's take a look at where the gold is. It's jungle, it's mid, it's all of the bot. The only person who is up is Zest, and it's barely.
And he's still down most of a level. Is part of the problem here, and he's still actually down about 5 to 10 CS. That's not a great spot when your win is 70 gold, and because it's a turret plate and assist to your name.
Yeah, Junja has started that Drake up as Vampire and Gala contest with Ackerman and Dudu. They want to make sure that they cannot find an angle in. Vampire, job done, will try and push Feisty away, but Hongq has an angle on Curse here.
Taken 2/3 of his HP bar. That tick will keep going with the Deathfire touch on the other side. There's a route there onto Ackerman. That's not the clone. The shape changer won't save you there. Junja gets the smite fight. The cease and desist buffers through some of the CC, but Curse again can't quite survive. Vampire's left low. Death flashes for the knocker. Doesn't get Vampire. The headbutt away. They do get that kill. And now actually Junja's in danger. The hammer shot means nothing. Shut down to MLBR. Signs of life for Los.
Mebelos reap the rewards of a fight well fought. They cut that gold lead down to 1.5k. At least 2 members of JDG go down there. So JDG at 8, Mebelos at 3. However, JDG did get that Mountain Drake. So they got the objective, gave a kill over or 2, but it's nothing really to worry about here. And this is where it all started. Gala on the backside gets that deadly flourish onto Ackerman.
He's able
to press forward, gets the heal, Drake goes down, Curse too deep. JDG collapsed, but Mebelos have the angle here. The curtain call comes out, but it's mitigated by the clone.
All the while we come back to live and we get a zoom on out as Vampire's just about able to escape. Everyone else appears to be alive. Feisty throwing out some of those threaded volleys, but they're just a little shy of Hongq.
We do see that role quest completed come through for Feisty, so I dare say he's been more mid-laney than Hongq has, because he completed his quest first, but that also tells me that Hongq has been willing to leave the lane to impact those jungle objectives, and that's where JDG are ahead right now. They have the 3 grubs, they have that Drake, and they still have a hold of a 1.5k gold advantage, but like you said, I'm loving the signs of life from Mebelos.
We needed to see some because it was getting very problematic. The problem is Junja is still very far ahead in terms of the kills. He's still got a Rise who's well ahead of curve. He's got 2 kills and 2 assists before he's even got a Roa completed, which is a bit dodgy. However, MIBR lost now towards this bot lane. Curse was zooming on over, trying to find the angle. The 2 junglers trading. Gala at 2/3. Feisty flashes to try and get to Junja and doesn't really find anything. That's a bit much.
Yeah, a lot of trading going on, but no kill potential coming down. The only members of Mebelos with flashes is Dudu and Ackerman. Whereas we take a look at JDG, Xiaoshu, fight breaks out.
Hongq over the wall of the red buff, getting some CC. The deadly flourish to flash into the wall. Heroic charge, and Curse is on the wrong end of their hero's hammer. Feisty tries to rock surf away and just about escapes on the tide.
Yeah, the Realm Warp was very aggressive. They thought they saw an angle to get more, but Feisty, as you say, with that rock surf, that movement speed, able to escape the follow-up from Hongq. So I really like that getaway. 9-3, well mitigated by Mebelos.
Vampire with the Hex Flash over the wall into a headbutt and a Pulverize and a Rune Prison. Do not pass go, but you will pick up 300 odd gold. But the shutdown is significantly more, and Feisty gets something for their time.
Yeah, they were trying to juggle that aggro, but they just didn't get enough damage down quick enough, and Feisty plays that well enough, buys that time, gets the turret damage down, so thank you, turret damage. It was more than Feisty could have done on his own.
Now it's only 1,500 gold, and Feisty needed that. He's actually within touching distance. That was like 700 odd gold. That's what, like 2 kills worth there, practically? Yeah. Which is very, very significant. Of course, Hongq, still 4 kills to the good, is having a great game. That's just a little unfortunate that it went on to someone who could really use the gold.
That's it. First item completions coming through just before the Rift Herald in 40 seconds. Next Drake in a minute and a half. So these fights, they're getting more explosive. Curse and Junja both with the Sundered Skies to get extra sustain. They'll be able to trade a little bit more heavily into the backlines.
They might need to do that as well, considering we've got the Herald coming up, and I am, as you noted, kind of expecting some violence.
Violence? No way! It's in the name!
Surely not. Gala gets rooted. The Weaver's Wall is here. The Pop Blossom comes down. Onto 2. Chains of Corruption. Junja is gone.
That was a great sequence of plays from Mibulos to punish Junja there. The flash out of Shashu dodges that ultimate from Zest, so you love to see that commitment. And over in the picture-in-picture, the Rift Herald has spawned, but Mibulos, they saw Junja in the jungle and said, not today. That Pop Blossom from Ackerman onto 2, the Chains of Corruption from Dudu to follow up and lock him down.
Costs you a summoner or two, you get some in trade, and that means that the setup for those objectives isn't there. And again, that gold lead that was looking pretty significant, let's call it that kindly, for JDG has really dwindled away. This is doable, I think, for MIBR at this kind of discrepancy. Get to back again, pick up more components, and look to try and find another angle in the upcoming fight.
And I love the resilience of these teams, right? Sometimes these teams can be down 3, 4, 5, 6K we've seen before, and they fight their way back in because they're so resilient, because they're mentals, they've been practicing their training. Feisty is on a ward though, and we do see Vampire marking Feisty out. So this will be interesting to see if JDG want to go for a play on this top side, but Mibulos look to be overloading that bot side. I don't know if a play can come through from this one though, as Junja gets that Rift Herald uncontested on vision.
I thought I was mad for a second then, because I saw 3 Varus portraits on the map and then went, yes, no, Nico is a thing. And that was why I saw 3 Varuses. So the overload partly ally with the Varus clone going on, but over comes Vi. Now back away, got a bit of a chunk there. Dragon started by JDG, and they're looking like they're going to get turret and Herald and the bot Dragon as well. They're just getting everything.
Yeah, it feels unusual that Mibulos aren't contesting these objectives, but then you look at the priority, then you look at the vision, and you understand why. It's not because Mibulos don't want to, it's because Mibulos can't. JDG are strangling them out of this game, not through the team fights, though they are ahead, but through objective control.
Yeah, and that's tough to see, right? Because you lost your top lane turret on one side of the map, and then the Herald towards that side of the map, and then also lose the Dragon on the bot side of the map. So you've got priority nowhere. That's rough.
You're not getting those cross-map plays, right?
Right, exactly.
Traditionally, when you see one objective going down on one side, you go to the opposite side to net the gold, to net the objective, but it's just not happening.
And that's what raises my eyebrow a little bit, because you're right, there wasn't the priority, but it's like, oh, okay, so why is it there, is the question. If you've got people playing towards that top side of the map, surely you can try and get something happening. They push towards that bot lane turret, don't fight anything, back away, give up the Dragon as well, and as a result, that gold lead extends again a little bit for JDG, but the additional objective weight and map control is what is raising my eyebrow right now.
Yeah, but I still see hope in Dudu. Dudu individually does have some gold lead over Gala, right? Dudu has some of the fanciest feet that I've witnessed here at EWC. He's been dodging so many skill shots, and he's almost 1v3'd in game 1. If Mibulos can rally around Dudu, if they can protect Dudu, I still see a world that Mibulos come back and win this one against JDG.
There's a play on the other side as Zest gets knocked up nearly at Meganard, stunned into the wall, but Vampire gets to brace. And that means his will is unbreakable, and the Gnar certainly is.
Yeah, Zest 0, 4, and 2. Sometimes it's not your fault when the enemy team decides that you are the weak point and overloads you every possible opportunity. There's nothing you can do with a well-timed wave and an unbreakable will from an Alistair. You can't hold on long enough for it to die. He's just not going to.
And on the other side of the map, pretty sure I saw Honkyu realm warping out about 20 seconds beforehand, so the attempted play on the other side doesn't happen. Ackerman is a minion, and Xiaoxu is therefore going to be Pop Blossom, but this ain't Pop goes the Weasel. The Rumble's a lot scarier prey. Ackerman needs to be a little afraid as the flames keep spitting, but a cease and desist will allow Ackerman to get the kill.
And Ackerman gets it. You probably would have wanted that gold into Curse to keep him on a level field with Junja.
He just drove into a wall.
Yeah, look, I've revoked one license already here at EWC 2026, and I'm telling you right now, I'm about to revoke that one too. That came from a bottle of Kellogg's cornflakes, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
That is not the best driving I have seen. Mighty that mildly. I don't know whether there was a reason to drive into the wall. My assumption was no.
That deadly flourish goes out onto the clone of Ackerman. That clone from Nico well-timed, can prevent so many things. It can stop the CC. It can stop multiple shots coming out of the Jhin. So really useful tool to have as Ackerman goes exploring. And we haven't really given time over to these supports. These supports have been, incrementally assisting their teams. Vampire 1, 1, and 6 though, as a fight breaking out.
TP from Vampire with that spellbook on the Alistair, the equalizer down as well, but now here comes the rest of MIBR loss, and there's a Talia Weaver's wall in, the Vault Breaker. Vampire makes himself unbreakable, but his body is looking a little bit beaten and bruised, and Zest finally gets some vengeance.
But that was 5 and 1 on the bot side. All they got was an Alistair and an ult. JDG, they're running up the mid, they're running up the top side, they're taking those cross-map objectives where Mibelos hasn't been able to do that before, and they are punished for overloading that.
They get 3 plates top, they get a turret in mid. At least MIBLOs do get that turret in the bot side as well, so they don't come away with nothing. But it isn't a clean win, I completely agree. But hey, at least there are plays happening, which is better than we saw for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, where it felt like everything they did was just cursed to go wrong.
That's in. Speaking of curse.
That it is. A deadly flourish into the chains of corruption. Honkyuj out survives. Flash away from Dudu is good. Junja now here. Needs to get the keeper's verdict. Knocks away the Narva. Still shoved into the wall before he gets away. The Rune Prison's down though. And Xiaoshu is the one that secures the corporal punishment. Ackerman will pop Blossom. But again, he gets 2 people knocked into the sky. Unfortunately, he's looking like he's going down into the dirt. Does get a decent tangle barbs though to root. There's a realm warp. Unfortunately, Ackerman, you might be a minion. You are still dead.
Minions can die just like champions, Ackerman. I'm sorry to tell you.
Should you get a CS score as well as a kill score for doing that?
Plus the gold.
That would be very funny.
You get the stacked champion, plus the minion, plus the CS. Maximum reward because you got that sneaky Nico. But JDG tidily win yet another team fight here.
Vampire gets hit by the rocket belt into the seismic shove. The equalizer to the wave. Very clean, Xiaoshu. So they get that shoved so you can't get anything there. They're already on the dragon. That's sole point for JDG. 3,000 gold in the advantage, and the map control continues to be stifling.
Yeah, and we take a look at this one again. Mibelos curse. He thinks he has an angle onto Honkyuj because Dudu's here as well, but Vampire is here again. He forces the flash out of Dudu, and then Junja, with that ultimate, is able to turn the fight back in their numbers advantage again. Sees more on the bot side, while on the top side, Feisty is being plugged at by Gala, so able to keep Feisty out of this one. Ackerman, though, tries to escape, but the inevitable Realm Warp from Honkyuj comes through, closes out the fight.
Between the Realm Warp, between Xiaoshu's TP, Gala zoning off the Talia, everything kind of just went a little wrong there. The wheels came off the bus. Maybe the driver's licenses in general are suspect in this game. Couple items now largely complete for JDG. Hell, they're well on their way to their third. We've got an arm guard in for Honkyuj. There's an engage in mid lane though, and the items might be helping them get the win. Eat the poppy lollipop as she knocks you up into the sky, and she ain't very sweet about that one. Feisty hit by the curtain call, being tagged, being slowed. One more to go. They're going to get some more damage. Forced to flash away, but Xiaoshu follows, and he's got a barbecue, and he's roasting some Talia. Zest is here, but nowhere near the Mega Gnar. The heroic charge into the wall means a less than a heroic exit for the Gnar, who needs to exit. The equalizer tags too, and forces more away. But you've lost your mid laner, you've lost your AD carry. Baron's alive, and they're realm warping over to it.
And you've lost the fight. JDG realm warp to that Baron because they know they have a 5-3 advantage. Now is the time to tighten their grip on this game. 3.5k up. 3 Drake stacked, 3 grub, 3 turrets. It is a game of 3s for JDG, and the only 3 that matters is not going to happen if JDG keep up this form in this BO3.
It's a little ironic when Jin's in the game. Hey, we'll have a look at this game because MIBLO's complete, or rather attempt to collapse on this mid lane, and Vampire full sense.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the only thing that they know. Junja here with that steadfast presence, kind of frontlining. A beefy, tanky Poppy here. Feisty getting tagged with nearly every single shot, but Curse is unable to enter this fight to protect his team, and here a steadfast presence from Junja stops Curse getting in, prevents that Vault Breaker from the Vi to try and get something back.
Now, I'm going to give Vampire the benefit of the doubt there and assume he was trying to headbutt out the ulting Nico rather than just fumbling a headbutt pulverize combo that would have kept Nico in the play. On the whole, a great play from him, but at the end, I wonder whether they could have picked up one more. In the end, it doesn't really matter though, does it, guys? Because still got Soul Point, still got all those grubs, still got the Baron, still got a mighty Baron play to go and collect at some point. They're only up 100 gold, so gold from it right now, but there's still enough turrets and enough time to ensure that number continues to grow rather than be at minus 140, which makes me look like a bit of a liar. Thank you, JDG. I really appreciate that.
Hey, look, we're all fans of JDG. We're all fans of MLBR because we are all fans of League of Legends, and we are getting a great game of it here and now at EWC 2026. But a minute and a half before the fourth Drake of the game, Baron, it's currently on JDG, so it won't be around for another 4.5 minutes, and they're looking to siege the base of MLBR. Curse going in here, though.
Deadly flourish onto Feisty's a little bit dodgy, as Ackerman was looking for the flank, had got that flash, didn't get the opportunity in the picture-in-picture. Thank you, production. We see Xiaoshu pick up that tier 2 in the top side that was already so heavily damaged by Honkyu's split-pushing ways.
Junja, though, has vision of Curse. Curse needs to respect it. They're responding to this top side, really wants the red, but I don't think you want this.
No, there's a steadfast presence, there's a 2-level advantage in Curse. It's just not his game.
Curse, I have to question the decision there to try and contest for that when he saw JDG were pushing up through the mid lane. Now it's a 5v4 advantage over to JDG. Their gold lead is ballooning out to 5k. The power play getting even bigger here. Dudu trying to get some chip damage.
Balloon's looking like a Zeppelin at this point. It's in the stratosphere. Very, very scary indeed. And now the power play is a little bit more meaningful. There we go. Appreciate that, JDG. There's a deadly throw. Spent too much follow-up. The resets come on forward. We've got 30 seconds until the Ocean Soul. And I think that'd be a great way to cap off this game. MLBR, you get one more roll of the dice, and it's going to be weighted against you.
That's it. Weighted dice are never fair, and right now it is not MLBR's dice that they're rolling with. We see so much vision control here as well. MLBR has it all in their own bot side jungle, but JDG, they have it in there as well, and then elsewhere to boot, they have vision on the Baron. They have vision in the alcove at the top of all places, just in case MLBR decide to go for that long, patient play to come from the back, from behind them. But look at all the pings. They want to contest this Drake. No, they need to contest this Drake.
They realistically do. Unfortunately, Honkyu now has a full actualizer alongside that arm god. Feisty gets a death cap. That's great news, but you need to be here. They're going to try and contest now. Overcome MLBR lows. Into the river they go. There's a Rune Prince going on down. On the other side, Exhaust is in there. Xiaoshu is low. They bring him out, but the Ocean Soul is there. And the tsunami of Jingdong Gaming washes away Brazilian hopes and dreams. Made in Brazil. Broken by the LPL.
Here in France, we do love to see it. Dudu, I mean, Vampire is just tanking everything, letting JDG run them down. And these defensive pop blossoms from Ackerman ain't it, because JDG aren't letting him get in. He can't find a way to get that heroic pop blossom for his team to collapse around. Curse back here trying to do something.
But to the Nexus turrets we look, and JDG will take no prisoners, waste no time. They've got keys to crush. MLBR must hand over their keys to the kingdom, over to Jingdong Gaming with a pneumatic press in their eyes and some glee at their destruction of MLBR Los. They continue. Unfortunately for Los, they're on their way home.
That's it. The LPL has sent the CB LOL packing. They will crush that key. The EWC 2026 road ends here for them, but JDG have earned their position into the next rounds tomorrow. A fantastic showing from them. Strong, dominant, great form, and you want to ride this high for the rest of your run.
You really, really do. And JDG, they've shown some good games here. They've been competitive against HLE, and I think on the other side for MLBR, this wasn't their game. It wasn't their series. They looked unfortunately outmatched, but I think yesterday you have to remember how good they were. Again, they got that incredible knockout. They turned up in a way that a lot of people thought they just couldn't do, and credit really has to be given. They can go home with their heads held high. Yes, they will be disappointed. Yes, they will be frustrated with this series, but there are great things to take back to the CB LOL and to feel proud and confident about going forward.
Yeah, they definitely made a great run deep into that second day here. MLBR obviously making a little farther than Furia, so they can be very, very happy with that as well. Coming into this as the second seed, as we have said before. But here we go with these highlights, and we are going to throw over to the hosts and analysts to check this one out.
Was happy that you all
Thank you
were
very
here
much,
today.
guys, for that final
see you
cast
all
on the
tomorrow.
day. The 2-0 here from JDG. It felt like it was written on the wall, but
See you
at
all
least
tomorrow.
MLBR were able to put up a good fight here tonight, as our casters already did get into. And we're taking a look at the highlights here. There were some moments where it did look like MLBR maybe overextended early on and really gave Jinjiao 1-6.